made a bit of a mistake. He was hoping to be around sort of P7, P8 yesterday, but hopefully the young Latvian will come a bit stronger in this particular qualifying heat today.
Yep, well, a quick rundown of the results from yesterday. Jaden Thien took the victory for Team Netherlands. Andy Rattel from France second, a really good result from France. Second, third and fourth. Jolan Rackmeyer in third. Paul Alberto finished in fourth place. Raphael Renhofer from Austria came home in fifth. Simon Christiansen in sixth for Denmark. Adrian Malchiero for Spain was seventh. Then Kasper Turoboski from Poland. Edwin Knesser from Lebanon. And then Alexander Shelton from Latvia round out the top 10. Have to say that, of course, the results sheets show the nose cone penalties. And Minimax, could be, Alex, we could be putting the kiss of death on here. Minimax was the only class with no nose cone penalties yesterday. There on your screen, number 101, Paulo Milan from Mexico. Paulo finished outside the top 20 yesterday, the Mexico City-based driver. And yeah, looking at some of these drivers now, there's the number 131, Javier Suarez. The comp carts, chassis looking very good, very bright. Again, believe in the fluoro is the motto, I believe. Santiago Biaggi, number 118. Santiago, again, not in the top 20 yesterday, but looking to move up today. It's always fascinating to watch the drivers as they're looking at how they prepare themselves in the karts before a race of this magnitude.
I think every different driver, you know, when you come to the higher echelons of motorsport, including the WEC and Formula One, the drivers have relative superstitions. I mean, like, take for instance the UK's Duncan Tappy. When he was running in Super League Formula, he would step into the car from, you know, right foot first, so from the left-hand side. And these drivers are now steeling themselves, they're getting themselves ready before the red mist truly gets underway when we go lights out very, very soon, Henry. But it's, you know, there's such a camaraderie in the paddock. You know, people working away, people chatting, everyone helping each other out. It's unlike anything I have ever seen since I started back in motorsport in 2011.
Yeah, and that's something that the viewers back home, wherever your home in the world, wherever your home is, whatever continent you're watching us on, this is unlike any other race meeting. Every single driver is in the big tent themselves. They're next to each other. You're in your nation, so all the Belgian drivers are in a line together, working together. Same workstation, same there. So let's have a look at the grid. Row number 1, Andy Rattel representing France and Costa de Paris representing Australia.
Then it's Raphael Renhofer from Austria and Jaden Thien from the Netherlands.
Your top 4. Row number 3, Paul Alberto from France and Jolan Rackmeyer also representing France.
From Greece on row 4 we've got George Kafantaris and Simon Christensen from Denmark.
Row 5, Adrian Malchiero from Spain and Shota Fuji from Japan.
Then we've got Edwin Knesser and Georgi Abu Shahbek there.
Representing Lebanon and Russia respectively. And on row number the next row number 9, Kieran Hartley from Canada and Nathan Schaap from the Netherlands.
Then on row 10 we've got Pietro Vadobons from Italy and Kasper Tobolowski from Poland.
Row 11, Menja Kroza from Hungary and Martin Janowskis from Latvia.
And then on row 12 we've got Karol Schulz from France and then João Miguel Oliveira from Portugal.
Row number 13, Callum Voisin from the United Kingdom and Jasper Leinertz from Belgium.
Then we've got Cameron Weinberg from, looks to be Stars and Stripes, of course. And then Alvar Simisvara from Finland.
Row 15, Philip Luaca from Switzerland and Santiago Biaggi from Austria.
Then on row 16 we've got Luigi Di Lazzaro from Brazil and then Xavier Suarez.
Xavier Suarez from Santiago, Chile. Row 17, Juan Felipe Ardila from Colombia and Paulo Milan from Mexico.
And then rounding out the 18th and final row of 36 Minimax drivers here, Alex McPherson-Wyman from the US and from Australia. Did a great job yesterday, Christian Yanev.
Yep, you make a very good point there, Alex. Christian Yanev, well, he started last, finished 25th, but that was with a 3-second penalty for start line infringements. Now, you'll see on the screens that the start line has 2 distinct tram lines, we call them, white lines. The drivers have to stay within those lines until the lights change. If you deviate from your white line before the lights go out, you get a 3-second penalty, and that's what Yanev, because otherwise Yanev was actually up inside the top 20. So watch out for young Christian Yanev in kart number 113 from Australia. But Alex, the parade lap, or the rolling lap, is nearly complete. 18 rows of 2 are about to go racing.
We go through the final corner. All 36 drivers start making their way towards the rolling start formation lap. We go lights out for 7 laps here in Sarno.
It's a good clean start through turn number 1, and Costa Paris on the outside there, running a little bit wide, but he maintains third position. It's number 128, the pole man. Andy Rattel, who hangs on to the lead, and now hold your breath down towards turn number 2, but Rattel has made a good start, and the leaders all through turn 2 safely. A couple of drivers running wide on the exit, but already, Alex, you can see 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 drivers breaking clear.
And around P7 at the moment is yesterday's winner, Jaden Thien from the Netherlands, so he's had a bit of argy-bargy, elbows out going into turn number 2 for the first time after that long back straight, but already Rattel trying to make an early getaway, and that's his key point. He wants to break the toe so the drivers behind don't have the slipstream. And
of course, on this circuit, the toe is so important. It's Renhoffen up in the second place, and then I think Costa Paris in kart number 108.
More contact there, spinner there.
Oh, yeah, well spotted there, and that is the back of the screen. I think that may have been, looked like a, hard to say from this way, but it might have been a Latvian race suit or a Polish race suit. We'll get another check next time by, but the leaders coming into turn 12 to complete lap number 1. More yellow flags waving at turn 12, but at the end of lap number 1, it is Rattel, Renhofer, Taparis, Rackmeyer, Malhiero, Tien, Cafetaris, Alberto, and Shelton, the top 9. This is where the slipstream really comes into effect.
Yeah, other positional changes. Alexander Skelton now up into 9th position. Tobiowski now up from 20th to 13th. Jasper Leinert now up from P26 to P24, as I think Thien's just made the move. Has he? No, he's still, I think, down in 6th position at the minute. But great battling between the likes of Malhero, Hakamier up in 4th, and it's Toparis from Australia down. He's trying to go for 2nd very, very early now to try and see if he can keep with Renhofer and also Rattel from France, who's currently leading.
Well, the drivers in Minimax and Micromax, they want to try and make their passes. There goes to Paris up the inside. They want to try and make their passes not on the main straight. By the time they get onto the main straight, they want to try and be single file, but that's why Taparis made the move there. Now Taparis into turn number 10, looking at the race lead. Rattel runs a little bit wide, and battle for 4th place. There's Tien, I think, trying to make his move forward. Oh, that's Malhiero in kart number 107, but as they complete lap number 2 out of 7, Rattel still leads, to Paris right behind him, Renhofer 3rd, and Rackmeyer. You can see the drivers signaling to each other, Alex, to say push, push, push.
Yeah, current fastest lap at the moment is by the driver in 8th position, Francis Bollard-Berthaud, 105.522. Again, nearly in our layman's terms when it comes to speed, nearly 60 miles an hour, 62 miles an hour average speed lap, 93.35 kilometres per hour.
So Paris has made his move for the race lead. To Paris at the inside of Rattel. The Australian driver number 108, Costa Paris now leads. Rattel slots back into 2nd position. In car. Oh no, that's actually number 124. That's Jolan Rackmeyer, the other French driver. France has got this very dark, deep blue and red race suit this year. It's from a distance you can almost mistake it for the New Zealand race suit, but it's Rackmeyer into 2nd place. Looking back there, Christian Yanev already up into the top 25 from 36th on the grid, and that's Tien in 3rd place. So yesterday's race winner moving forward. Andy Rattel, just going through your screen there, he's down about 6th position behind Raphael Renhofer as we begin lap 4 out of 7.
And one of the drivers making really good ingresses up the field, 2 of them in fact. 18th from Brazil, Luigi Di Lazzaro in 18th, up from 31st. Christian Yanev already up to P23 from stone dead last, as we're on to lap number 4. Fastest lap, Troy Snyman now from Republic of South Africa, 1 minute 5.204.
Got another change of lead. That is now yesterday's winner, Jaden Thien, slotting up the inside of Taparis going into turn number 5. Side by side coming out of turn number 7 for 6th or 7th place, but Jaden Thien now takes the lead. It's the number 107 kart of Adrian Malhiero from Spain now into 2nd place. Taparis back to 3rd, but they're all bunching back up together. We've got a lead group of 14 drivers. Kieran Hartley is at the back of that group. Here's a replay, and this is where Thien ducks up the inside going into turn 5. Very well executed manoeuvre there, Alex.
Definitely. He had the measure. He did the old Nigel Mansell dummy there, if I'm very much mistaken. And it shows that even these youngsters from as young as 11 years of age just absolute textbook from Jaden Thien. He's got good race craft, that boy.
Malheiro makes capitalises as well to take second place at the same time, and here comes Rattel back at the inside for second place on Malheiro. Andy Rattel moving back forward to the front, and we've got the same two drivers, 1 and 2, that were 1 and 2 in yesterday's heat race. Malheiro in third, and now that is the number 1, 2, 4 car of Rackmeyer in fourth place.
We've also got the likes of Campantares Alberto Skelton now up into P8, so the Latvian on a charge now is the fellow Alex on the 106. Renhofer, Manson now round out the top 10.
Yes, Sebastian Manson from New Zealand also in there. Now, battle for third place. So Rattel and Thien are trying to break clear. In third position, Malheiro defending his spot, going in at turn number 8 there. And look at the gap that's opened up now. It's now 10 kart lengths. The number 1, 2, 4 kart of Rackmeyer is right there as well. Kafinteris in the number 1, 1, 0 kart, the Greek driver, also in this lead group. As we come through turn number 12 to complete lap 5 and start lap number 6 out of 7. Down the main straight, can Thien and Rattel continue to break clear? Or it looks like Rattel's looking to the inside, Rattel looking for the race lead.
He's not got it because Thien was very wise. These two were battling yesterday, but there is a move up the inside. Who is that sending it like Daniel Ricciardo up the inside? Thien, I think, has just run wide there.
Yeah, just getting kicked up, Thien running. It was 107, Adrian Malheiro making a move up into P2. It is still Rattel who leads. Oh, Malheiro to the inside there, dive bombing up the inside. He just runs wide, and that has allowed, I think that maybe Jolan Rackmeyer is in second place down, number 1, 2, 4. It is Rackmeyer capitalises in second. To Paris has fallen back. Paul Alberto is in this league group as well. Thien, I think, in kart number 127 is about 6th or 7th. We're coming up to the start of the final lap, but it's a French 1-2. It is Rattel leading and Rackmeyer in second. Malheiro is third, but
Thien looks to be in 5th place now, Henry. So he is in a chance. We now go on to the final of 7 laps. Rattel has got someone breathing very hard down his neck as they go onto the back straight for the final time.
To Paris in 4th, Costa to Paris in kart number 108, looking to the inside, around the outside, that's not a good move. Andy Rattel's going to get freight train. Rattel's forced wide, Malheiro runs in wide. Oh, that was the number 124 Rackmeyer, who's emerged in front there. To Paris was looking good, he's up into P2, and it is still the number 128 car, I believe.
No, he went wide.
Oh,
that's the 127.
Rackmeyer.
Hakamier has now got the lead, so it's France battling away with Australia, and now Thien clearly in the mix. Could the Dutch guy make it 2 for 2? But it's going to come down to the last dash as Taparis tries to send it up the inside. Thien trying to go through with, but at the moment it's still France leading the way as we come into the final couple of corners. What a job by Rattel to fend off all charges.
Yes, it was again, I thought Rattel was going wide into turn number 2, but because Rackmeyer had ran so wide, he was able to tuck back underneath him, and as they come out of the final corner, 2 out of 2, top 2 positions for Andy Rattel. A second yesterday, a win today. To Paris second, Thien recovers very well there for third, Alex. That was some recovery drive from Jaden Thien.
I do have to feel for Rakamier there a little bit, finishing P10 at the end of it all. But let's just have a look at this. You can just see.
But Andy Rattel's 4th going into turn number 2. Rattel's 4th, so Rackmeyer runs wide. Malheiro drove him in very deep, and to Paris led for what, a metre or 2?
Yeah.
But look at that, there's Rattel getting a great exit. That you need a bit of luck, but that was very good, clear forward thinking.
I think that was very fortunate for Hakamier, because that could have actually dropped him down way towards the back part of the field there, Henry, and it just goes to show that even the young guns decide to put the throttle clean to the floor and keep themselves on, in some sort of form of contention. Hakamier is going to have a lot of work to do tomorrow, but Rattel, a second place, now a first. It's game on between, I think, him and Jaden Thien tomorrow.
Well, you make a very good point there. We're at a cathedral of karting, and on the 7th day the good Lord said, "Thou shalt put the pedal to the metal." And that is Rattel to Paris, Thien, Malheiro battling 4th place. But George Kafanteris, Greece, taking a top 5 finish there. Very well done. Alex Shelton in 6th position for Latvia. Kasper Toroboyski from 20th to 7th. Didn't talk about Kasper very much in that race, but he put himself in the mix right at the end. And looking back a little bit further back there, 10 seconds covering the top 30 finishers. Manson from New Zealand finishing in 8th, Paul Alberto is 9th, Rakamir rounding out the top 10. Then it is Shebek from Russia, Nathan Sharp from the Netherlands. Kieran Hartley was 30, 3 seconds covering the top 13. And now we look at the holding area, the drivers coming on the weighbridge. Fascinating to look at. Costa de Paris goes over the weighbridge, has a little look around, and yes, you can tell the drivers from their race suits, but also the body language, Alex, is key.
Well, they do say that 70% of body language can be read very, very easily, even if the words might be something have a completely different hidden meaning behind them. Yeah, I just think, you know, the first thing that Andy Rattel would get, hey, bon travail aujourd'hui, you know, basically good work today. So that was a really good, and here are the results, provisionally speaking, pending any technical and sporting checks.
Yes, technical sporting checks and nose cone checks. It is Andy Rattel from France, Costa de Paris from Australia, and Jaden Thien from the Netherlands. Adrian Malheiro from Spain, George Kafataris from Greece, Alexander Shelton from Latvia.
Then we had Kasper Turowojski from Poland, Sebastian Manson in 8th, ahead of Paul Alberto, and Jean-Luc Racamier from France making it a French 9-10. So at least 3 French drivers in the top 10, pretty good. Shebek in 11th, Schaap in 12th, Hartley, Snyman, and then Renhofer running at the top 15, with half the field being completed by Schultz, Van der Pons, and Kneser.
Yep, Andrew Kneser from Lebanon ran very, very wide in the first corner. He was the driver that ran wide coming out of turn 2 on lap number 1, recovered to finish less than 5 seconds behind the race leader in 18th position. Raphael Renhofer, Alex, very strong in the early stages, the Austrian driver, but again just got muscled out and ended up down in a disappointing 50.
Definitely. I think we're seeing it very early on as we now go through the rest of the field. Alvar Simisvara and Christian Yanev, P20, another good showing from the Australian, helping his campaign here at the 20th running of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. No end, 6.3 seconds behind the eventual winner, Francis Andy Rattel.
Yep, behind Yanev Menek Krozer from Hungary, Javier Suarez, Paulo Milan 23rd, João Oliveira in 24th, Cameron Weinberg 25th, and you see the rest of the results there, but disappointing from your point of view. Jasper Leinartz will be a little bit disappointed with 30th position.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a strong showing yesterday, was P20 on the road, but due to a post-race penalty for one of the competitors up the field, he got a reprieve. But yeah, P30, it's not what Jasper wants, but we've come back to fight another day to do the Red Devils.
Excellent, and the Red Devils, very colourful in the paddock. Thank you very much, Alex Goldschmidt, again for joining us here at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals for Minimax. We're going to see you again later on this afternoon.
Oh, and before I forget, I'm on. You know what you say about Kart Mechanic Bingo? I have a new. I have a new game now.
Okay.
I have Jazzy Trainer Watch.
Jazzy Trainer Watch.
So we've got some competitors already. Noelle with her Union Jack sneakers.
My good lady, yes.
We've also got Sebastian de Grand, which has got Joseph's amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat on a pair of Nike Airs.
Amazing Technicolor Draps.
Gordon, who's one of the photographers in the media centre, doing the photography for Australia and New Zealand. He's got the very jazzy, brightly orange and green and whatever other colours I can actually pick out.
In this particular camera angle, Thomas on the dummy grid there, the low angle. This is excellent Jazzy Trainer Watch material looking there. Oh, this.
I've seen even the race boots that the Dutch have. They have the actual Dutch lion with Netherlands over the top of it. So very, very nicely done, Team Netherlands. So yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on quite a few trainers. But yeah, looking forward to coming back and joining you in the commentary box again, Henry.
No problem at all. So it's official, ladies and gentlemen. Alex Goldschmidt wants you to get your daps out for the boys. So here we are looking at the dummy grid area for the first of the junior Rotax races, once again sponsored by Praga. Looking down the dummy grid, you can see the number 245 kart of Martinus Morkis from the Netherlands, the number 254 on your screens, left hand side, that is Vincenzo Morales. Vincenzo Morales from Chile. Got a nose cone penalty yesterday, but if you're looking to fight forward, but it's going to be pole position, number 208, that is. Now that is, well, is it 208 or 206? I've got a feeling it might be different. So certainly it's a New Zealand race suit. 206 is Clay Osborne, and it is. So New Zealand's Clay Osborne starts from pole position, then Team Australia's Hugh Barter rounds out the front row of the grid. Row 2, Hitoshi Sakai from Japan and Jason Leung from Canada. Row 3, Mike van Voogd from the Netherlands and also his fellow countryman Chris Hannon. Row 4 is Tom Reinarts from Belgium and Danny van Ruijten from the Netherlands. Row 5, Andrea Perduca from Italy and Bo Pronesti from Australia. Bo finished second on the road in his heat yesterday but got a nose-cone penalty. Tim Meltzer from Romania and Akil Alibai from South Africa start on row number 6. Row 7, Sasha Majwe from France and Filip Janic from Slovakia. Then it is Lucas Bjork and Vilgot Ekvist from Sweden. Sorry, it's Filip Janic from Serbia, I do apologise. Conor Zilic from the United States and Brian Quevedo from Argentina start on row 9. Enzo Calderas from France and Luke Pink from Australia are on row number 10. Row 11, Yevan David from Sri Lanka and Gustav Wisniewski from Poland. With row 12, Lucas Svoboda from the Czech Republic and Thomas Ribeiro from Portugal. Row 13, Oscar Christiansen from Denmark and Rohan Madesh from India. Row 14, Eric Alanis Bosch from Spain and Georgi Zuin from the UAE. Georgios Kalafitatis from Greece and Zuyin Chen from China are on row 15. Martinas Morkis from Lithuania and Joshua Pearson from the United States on row 16. Row 17, Vincenzo Morales from Chile and Alessio Barone from Switzerland. Junho Yang from South Korea and Vigor Hovard from Sweden round out the 36 kart field. Winners of yesterday's junior Rotax races. Well, in the first heat it was Tom Reinarts beating Clay Osborne and Charlie Wirtz. And in the second race, Hugh Barter beat Filip Janic and Shu Dozono. We have got Osborne, Reinarts, Barter and Janic in this race. And we now wait to be given the signal. So that's 206 on your left-hand side of your screen. That is New Zealand's Clay Osborne. Second, the 14-year-old finished second in yesterday's heat. This is his first grand finals. On the outside of row 1 in kart number 222, that will be Hugh Barter. He won his heat yesterday. The 14-year-old from Melbourne, Australia. Finished second in the Aussie Nationals this year. Start second here. On the second row, you see kart number 212. That is Hitoshi Sakai from Japan. You see the white and red race suit. Here is our camera kart. That is Conor Zilic from the United States. Zilic in kart number 215. What footage are we going to get from Conor's kart there? He's looking directly across at his fellow 8th row starter, 238 Brian Crevedo in kart 238. Zilic came through well to finish 8th in yesterday's heat. Now, I don't want to put the kiss of death or the commentator's curse on young Conor, as well as we've got our KART-DATA camera on his nose cone, but Conor's nickname is Flipper. Now that's not because he likes the TV show that had the dolphin in it from back in the day, but that's because he's flipped his kart 4 times so far. Not this week, but in the last 2 seasons. He's been nicknamed Flipper. Let's hope that he doesn't go for the famous 5 this weekend at least. There's the view down towards turn number 2 at over 100 kilometers an hour. Now these junior races, the junior race, the senior races, the DD2 Masters races and the DD2 races, they are over 10 laps. So there's the view through turn number 6 up towards turn 7. Now down towards turn number 8 we go. Now this Sarno circuit was remodeled slightly. It was nearly 1,700 meters long, which was the absolute limit of what is classed a short circuit kart track. It's been reduced down to 1,547. There's Team Australia in the grandstands, watching Hugh Barter, Bo Pronesti and Luke Pink in this one. So, it looks like a 208 on the front of that card. It's actually 206. Clay Osborne. They come, 36 drivers come in to turn number 10. Zilish looking at the rear bumper of Lucas Bjork's kart. All Swedish row of the grid in front of Connor Zilish. We come out of turn 12. You can see speed begins to pick up into the tram lines, and we are off and racing into turn number 1. It's a good start from the pole, so that we're all going to get round cleanly. They're 3 wide, 4 wide, and everyone through turn number 1 cleanly down the main straight. You can see on the top right hand side of your screen, Zilish still following Bjork's kart now into turn number 2. Oh, and one or two drivers running up over the back of one another through turn number 2, but everyone comes out cleanly into turn 3. Now round turn number 4. On board with Zilish. Now he gets to the inside. He's got the 264 and the 247. He looks to the inside of Bjork. Oh, and there's the number 244 kart. And in front of Zilish. Oh, big crash right in front of our camera kart there. That was the number 244 kart. And I think it was 244 getting involved. That was Oscar Christensen. But change of lead up at the front. Kart number 212. Hitoshi Sakai takes the lead for Team Japan, and there is looks like Reinhardt there trying to make the move in the Belgian race suit there, and still drivers sorting themselves out. The top 4 have broken clear. Hugh Barter in 4th place. They come through to complete lap number 1. It is Hitoshi Sakai, Clay Osborne, Chris Hannon and Hugh Barter, the top 4. Then a big gap back to Akil Alibai and Tom Reinhardt, 5th and 6th. Alibai from South Africa. Behind them, their drivers defending down the main straight. Change of lead. Osborne retakes top spot, and that's Chris Hannon, the Dutch driver in kart number 269, that's gone with him into 2nd position. So Hannon now at the P2, side by side with them between Sakai and now Yevon David, Lucas Svoboda and Zunyan Chen are the drivers that have not come around, that were involved in that earlier incident. There's Connor Zilish following Sasha Majwe. Zilish is now 16th, so he's gained 1 place. Majwe drops down to 15th. Oh, and there's a little bit of a nudge down into turn number 8, and that is Hugh Barter falling back. He had gained a couple of places, now he's lost it, but it's still in 4th place. The top 4 are clear, and it's Osborne leading in turn number 12. Hannon is 2nd. Sakai is 3rd. Then a gap now developing back to 222, Hugh Barter. Then Akil Alibai, head down in kart 211, is in 5th position. Side by side with him is Tom Reinhardt. Reinhardt to the inside of Alibai into turn number 2. And Reinhardt picks up P5, but they're falling away from the top. In fact, Alibai runs a little bit wide there. So it is Reinhardt now clear into 5th position. And Bo Pronesti has also made a move on Alibai. So Pronesti up to 6th position, Alibai down to 7th. Leaders come into turn number 7 now. Chris Hannon looks to the inside very briefly. Osborne gives him a signal, saying, "Don't challenge me, let's work together." Hannon obeys his command at this corner at least, as they come out of turn number 8 up towards turn number 9. Here we are on board now with Connor Zilish chasing kart number 228. And that is Georgi Zouane. Zilish still trying to battle his way up there. Look at that big pack of karts. From about 12th place on back. Zilish is now 15th, and he looks to the inside of Zouane coming out of turn number 12. Connor Zilish, our camera car, picks up a place going off into turn number 1. Full chat through turn number 1, and here's a view down towards turn number 2. There's the number 238 kart of Brian Quevedo passing Filip Jenic. So Jenic 3rd yesterday. The Serbian driver is now down into 10th place behind Quevedo. Round to turn number 5 we go. And running wide there, I think it's possibly Jenic, but up at the front, the top 4 are still clear. 5th, 6th and 7th are closing in ever so slightly. Chris Hannon sets the fastest lap of the race in 2nd position. Sakai is 3rd. Barter struggling to keep pace a little bit in 4th place. Oh, he just gets the back end of the kart slightly wide coming out of that corner, and that's going to cost him another couple of kart lengths. So Osborne leads, Hannon 2nd, Sakai 3rd, then a gap back to Barter in 4th, a bigger gap back to Reinhardt in 5th, then it is Alibai and Pronesti. Mike van Voogd is running in 8th position. Quevedo, Jenic, Majwe, Danny van Ruyten, Lucas Bjork, Vilgot Edquist and Connor Zilish. Luke Pink is 16th, followed by Kapil Tadis, Zuane, Pearson, Christensen, Meltzer, Madesh and Jason Leong in 23rd place. The leaders now halfway through this race. We're on lap 5 out of 10 into turn number 5, and still Clay Osborne has the advantage. Out of turn number 7. Down the straight towards turn number 8. Osborne leads Hannon, tucked onto his rear bumper in second. Chris Hannon hasn't tried to make a move yet, and I think Hannon will have looked over his shoulder. You've seen that Sakai is right there in 3rd place, but you can see that Barter is falling away in 4th. Now if Hannon makes his move and they battle side by side, Hugh Barter and possibly even the 5th place kart of Tom Reinertz, Akhil Alibi in 6th and Bo Pronesti in 7th, they will all close in. Mike van Voogd in 8th place is scything into the gap that the 5th, 6th and 7th place karts have, and here's our onboard shot there. Now this is Connor Zilish battling with Vilgot Edquist. Perfect example of the slipstreaming down the straight. Zilish pushing, and he makes the move. He was just slipstreaming and drafting with Edquist. Edquist takes the normal racing line. Zilish makes the move, and that will put Connor Zilish, I think he dropped a couple of places at last lap, but that will put Zilish back up into 14th position. He's now got Bjork, the other Swedish driver, in front of him as well. No change at the front. Hugh Barter on a good lap there. Oh, and Sakai gets sideways over that curb coming out of turn number 8, and that's unsettled the kart. It's cost him a couple of kart lengths. Hannon will wait. If he can make a move, he will try and make it when Sakai is not right on his rear bumper. And you can see Mike van Voogd has caught the 5th place battle. So we got a 4-kart train at the front, and now a 4-kart battle over 5th position. Alibi to the inside of Reinertz for 5th position, going into turn number 2, and Alibi makes the move stick. Reinertz slips back to 8th. Bo Pronesti is now into P6, so up to 7th comes Van Voogd, the second of the Dutch drivers in kart number 217. Filip Jenic, the Serbian driver, is in 9th position, and Osborne has made a bit of a gap there because Sakai has passed Hannon for 2nd. So Hitoshi Sakai from Japan in kart 212 passes Chris Hannon, and that gives Clay Osborne a little bit of breathing space. Here comes Pronesti late on the brakes up into turn number 8 to take 5th position. They're battling over 5th. The leaders are getting clear. Oh, and a problem there. There is Pronesti gone. I think that is that Pronesti? Alibi? No, it's Alibi and Hannon spinning backwards. Pronesti now in 5th position. 6th is Reinert, so it was Hannon and Pronesti spinning backwards at turn number 9 there. Let's have a look at the replay. Coming into your screen, they're already going backwards, I think, so it was early in the corner they came together, and oh, Alibi up over the top of Hannon's kart, both backwards off into, so Alibi was going for the move. Hannon closed the door, and oh, Akhil Alibi lucky not to flip that kart. Hannon spins backwards. Reinertz picks up a place. Jenic picks up 2 places. So is Quevedo. Majwe now into 9th, and Danny van Ruyten into the top 10. This is lap 8 out of 10. Into turn number 9 go the lead quartet. Out of 9 through 10. Now out of 11 into turn number 12. And Hitoshi Sakai has some work to do. Hugh Barter has passed Chris Hannon for 3rd place. Let's see. On to the main straight. Sakai's in the slipstream. Sakai to the inside. No. Osborne defends now. Osborne defends the inside line in turn number 2. Hitoshi Sakai gets alongside on the exit, but he's going to be on the outside line for turn number 3. Can he hang it out there? No, he can't. Barter and Hannon close back in. Hugh Barter, kart 222 from Australia, now in 3rd place. Hannon in 4th. Going to gap back to the survivors in that 5th place battle. Pronesti, Reinertz and Jenic has now joined that group. Out of turn number 7. Jenic is 7th, then Quevedo, Majwe, Van Ruyten, Lucas Bjork, Connor Zilish runs in 12th place. Our camera card. Out of turn number 8. Still, Clay Osborne leads. We'll be starting the last lap next time around. Through turn 10, up towards turn 11. Around turn 12, last lap board goes out. Osborne checks over his shoulder to see 3 rivals all lining up for a go. Sakai will move to the inside. Will Huey Barter? Sakai's got a great run to the inside line. Sakai makes the move before turn 2. Now he runs a little bit wide. Osborne runs Sakai wide. Sakai over the grass. Here comes Barter. Barter and Osborne side by side. And Osborne hangs on. Barter looks to the inside of turn number 5. Hannon in 3rd place. Sakai is 4th. Recovered onto the track there, but Osborne sucking him into that move. Now, can Clay Osborne hold on? Hannon and Barter. Barter right behind him in 2nd. Now into turn number 9 we go. That fast left-hander. Hard on the brakes for turn 10. Osborne comes his line. Here comes Hannon to the inside for 2nd. Hannon makes the move for 2nd place. That gives Osborne the gap he needs. So Clay Osborne is going to take the victory for New Zealand in the 2nd, or the first junior race of the morning. Osborne wins. 2nd for Hannon. 3rd for Hugh Barter. Hitoshi Sakai finishes 4th. Reinhardt takes home 5th. Filip Janic from Serbia takes 6th position. And there's the move. So Osborne allowed Sakai to make the move. Sakai couldn't get the kart slowed down on the apex. Osborne then just runs Sakai wide. Sakai, boom, over the grass, bounces through the dust onto the escape road. Barter gets alongside Osborne briefly through turn number 3, but you're on the outside line there, and Barter had to fall back into line. So Clay Osborne, driver 206, 2nd yesterday, a provisional win here this morning. He is looking good. Hannon 2nd, Barter 3rd, Sakai 4th, Reinhardt's in 5th, followed by Janic, Pronesti, Majwe in 8th, Quevedo finishes 9th. Danny van Ruyten rounds out the top 10 for Holland. Now, Mike van Vugt failed to finish after his incident, but we'll look further down. Bjork 11th, Edqvist 12th, Pink 13th, looking down the order where our camera can't finish. That was now Connor Zilish had a problem late on. Rohan Madesh from India. Now let's have a look. There is the 206. Handshake there with Osborne and Barter. So the drive of the carts come in. The nose cones are being checked. There is your winning cart on screen now. 206 Clay Osborne, the black and white Team Kiwi race suit from New Zealand. He goes on to the weigh bridge to be checked. And following him through there, that is Hannon. Good late move from Chris Hannon to snatch 2nd position. So results on the screen now. Provisional results from qualifying Heat 2, Junior Rotax, Group A and Group C. Clay Osborne, New Zealand, Chris Hannon and Hugh Barter. So it's New Zealand, the Netherlands and Australia, the top 3. Hitoshi Sakai from Japan in 4th. Tom Reinhardt from Belgium in 5th. From Serbia, Filip Janic finishes 6th. 7th for Australia's Bo Pronesti. 8th, France's Sacha Majwe. Then Brian Quevedo from Argentina in 9th, Danny van Ruyten from the Netherlands in 10th. Sweden represented in 11th and 12th place by Lucas Bjork and Vilgot Edqvist. Then Luke Pink for Australia finishes 13th. Josh Pearson from the United States 14th, and Canada's Jason Leung takes home P15. Georgios Kalifadatis from Greece finishes in 16th place. Romania's Tim Meltzer in 17th. Oscar Christiansen comes home in 18th place. Georgi Zuain from United Arab Emirates is 19th, and Rohan Madesh from India rounds out the top 20. Vincenzo Morales from Chile 21st, Viggo Hovard from Sweden 22nd, Enzo Calderas from France is 23rd, Connor Zilish fell back to 24th from the United States, Thomas Ribeiro from Portugal 25th, Gustav Winiewski from Poland in 26th, Eric Alanis Bosch from Spain 27th, and Andrea Paduccia finishes 28th for Italy. Sadly, Akil Alibi finishes 30th after his incident. Mike van Vugt failed to finish. Yevan David from Sri Lanka comes home in 32nd place. But several non-finishers. but that is only one half of the junior Rotax field. The second half are sitting down on the dummy grid now, and they'll be out very shortly. And look at some of the contenders on the grid, and we will give you a full rundown. Now down on the dummy grid, you can see the left-hand side of your screen, driver number 236, Charlie Wirtz from Austria. Charlie finished third in his heat yesterday, the Austrian champion. On the right-hand side of your screen, driver 208 from Japan, Shu Dozono. He also finished third in his heat yesterday. So row 1, Austria's Charlie Wirtz and Japan's Shu Dozono. Row 2, Lebanon's Samijo Abinakle and Poland's Olli Pilka. Row number 3, Miska Kaskinen from Finland and Thomas Stolshamanis from Latvia, Troy Dolenchik from South Africa and Georgia's driver Alexander Abkazava. Row 5, Noam Abramsic from France and Marcel Surmax from Poland. Row 6, Fedor Pikonia from Russia and Aliska Babikova from the Czech Republic. Row 7, Luca Mars from the United States and Justin Arseniu from Canada. Milan Coppens from Belgium and Gregorio Bertoccio from Italy are on row number 8. Row 9, Felipe Bernasconi from Argentina and Teo Blin from France. Luka Bodanovic from Argentina and Geronimo Berrio from Colombia on row 10. Row 11, Lukas Shrabinskis from Germany and Tom Adams from the United Kingdom. Daniel Kukuzarov from Ukraine and Danny Van Dijk from the Netherlands on row 12. Row 13, Khaled Ray Saab from the UAE and Alexei Yalava from Finland. Row 14, Jose Cordoba Belduma and Balas Valent. Jose Andreas Cordova from Slovakia. Rasmus Andersen from Denmark and Yan Chen Cho from Taiwan on row 15. Row 16, Luca Zambolini from Italy and Lucas da Silva Mendes from Brazil. The final 2 rows of the grid, Raja Azmi from Malaysia and Frank Escher from Paraguay. And rounding out the 18th row, all Mexican affair, Lucas Montemayor and Alejandro Milan. They are your 36 starters. 10 race laps. The 2 drivers on the front row of the grid both finished third in their heat yesterday. Samijo Abinakle in KART 250, the Lebanese driver, finished 17th, but that was with a nose cone penalty. I have to say that the junior classes yesterday, there was a raft of nose cone penalties. In the first heat yesterday, we had 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16 drivers got a nose cone penalty. And in the second heat, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 drivers. Olli Pilka, he finished 4th in his heat yesterday, driving kart number 213, but he had a 3-second penalty for moving out of the tram lines. Well, signals given, engines are started, out onto the circuit come the second group of junior Rotax drivers. This is groups B and D. So, after qualifying, all 72 times are put into an order. The fastest overall goes in Group A, second fastest overall Group B, third fastest overall Group C, fourth fastest overall Group D, and so on. It's the way that the drivers compete against every other driver. So Group A races Group B, C and D in their 3 heats. So far it is fair, so that no one is left with racing the same drivers again and again in heats. They are brought to a walking pace into turn number 9. Well, that's turn 8 rather, over that curb on the exit. Charlie Wirtz, 13 years old, 10th as a Minimax driver last year. Shu Dozono, the Aiko Japan entered driver, his first Grand Finals appearance. Let's see what develops in the next 10 laps. They come out of turn 11 into turn number 12. Charlie Wirtz brings them into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Wirtz comes across, takes the lead. Dozono gets shuffled wide. A good start from Sammy Joe Abinakle up into second place, and everyone through turn 1 cleanly. It's Wirtz and Sammy Joe Abinakle, the top two. Abinakle with the black crash helmet holds on to second place through turn number 2. Oh, in the back of the field, the middle of the pack, there's drivers running wide. A couple of carts spin as well, and that is blown the middle of the pack wide open, but it is Wirtz getting away from Abinakle. Abinakle under pressure from Dozono into turn number 5, and I think that may be Ollie Pilker in 4th place. It is Pilker into P4, and that is the Portuguese racing opposite. No, that's Troy Delenchik, I believe, into 5th. There goes Pilker up the inside of Dozono, and Pilker takes 3rd place. Aggressive move there into turn number 7. Kart number 213. Now, did that work? Because the top two are broken clear. Good start, dream start from Charlie Wirtz. Sammy Joe Abinakle runs in second. Sammy Joe Abinakle has a great slipstream down towards turn 2. Will Sammy Joe make his move? No, not quite. They're working together to try and break clear of Pilker in 3rd, Delenchik in 4th. 5th for Kaskinen, 6th for Abramsic, 7th Luca Mars. Tom Adams and Lucas Silva de Mendes have not come around. They are out of the race. They were caught up in the that second corner incident. Wirtz still leads through turn number 7. I'm looking back to see who else. Well, Milan Coppins was also in Shu Dozono. You see him go through there in kart 208. He's dropped right back to the lower reach of the top 10. Rest of the field filtering through 1 or 2 drivers there. You can see at the back have been heavily delayed. That is number 237, I believe. Oh, Alexander Abskava, the Georgian driver, has also had a problem. Someone running wide coming out of turn number 12 now, but onto the main straight, it's still Wirtz who leads. Sammy Joe Abinakle in second. Pilker closing in now in 3rd place. Impressive from Ollie Pilker. He comes into turn number 4. Behind Pilker, a huge gaggle scrapping over 4th place. Kaskinen, Abramsic, Delenchik, Mars, Cermax, Dozono, Bogdanovic, Petoccio, Berrio, Berlusconi, Shrabinskis, all together. There's a move for 6th position, and that is actually, I think that may have been Marcel Cermax or Luca Mars, sorry, making a move. So Luca Mars passing Troy Delenchik. Charlie Wirtz continues to lead as they complete lap number 3. Sammy Joe Abinakle tucked into Charlie Wirtz's wheelship. Here comes Sammy Joe. Sammy Joe takes the lead, under braking for turn number 2. And, well, I don't know how long it's going to last, but for the first time in Grand Finals history, Lebanon lead a race. So Sammy Joe Abinakle, this is 4th appearance. His first as a junior. His best ever finish was 14th as a Minimax driver last year. He signals to Charlie Wirtz to push. Ollie Pilker's closing in. Miska Kaskinen is in 4th place in that blue Team Finland race suit. He's in 4th in kart number 225, being chased now by Luca Mars in the white race suit of Team USA. Mars running in 5th place. Then it is Noma Bramsic in 6th. Sho Dozono is 7th. Now, Pilker has caught Wirtz and Abby Narkley. Abby Narkley is sitting ducked down the main straight. Pilker looks to the inside. No, it's Wirtz to the inside. Abby Narkley loses 2 spots there, now cuts back in behind Pilker. So it is Wirtz from Austria, Pilker from Poland, Abby Narkley from Lebanon, the top 3. Change for 4th place, Luca Mars picks up P4 in kart number 205 for Team USA. He passes Miska Kaskinen back to 5th place now, and Abramsic there in 6th, and a gap back to Shu Dezono in 7th. They come down the straight past the driver's tent. Behind Chudazono, 3 karts in a line. Dolencik from South Africa, Cermak from Poland, Bogdanovic from Argentina. Then it is Geronimo Berrio, Danny Van Dyke, Khaled Ray Saab, and Lucas Rabinskas. Justin Arsenault from Canada is next in line. Sadly, Rasmus Andersson has retired. Aliska Babikova was been involved in an incident. She is down in 32nd place. Now Wirtz leads. Can Wirtz defend? We're starting now, lap number 6. Pilker to the inside on Wirtz. Oh, wheel to wheel. Pilker runs Wirtz a little bit wide. Wirtz loses momentum. Sammy Joe Abby Narkley retakes 2nd place, coming into our screens now. Abby Narkley into 2nd. Wirtz loses about 10 kart lengths. He's got to regain his composure, get his momentum back. Here's the move, replay on your screens. Pilker to the inside. You can see Wirtz just understeering, a little bit under braking. He turns in, then he realises that Pilker is there, and you can see Wirtz having to steer left going into a right hand corner because Pilker was fully committed, and Wirtz then runs a little bit wide. He looks over his shoulder to see that he's not going to lose any more positions than 2 rather, and he is still in the hunt. But that battle for the lead as we start lap number 7 is allowing Luca Mars, Noam Abramsic and Miska Kaskinen to close in. Luca Mars in kart 205. Oh, there's Sammy Joe, Abby Narkley making a move on Pilker. Pilker defends. The more that they squabble, the closer Mars, Abramsic and Kaskinen get. Behind them, Dezono, Bogdanovic and Cermak in 7th, 8th and 9th. They're not out of it yet either. We're on lap number 7. Pilker's got his hands full of Lebanon, Sammy Joe Abby Narkley, coming into turn number 8 now. Round turn 9. Mars picking up the space. Cermak sets a new fastest lap, 60.454 seconds. Wirtz has re-caught the 2 leaders. He's closed that gap. We start lap number 8. Pilker's going to be under pressure from Abby Narkley. Pilker defends onto the main straight. Abby Narkley goes to the outside. Pilker's going to try and squeeze the Lebanese driver wide. Wirtz takes a wide line into turn number 2. Wirtz is going to get a good run coming out of turn 2. Abby Narkley is primed and ready. Mars closing in. He's bringing Noam Abramsic from France in kart 251 with him. Pilker starts to defend. Ollie Pilker not wearing the traditional white and red Polish race suit. He's wearing his aqua blue and yellow Dan Holland racing suit. Out of turn 7, down towards turn number 8. Abby Narkley late on the brakes. We'll get a good run now into turn number 9, but Pilker is just too far away to make a move. But the man on a move on the mission is Luca Mars, 205, 4th place and closing on the leaders. Abramsic in 5th, that dark coloured race suit, and then the bright blue and white of Finland's team Mika Kaskinen in 6th. Can Mars close in as we start the penultimate lap? Pilker looks over his shoulder, defends into turn number 2. Wirtz is going to try the undercut on Sammy Joe Abby Narkley. Can Wirtz get alongside Abby Narkley? No, not quite. Through turn number 4, that double apex right-hander. Now, hard on the brakes for turn number 5. Got to get a good run out of here. Picking up speed all the way to turn 6. You come out of turn number 6 and then on the brakes again. Set yourself up for 7. Hard right-hander. Opens out on the exit of the corner. And now late braking into turn number 8. You've got to, that apex is early, but then the corner keeps tightening because it flicks you back out through turn number 9. Now the left-hander, hard on the brakes for 10. Mars is almost there. Luca Mars is going to catch the 3 leaders on the final run down the main straight. He's going to be in the slipstream, so is Abramsic. Last lap board goes out. It's Pilker, Abinakle, Wirtz and Mars. Your top four through turn number one. Pilker's going to have to defend for all he's worth. Through the kink. Now he dives to the inside. Abinakle goes in deep as well. Wirtz is going to try the undercut coming out. Can he do it? Not quite. Now in the turn number four on the brakes. Ollie Pilker's going to have to make that number 213 kart very, very wide. Here comes Wirtz to the inside of Abinakle. No! Abinakle holds on. Wirtz slow on the exit. Here comes Luca Mars. Mars passes Wirtz for third. 5 corners to go. Pilker leads. Abinakle second. Mars third. Wirtz fourth. Abramsic fifth. Pilker runs a little bit wide coming into turn number 8, but Abinakle is not close enough. Ollie Pilker brakes for turn 10. Wirtz sizing up Luca Mars for a move into the final corner for third place possibly. But Poland's Ollie Pilker has done enough, and Pilker wins. Abinakle second, third for Luca Mars. Wirtz is fourth, fifth for Abramsic. Kaskinen comes home in sixth place. The rest of the field fled across the line, but it is only a heat race. It's a long way to go, but that result for driver 250, Sami Joe Abinakle, the 14-year-old from Ain Tura in Lebanon, is his nation's best ever result at a grand finals. A second place finish for Lebanon, and that is what this event is always about. It doesn't matter where you come from in the world, it doesn't matter how strong your national or domestic championship is, it doesn't matter how much top line equipment you use back in your home nation, it's all equal here. You can't buy an advantage. Talent shines through, and Sami Joe Abinakle has just shown that Lebanon has a well, it's got many, but it's got one absolute superstar in karting who's just finished second. Ollie Pilker with a win by 0.2 of a second, and under the watchful eye of those in the Rotax club. There is Noma Bramsic getting out. See the Israeli star on top of his crash helmet. There is Kaskinen. Well, that's 225. That is, yeah, Miska Kaskinen come through. There's Abramsic. You know, there's Charlie Wirtz, that very, very distinctive crash helmet with the W on the rear of it. 205 kart. Luca Mars goes through the way bridge. Ollie Pilker turns around, high fives with his mechanic. So Pilker, who 213 kart, finished fourth yesterday, had a start line infringement penalty. And just looking there, there's Sami Joe. Well, that's Charlie Wirtz holding the front end of his cart, his mechanic holding the rear end of his cart. Now I wonder if that's the same mechanic that put his back out a couple of days ago. Of course, the technical commissioners there watching this unfold. They will select certain carts to have certain checks. And there on the way bridge now is Sami Joe Abinakle. There's the 251 cart of Noma Bramsic going through there. So great idea. So the driver, race suit off, he's been pulled over to one side, so looks like the technical team will want to see. That's not saying he's done anything wrong, that's saying it's your turn to have things checked. There's Tom Adams in the background there. He failed to finish that race, the British driver, the double English champion. And yes, Noma Bramsic, well, he looks a bit nonplussed with all that. Walk in the park. Danny Van Dijk goes through the way bridge. Communication with his Dutch mechanic. Oh, maybe Danny Van Dijk not having a great last lap. Marcel Cermax's cart gets put onto the way bridge. There's Shu de Zono. You can see the difference in height. So the junior class The youngest drivers are 12, the oldest drivers are 15. But yeah, you can have a young 12-year-old, a short 12-year-old, and a very tall 15-year-old. The height difference is remarkable. Oh, and there's Tom Adams' kart, no steering wheel on, lots of repairs being made there. And you can see there's Saison, kart 208, diminutive Japanese driver, and you've got the Belgian driver right behind him. He absolutely dwarfs Saison, but Shu very fast in a kart. Milan Coppins going through, and here is your provisional result from the second junior Rotax qualifying heat of the day. Ollie Pilker from Poland wins by 0.2 of a second over Sammy Joe Abby Narkley. The United States, Mars finishes third. Charlie Wirtz, the poleman, he finishes fourth for Austria. Noam Abramsic, he finishes fifth for France. Finland's Miska Kaskinen is sixth. Argentina's Luka Budanovic is seventh. Marcel Cermax from Poland is eighth. Sho Dazono from Japan is ninth. The top 10 rounded out by South Africa's Troy Delenchik. Danny van Dijk comes home in 11th place. Top 11 separated by just 6 seconds. Milan Coppins from Belgium is 12th. Lukas Rabinskas from Germany 13th. Justin Arsenio from Canada is 14th. The top 15 rounded out by Alexei Yalaba. Khaled Ray Saab, good result for Khaled after a poor heat yesterday. He finishes 16th. A bit further back down the order, Luca Zambolini starting at the back. He finishes 21st. Lucas Montemayor from the 18th row of the grid finishes in 23rd. Frank Escher, 28th place for the Paraguayan driver. See at the bottom, a couple of drivers having problems and failing to finish. Tom Adams among the retirees. There is Justin Arsenio's kart. And again, you see the spirit there. An Italian mechanic helping Team Canada's Justin Arsenio's mechanic. Every driver wants to win, but these karts can be heavy, and camaraderie among the mechanics is very good. The next race will be Senior Max, the original class from the Grand Finals. This year's Senior Max class, 72 drivers representing 47 nations. And yesterday, in the senior classes, well, Alex Goldschmidt alluded to it earlier. Unfortunately, Ilian Brunschiels from Belgium has had to withdraw. Kart number 308 with a concussion. He was involved in that frightening accident down at on Main Straight there. Him and Zhao Cunha involved in that and almost taking out Matilda Olsen in the process. But the results yesterday, Vincent France won the first heat from Elia Galvanin from Italy. Vincent France from Germany, Elia Galvanin from Italy, and then Oakley Pryor from the UK. That was the top three in heat number one. Clayton Ravenscroft and Guy Cunnington took a British 1-2 in heat two, with Guillaume de Oliveira finishing third for Portugal. Another whole host of nose cone penalties as well. Ryan Norberg among the leading contenders that got a nose cone penalty. Here's the grid for heat number two, Group A and C. Pole position, Elia Galvani from Italy, and on the outside of row one, Ryan Norberg from the United States. Row two, Daniel Vasile from Romania and Paul Fouquemin from France. Row 3, Yuga Furatani from Japan and Clayton Ravenscroft from the United Kingdom. Cody Gillis, he won his race yesterday from Australia, then got a nose cone penalty. He starts on row 4 alongside Teresa Babakova, the elder of the two Babakova sisters. Row 5, Lachlan Robinson from the UAE and Guillaume de Oliveira from Portugal. Brody Whitmore from Australia and Andreas Dovizoglu from Greece. They start on row number 6. Reese Hunter from the UK and Tigna Schmiedley from Switzerland on row 7. Mads Rees from Denmark and Shogo Endo from Japan are on row number 8. Row 9, Paulo Coelho from Brazil and Cairo Kimi from Estonia. Row 10, Gustavo Suarez from Chile and Zhao Cunha from Brazil. Row 11, Kailu Luo from China and European champion Matilda Olsen from Sweden. Row 12, Marco Canillas from Paraguay, Travis Wiley from the United States. Row 13, Mario Novak from Austria, Patrick Woods-Toth from Canada. Row 14, Santiago Fabani from Argentina, and Maxim Turiev with the Ayrton Senna replica crash helmet, he's from Russia. Stefan Kerbel from Austria and Gabriel Vikor from Slovakia are next, with Salvatore Tostano from Malta and Chen Han Lin from Taiwan. Griffin Dowler from Canada and Dominic Sinkovits from Estonia are on row 17. The 18th and final row, Florian Baudon from France and Thomas Alvarez from Chile. Once again, 10 laps, 36 drivers. I think João Cunha is out there in kart number 308. They repaired that vehicle. Into the tram lines, Elia Galvanin leads the way through turn number 1. Galvanin leads, and somebody spins on the outside before they get to turn number 1. But Galvanin now on the outside, he's lost the lead, and it is the Frenchman, Paul Fauquemin, who takes the advantage at the inside. So Fauquemin takes first position, and is that Daniel Vasily from Romania in second? Yes, it is. Vasily's made a good start. So Daniel Vasily, great start yesterday, finished down the order. Let's see if he can hang on this time around. And there's a couple of drivers running out of track there at turns 5. Get a number check on them next time around. But it is Fauquemin who had that incident with his own teammate yesterday in his heat. Now, where is poleman Elia Galvanin? I think is down in 3rd position, the Italian driver. So Galvanin in 3rd place. At the end of lap number 1, though, it is Fauquemin, Vasily, Galvanin. Yugo Furutani from Japan is there in 4th place. Driver number 306, Ryan Norberg, is in 5th. Then it's Clayton Ravenscroft, Teresa Babakova, Titus Schmid, he's made a good start. The Swiss driver, he's up in 8th place. Shogo Endo 9th, and Lachlan Robinson in 10th. Cody Gillis slips back to 12th position. But the outside of the front row of the grid there wasn't kind to driver starting there. Fauquemin, Vasily Galvanin through turn number 7. Change for 4th place. That is Ryan Norberg passing Yura Furutami, and Furutami now he's under more pressure. He's lost a couple of positions. A bit of side-by-side contact there, and that was possibly Clayton Ravenscroft and one of the Czech drivers getting involved. But it's 3-5-5. Daniel Vasily who leads, Elia Galvan in 2nd, Fauquemin is 3rd. On the outside, trying to go right round the outside, that is Furutani. Great move from 4th to 2nd round the outside of turn number 2. Was that 304? Was that Ryan Norberg? It was Norberg, apologies, it was Norberg picking up 2 places there on the outside of the 2nd corner. He moves into P2 now. Mechanical flag goes out for Stefan Korbel. But it's the 355 car, Daniel Vasily, who leads, the Romanian champion. Into turn number 7. Norberg 2nd, that's Galvanin in 3rd for Italy in 371. Then it's Fauquemin in the 347, that dark race suit with the French tricolour on the back of it. He is in 4th place behind Galvanin. We got a mechanical flag there going out, that is for Kerbel. And Vasily now defending. He's squeezing Norberg. Norberg side by side. That's going to open the door to Elia Galvanin to take the lead. Galvanin that runs wide. That's Fauquemin back in front. That was 4 leaders in one straight, ladies and gentlemen. Fauquemin now leads, but that battle is bringing 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th place. Shogo Endo, Teresa Babakova in this group now. It's Vasily slipped all the way back, trying to see where the number 355 kart is. He's back in 4th position. Fauquemin leads for France. Galvanin 2nd for Italy. Norberg is third. Fastest lap, Teresa Babikova. Kart 364. She's up into, I believe, 5th or 6th place now. Make that 5th place for Babikova. Vasile is 6th. Then it is Schmiegli in 7th in the red Swiss race suit. The 363 of Tina Schmiegli. Shogo Endo is there in this lead group for Japan. Turn number 4, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 drivers. Virtually nose to tail. Lachlan Robinson at the back of this lead group in the black and gold of Team UAE. Forquemin holding on, but Forquemin is certainly not getting away. In fact, I think it looks like he may be holding them up a little bit because that lead group is growing. Forquemin is not driving particularly defensively. Not sure if he's got the pace to hold off Ryan Norberg for much longer, however. Norberg, 304. Really challenging now. Well, Clayton Ravenscroft, yesterday's heat winner, down in 18th place. Marco Canellis has retired. Cody Gillis is in trouble. Cody Gillis down in 35th position. And a long way back, but it's Forquemin who leads as we reach halfway. We start lap number 6 through turn number 2. Forquemin still has that very slender advantage over Norberg as they come through turn 3 on the brakes for turn number 4. Babikova hanging on to a 4th place at the moment. They come into turn number 6. Galvan in 3rd, Babikova 4th. Then a gap developing between 4th and 5th. And in 5th position is Daniel Vasily in kart 355. And Vasily may be beginning to struggle for outright pace. He's got a whole queue of drivers behind him. Out of turn 12 now. The top 4. Then a group of about 8 drivers. Room for the lead. Mirror signal manoeuvre. Norberg takes the lead into turn number 2. So Ryan Norberg now takes over the top spot. That second group behind the top 4 is Shogo Endo, Lachlan Robinson, Yuga Furutani, Daniel Vasily, Taita Schmiegli, Guillaume de Oliveira and Brody Whitmore. Kairo Kiwi is retired, so is the Kairo Kiwi is also retired, the Estonian driver. But behind there you can see all the way back to this Whitmore, Maxim Turiev and Reese Hunter in 13th place is at the back of the chasing pack. But Norberg now finds himself in a position where Forquemin is trying to make his move. Galvan is right there in 3rd, and Babikova is also right there in 4th place. Across the line to complete lap number 7. Can the 324 kart of Lachlan Robinson get in the slipstream? He's looking over his shoulder, he's saying, no, don't try and pass me. Push, push. Babikova to the inside of Galvanin for 3rd and turn 2. Elia Galvanin holds him off, holds her off though. And it is Robinson has caught the leaders and he's brought Furutani and Endo with him. So the 2 Japanese drivers also now in the mix. We've got a lead group of 7. 2 white, predominantly white race suits, the back of this lead group. That is Yuga Furutani in kart 306, Shogo Endo in kart 326. Vasily is 7th in kart 355, and the bright red race suit of Taita Schmiegli in 8th place. Oliveira is 9th and Whitmore is 10th. But the lead group of 4 is now a lead group of 7, with Norberg leading the way. Norberg, Forquemin through turn number 1, Galvani, Babikova, Robinson, Furutani and Endo. Just like that, down towards turn 2. Norberg defends. No one makes the move yet. And now Schmiegli in 8th place. Vasily has been shuffled back. Oh no, I think that is now Brody Whitmore in 8th place. So the Australian race suit. Oliveira is there as well. Lead battle. The numbers are increasing. Out of turn number 7. Still 304. Norberg leads from Forquemin. Galvani, Babikova and Robinson. Those 5 trying to break clear. 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers right behind them. Out of turn number 12, last lap ball goes out. Can Ryan Norberg hold on? He's got a hand in it advantage, but for Quemin and Galvanin, and you can see Elia Galvanin using the driving style. Oh, and for Quemin cuts across to the outside, now to the inside. Yellow flags waving into turn number 2. The leaders stay single file. So that was one opportunity. Galvanin trying to use the driving style that Filippo Laghi is teaching him. Almost paid off, but of course there was a yellow flag waving, no overtaking. That was a real break for Ryan Norberg. Now they come down the straight into turn number 8. Still Norberg from Forquemin, Galvanin, Babikova, Robinson, Endo, Furutani. Furutani's got Oliveira right behind him. Then it's Whitmore, Vasile and Turiev. Hunter is 12th, but Ryan Norberg comes out of the final corner and takes the checkered flag. Ryan Norberg for Team USA takes the win. For Quemin in second. For France, Galvan in third. And let's have a look now. This is see Galvanin lifting his knees up in kart 371. You can see he's got his knees up, leaning back to try and be more aerodynamic. For Quemin though, oh now see, I think that Norberg slowed slightly because of the yellow flags waving. For Quemin had to duck to the outside, almost took Galvanin out, and then you can see for Quemin, hand in the air. Yellow flag will appear on the left hand side of your screen now, and you can see no overtaking, so everyone stays in single file, as you can see from the top 6 or 7 places going through turn number 2, and realistically that was a massive boost for Ryan Norberg, because that is when he was most susceptible, and I think it was Griffin Dowler, Salvatore Toscano and Travis Wiley who were the karts that went off at turn number 2, which was why the yellow flag was out. But let's have a look. It was Norberg, Forquemin, Galvanin, Babikova, Robinson, Endo, Furutani, Oliveira, Whitmore and Turiev, the top 10. Vasile 11th, Hunter 12th, Schmiedli 13th, Devitt Zoglu 14th, Ravenscroft, yesterday's winner, down in 15th place. With Suarez 16th, 17th for Mats Rees, Novak in 18th, Olsen 19th, Fabani 20th, Joe Cunha. Good to see Joe finishing the race. There is, he was in 21st place. Now let's have a look at some of the drivers coming through the weigh station. There's Galvanin, Elia Galvanin, Team Italia race suit. Gloves come off. Got all the 36 identical Sodi kart chassis. Lachlan Robinson, Lockie Robinson. Oh, they're going to re-weigh Galvanin. And it's important that the driver in kart has to go on. He stands in the kart. Of course, if you're so much as 0.1 of a kilo, 100 grams. Okay, there's Filippo Laghi, his mechanic. Filippo will be joining us later on in commentary for the DD2 races. And the cart up onto the stand. See the toolbox there, that is Rotax give you, so people aren't allowed to bring their own tools or anything like that. And there's a technical commissioner, the 2 technical commissioners here, Ernie Salmon pointing there, so Galvanin to go left. They're going to make some checks on the cart. They just pick carts at random to make technical checks. Baptiste Leisure from Julian Dexmeyer on screen there from Sodi Kart, overseeing all the technical stuff with their chassis. And looking through there, there's Clayton Ravenscroft on the far left hand side of your screen there with his t-shirt, black t-shirt on. just musing life. That was not a great result for Clayton. He had a win yesterday, but not so today. There's the 3-4-1 kart of Brodie Whitmore. Now, Brodie finished 9th yesterday. I think he got another top 10 in that one, so he'll be happy. There's the 3-6-3 kart. I think that was Teile Schmiedli as well. Looking down, but here is your unofficial, provisional, full race result. Ryan Norberg from the United States wins by 0.4 of a second over Paul Poquemin. Elia Galvanin is third. Teresa Babakova, great result for the young lady from the Czech Republic, in 4th place. Lachlan Robinson in 5th, 1 second, covering the top 5. Then it's Shogo Endo and Yuga Furutani, 6th and 7th for Japan. Portugal's Guillaume de Oliveira is 8th. Brodie Whitmore from Australia is 9th. Maxim Turiev, the Russian driver, finishes in 10th place, and look at that, 3 seconds cover the top 10. Daniel Vasile and Rhys Hunter, 11th and 12th, followed by Teile Schmiedli, Andreas Devazoglu from Greece, and then Clayton Ravenscroft finishes in 15th, 5 seconds cover the top 15. Gustavo Suarez from Chile, Mads Rees were next up. Tilda Olsen finishes 19th, and Santiago Fabani rounds out the top 20. João Cunha, 21st, and a little bit further back, drivers that had problems. Cody Gillis, he had a nightmare of a race, issues with that kart. He finishes down in 30th. And retiring Griffin Dowler, Salvatore Toscano, Travis Wiley, Marco Canillas and Kaido Kivi sadly failing to finish. Not a good race for the Estonians because Dominik Sinkovits finished down in 31st position. The recovery vehicle is on track at the moment, retrieving several slightly poorly looking go-karts, has to be said. And there'll be several mechanics back in that driver's tent you're looking at on your screen, who will be going to work to fix said go-karts in time for the next heat later this afternoon. So it's a rather forlorn sight to see empty carts being retrieved back to the paddock, because of course even if you don't finish a race you still have to go into post-race scrutineering. Them's the rules. Now we look ahead to the grid for the second of this morning's senior max heat races. This is Group B and D. And on pole position, it'll be driver number 323, Vincent France from Germany. And he's driving for a Dutch team. So it's Vincent France from Germany, Guillaume Trelliard France on the outside of row number 1. Row 2, Oakley Pryor from the United Kingdom, and from Finland, Axel Sanyala. Row 3, from India, Shahan Ali Moshin, and from the Czech Republic, Matteo Richter. Row 4, Alexander Bardas from Italy, and Amir Harris Jeffrey from Malaysia. Row 5, Cesar Gazao from France, and Guy Cunnington from the UK. Jace Denmark Gessel from the United States, and Belgium's Roy Kerfs start from row number 6. Row 7, Michael McCulloch from New Zealand, and Axel Charpentier from Spain. Row 8, we have Francisco Perez from Chile, and Jan Matias from the Czech Republic. Row 9, Benzi Valent from Hungary, and Matija Jurisic from Croatia. Row 10, Charles Michael Visser from South Africa, and Georgi Krasko from Ukraine. Row 11, Patrick Rundqvist from Sweden, and sadly, no Ilian Brunseels. He's been ruled out of the rest of the event with a concussion. Luna Blom from the Netherlands and Gonzalo Escalera from Argentina start from row number 12. And on row 13, we have Jordi Westerlaken. Row 15, Jakub Kolasa from Poland, and Mohamed Mata from Bahrain. Row 16, Mauricio Herrera from Mexico, and from Lebanon, Carl Risk. "36 drivers once again, or 35 drivers in this race. Sofian Salhi from Algeria and Woojin Shin from Korea are on row 17. Chang Hook Lee from South Korea and Gustavo Gomez from Colombia. They round out your 36 drivers. 10 laps of racing starting very shortly. Rolling lap underway for senior Rotax, and still beautiful blue skies here in Sarno. Action on track is just hotter than the temperatures, and the temperatures, I have to say, are very hot indeed. Now, ooh, there's a problem on the rolling lap for someone. So the front, you can see the leaders slowing down as per their instructions, and some of the drivers coming out of turn number 7, full chat, trying to get their tyres warmed up. Suddenly they find a line of go-karts coming very slowly in front of them, and one driver onto the, I'll spare that driver's blushes, but he's now got to get his tyres scrubbed off and get the grit and dirt and gravel, because of course these Mojo D5 tyres are all very grippy indeed. So it's going to be Vincent France and Guillaume Tréliard on the front row of the grid. Pryor and Sanyala row 2. Shahan Ali Moshin and Matteo Richter row 3. 35 karts coming into turn number 12. Germany and France on row 1. United Kingdom and Finland on row 2. India and the Czech Republic on row number 3. Here we go. Lights are out. It's a good start from the poleman, who gets the jump going through turn number 1. Oakley Pryor into second place. Pryor makes a good start, and Pryor now looks to the outside. Shahan Ali Moshin. Brilliant start from the Indian driver in kart number 317. Holding on to third place at the moment. Can Shahan Ali Moshin maintain that pace now through turn number 4? He's got Axel Sanyala right behind him. Sanyala to the inside. Sanyala takes over third place. Moshin slips back to 4th. But round the outside, Pryor at turn 7, looking for the race lead. Trying to pass Vincent France. Poor start from Guillaume Tréliard. He slips back to about 6th or 7th place. Into turn number 7 we go. It is France from Pryor, then Sanyala, Moshin. Then it is Tréliard, and a gap back to the 6th place kart. No, it's actually, I apologise, it's Richter in 5th. Then it's a gap back to Tréliard in 6th position. Looks like everyone is through the first lap cleanly. Oh, 3 wide back in the back going through turn number 1. And that is the Belgian driver Roy Curves, just behind Jace Denmark Gessler, Michael McCulloch. Changing, Pryor now takes the lead, and back to 5th place goes Vincent France. So it's Pryor, Sanyala, 1st and 2nd now. Pryor with the very distinctive tall driver, and he leaves the door open for Axel Sanyala going into turn number 5. Then there's the crossover move. So Sanyala leads very briefly. Now it's Pryor back to top spot. Sanyala 3rd. Moshin is 4th for India. That orange and blue race suit. Team India's Shahan Ali Moshin. So far so good for Shahan. We've had Lebanon having a great result so far this morning. Can India now replicate that? Pryor gets at the back end a little bit sideways coming out of that corner. That's going to be putting him under pressure now from Sanyala to come into turn 12, but he holds on. Moshin then in 4th place is the 323 kart. Poleman Vincent France is 4th. Matteo Richter is 5th. Tréliard is 6th. The top 6 together. Oh, Pryor defends going down the main straight. He leaves the door open. He's going to lose 3 or 4 places. Moshin takes 2nd. Pryor back to 5th. Axel Sanyala from Finland takes the race lead. They go through turn 3 into turn number 4 now. Lap number 3 out of 10. Pryor, that very distinctive driving style, using his body weight, moving around in the seat. He turns left, he moves his body right. You can see him coming into braking now. He's a very tall driver, moving around a lot in the seats. But it's the Teile Sports entry. Finland's Axel Sanyala who leads. Shahin Ali Moshin, 2nd place. He needs to just keep his head down. There's a couple of drivers running wide there at the back of the field. But the lead group now coming through turn number 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 karts. Bardas is in. Alexander Bardas is 7th. In kart number, it says Gazao in kart 354 in 7th. Then it's the 350 of Bardas. In 8th, Guy Cunnington is 9th. So a 9-kart lead pack, led by Finland's Axel Sanyala. Shahan Ali Moshin defending 2nd place. And you think to yourself, well, why was he doing that? It's early stage yet, but India have never had a driver anywhere near the podium in or the top 3 in any race in Grand Finals history. Until now, you think Shahan Ali Moshin is going to fight for all he's worth. Coming through turn number 7. Now, hard on the brakes. Vincent France in 3rd position is itching to get past Shahan Ali Moshin, but Moshin is covering his line. It's his right to. There is a big line of carts building up behind Moshin though, and this is great news for Axel Sanyala, who is pulling away at the front. Behind Moshin, France is 3rd. Then it's Pryor in 4th. Behind Pryor, it is Matteo Richter in 5th. 6th is Gazal. 7th is Cunnington. Oh, Moshin defending. He's going to get shovel wide. Vincent France makes a move. Pryor goes with him. Moshin's going to lose 2 places. He's going to lose 3 places in turn number 2. Matteo Richter also goes up into P4. No, Moshin fights back. Moshin fights back. Turn number 3 and 4 to hold on to that spot. Sanyala's breaking clear. Half distance now. Can Vincent France and Oakley Pryor pull clear of Shahan Ali Moshin and close in on the leader? Wheel-to-wheel stuff between Cesar Gazal and Matteo Richter for 5th place. Guy Cunnington is right there in 7th, followed by Bardas, Treyard, Sean-Michael Visser, Michael McCulloch, Axel Charpentier and Roy Kerfs, all in this group on your screens now, coming through turn number 10. Sanyala leads by over a second. That is going to be more like 2 seconds at the end of this lap. Let's have a look as we complete lap number 5. It is 1.537 seconds. Sanyala sets a new fastest lap. France being pushed along now by Oakley Pryor and Shahan Ali Moshin in 4th place. Well, he's got a good gap because they're battling over 5th, and that's now Guy Cunnington into P5. Cunnington into P5. Behind in this side-by-side for 6th position. And that slows them down, and that, who is that into 6th position now? It's the number 350 car, Alexander Bardes from Italy. So Italy now move into 6th place. Gazao is next. Then it's Treyard, Visser, McCulloch, Gessel, Curve, Charpentier and Amma Harris Jeffrey. Sanyala checks over his shoulder. The gap was 1.5 seconds. It's grown. It's now 1.8. So Sanyala has broken the toe. 2nd, 3rd, 4th. France, Pryor, Moshin. Then a gap back to Cunnington in 5th. Through turn 3 into turn number 4. Behind Cunnington, there's still that great scrap between Bardas, Richter, Trelliard and the rest. We've lost Matija Jurisic. Patrick Rundqvist is retired. 33 karts still running. Guy Cunnington making some good inroads into the battle for 2nd place. This is lap 7 out of 10, and Sanyala's on another blisteringly fast lap. Purple first sector for Axel Sanyala. The real race is now for 2nd place. Across the line comes Sanyala. France, Pryor, Moshin. They're not going to catch him. In fact, they're falling behind. Cunnington's going to try and bridge that gap in kart number 316. Oh, someone's gone through with a very poorly sounding kart there. An exhaust bracket has obviously broken on one of the karts back in the middle of the pack. Can't quite see who it is at the moment, but we have a 3-card battle for 2nd place. There's your race leader, number 332, Axel Sanyala. Into France, 323. Then the 336 of Pryor. And the 317 of Moshin. Cunnington. Then there's Bardas, 350. And Bardas has got about 4 or 5 kart lengths in hand over the 365 of Matteo Richter. Behind Richter, Treyard, McCulloch, Denmark Gessel, and Harris Jeffrey. Another good drive for the Malaysian. On to the penultimate lap. Still Oakley Pryor hasn't made his move. Now he looks inside. Oh, Pryor 2 wheels on the grass, and that costs Oakley Pryor 3rd place. Shahan Ali Moshin into P3 now. Well, Lebanon got a second place result earlier on in juniors. Can India match that in seniors? Around turn 7. Coming to the last lap board next time around. Sanyala is almost in cruise control. Now he can start saving his tyres. We haven't talked much about saving tyres because each race has been so close. But Sanyala can ease down, protect his tyre wear. He's under no threat. As you can see, he's not taking any curb coming out of turn number 10. Last lap board, checks over his shoulder. He knows that there's no one around him. But it's France, Mossin, Pryor and Guy Cunnington. Pryor signalling to Moshin, push, push. Moshin's going to defend for all he's worth though. He's got a third place finish within striking distance. Guy Cunnington is closing in on this battle for second, third and fourth. Pryor, what does Pryor do? Because Moshin's going to defend that third place. The more that Moshin defends, the closer Guy Cunnington gets and the more susceptible. And there goes Pryor around the outside of turn number 7. Does he make the move? No, he doesn't. In fact, Guy Cunnington passes the pair of them. So Moshin and Cunnington, Moshin and Pryor tripping over each other. Cunnington snatches third. France in kart 3 to 3 a second. Then it's Cunnington in third. Moshin is fourth. Pryor is fifth. But checkered flag for Finland's Axel Sanyala. Second for the poleman Vincent France. Who's going to get third? It's a drag race to the line. I think Guy Cunnington got third by a whisker over Shahan Ali Moshin. Pryor in fifth. Alex Bardas comes home in sixth position. Looking down, there is one. Not quite sure which kart that was. I think it may have been Charles Michael Visser's kart that had the exhaust bracket that was broken. Cesar Gezau retired in the latter stage of that race, but Axel Sanyala wins by 3.2 seconds. That is the biggest margin of victory we've seen throughout the grand final so far. In fact, I'm just going to check back to see, well, yesterday, got the results from yesterday. We had, well, Nicola Pico won by 2.5 seconds. But we only had 2 races yesterday that were decided by more than 1 second. And Axel Sanyala, in karting terms, that was a stroll in the park. And you want to see, and you can see that, see Oakley Pryor getting a little bit frustrated there on the last lap with Shahan Ali Moshin. But what Oakley has to understand is that yes, it's only a heat race, but for a driver to come from India, where karting is growing, but is certainly not at the same level as it is in places like the UK or around Europe, for that driver to suddenly find himself in the top 3 of a heat race at the grand finals, which is a world championship level event, that driver is going to defend. And maybe Oakley Pryor should have been aware of that. Yes, if it was a round of the British Championship, they might have played things differently, but it's not. And Shahan Ali Moshin, he may never get another chance to race at that level, at that position in an event like this. So he is going to fight tooth and nail for every position he can. There's your winning kart being put onto the stand. Axel Sanyala, Paul Klassen, the technical commissioner, advising Axel to move aside so they can do some checks. So it's Sanyala from France, Sanyala from Finland, France from Germany, Cunnington from the UK. That's top 3. Shahan Ali Moshin in 4th, Oakley Pryor 5th, 6th for Alexander Bardas, Theo Richter is 7th, Czech Republic. Then Michael McCulloch from New Zealand in 8th place, Jace Denmark Gessel in 9th, and Guillaume Trelliard round out the top 10. Amma Harris Jeffrey in 11th, Jan Matthias in 12th, Axel Charpentier is 13th, Roy Curves 14th, and Francisco Perez rounds out the top 15. Gonzalo Escalara is 15th, and then looking back, some of the drivers that didn't have a great run, Tanakrat Metovikikorn, put my teeth back in, Tanakrit Methivutikorn, something like that, Tan to his mates, 21st, Carl Risk from Lebanon, 22nd, Jakub Kolasa down in 23rd, Sufyan Sal, he had a problem, he finishes down in 32nd place, and Cesar Gazal was up in the top 10 He finished down in 33rd, or rather didn't finish, but was classified 33rd. Patrick Rundqvist and Matija Jurisic failed to finish. There is the view of this wonderful circuit. There will now be a break for lunch. So, welcome back to the commentary box, the studio here. Remind you once again that the Race Studio Live will be at 6:30 this evening local time, about an hour after the racing finishes. Jen Wade will be in our live studio with a host of guests and interviews. She's out filming around in the paddock at the moment. It's a lot of fun, and please tune in for that. We'll be back at just after 1:45. Let's check the timetable. There we go. It's on the screen there. 6:30 timetable. So it's about 1:30 is the next race. In fact, 1:26 local time. So we'll be back a few minutes before then on the live stream. Thank you very much for joining us, wherever you are in the world. I hope you enjoyed this morning's action. DD2 Masters and DD2 are up next for their first heats, and then everyone else has got one more heat to go this afternoon. It is going to be a breathless afternoon of racing. We will see you very soon.
bist du nur dahinter irgendwo? Siehst du, wo der Florian ist?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're watching around the world. You're looking at the Circuito Internacional Napoli at Sarno, and we are now getting underway with the busiest afternoon of racing here in the 2019 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. In the next 5 hours or so, each one of the 370 drivers will compete in at least one race. Some of the drivers in DD2 Masters and DD2 will compete in 2. And it is going to be the afternoon that decides where every one of our drivers starts in the pre-final tomorrow. So we've had a bunch of very, very exciting races this morning, and I'm sure that is going to continue this afternoon. This is DD2 Masters Group A versus C. Robert Pazewski and Nicholas Verheul on row 1 for Austria and South Africa. Henrys Gruber from Latvia and Arto Savenius on row 2 from Finland. Row number 3, Eric Kasparovic from Latvia and Horacio Torres from Chile. Slawomir Moransky, and I'm not sure if Slawomir is out there, he was injured yesterday, and Chris Walton from Australia. Then it is Luis Ignacio Valenzuela from Chile and Rudy Champion from France. Christoph Adams from Belgium and Dimitris Zervos from Greece are on row number 6. Row 7, Gustavo Carrera from Argentina and Manolis Tsabriakis from Greece. Then we have Alessandro Glauser and Fernando Guzzi on row 8, representing Switzerland and Brazil. Row 9, Leonardo Nienkotter from Brazil and Jonathan Peters from South Africa. Gaston Amboade from Argentina and Tommy Helfinger from Germany are on row number 10. Row 11, Michael Becker and Gerardo Meyer from Germany and Mexico, respectively. Jan Andreasen and Juan Hernandez are on row 12. Row 13, we have Sergei Pidotter from Ukraine and Geza Fodor from Hungary. Diego Lozov from Brazil and Jeppe Nielsen from Denmark. They start on row 40. Row number 15 on what will be a 34-kart grid. Maxim Shapashinkov and Leo Lim, with Donko Kim and Enrique Vasquez rounding out the field. Now, engines are fired. We will be underway for what will be a 10-lap race very shortly. There is the view from the dummy grid. 35 drivers, I believe, head out onto the circuit. This 1,547 metre circuit still bathed in glorious sunshine. This is going to be a high-speed afternoon. Slawomir Moransky in kart number 546, sadly a non-starter. We hope that Slawomir is okay. He was involved in a nasty crash yesterday with Primoz Matalic. Primoz is back at the track and he is still competing in this event, but it's Austria and South Africa on the first row of the grid. Yesterday, in the 2 DD2 Masters heats that we had, it was a win in the first race for Antti Ollikainen. Henrys Gruber and Eric Kasparovic were second and third, with Pazewski in fourth, and Nicholas Verheul won his heat, followed by Matthias Rodriguez, Jari Koivisto and James Beecroft. So Pazewski fast overall in time qualifying. Can he translate that into a heat win? So we're coming into turn number 12. Pazewski, Verheul, Gruber, Savenius, Kasparovic, Torres, Walter, Valenzuela. Lights are out. Some of the tail enders are left lagging quite badly at the start, but we are off and racing through turn number 1. Now down the long straight towards turn 2, up to 130 kilometers an hour. Pazewski hard on the brakes, takes the lead through turn number 1. Gruber up in the second place. Henrys Gruber, I'm going to call him Hans Gruber before the end of the week, I know it. but not now. Henry Schruber holding on to P2. Really strong performance so far from the Latvian, but it's number 541, Robert Pazewski, who leads the way into turn number 7. Now down the straight, the back straight towards turn 8, past the driver's tent on the right-hand side of your screen. Now into turn 8 we go. A nice steady start for everybody. I think it was quite helpful. It was quite spread out to the back of the field. It does mean that everybody is now settling down, getting into a rhythm. At the end of lap number 1, Pazewski checks over his shoulder. He leads from Gruber. Gasparovic in second. The two Latvian drivers very well placed. There's a battle for the lead. Pazewski defends the inside from Gruber. Gruber has another look. Gasparovic's in third. Verheul is fourth for South Africa. Now side by side for third between Verheul and Gasparovic, but Gasparovic holds on to the place behind them. That is the blue and white race suit of Aldo Savenius and Rodrigo Eckholt. Eckholt with the red back on that blue race suit from Chile in kart number 557. He's in front of Savenius. Chris Walton is next. Then it's Ruby Champion, Luis Ignacio Valenzuela, Christoph Adams, Dimitris Zervos, Gustavo Carrera. Pazewski hanging on to lead. And yesterday I did notice that Pazewski was very aggressive in the early laps. He wanted to hold on to that top spot. Eventually he made a little bit of a mistake and fell back, but still finished strongly in fourth. We complete lap number 2. The field plunged through turn number 1. You can see some of the drivers just scrabbling for grip there. Now down towards turn 2. One of the longest straights in European karting. These DD2 Masters drivers. Masters class, 2-speed gearbox kart for drivers aged 32 and over. And they come around turn number 5, 130 kilometres an hour before at the end of that long straight. Hard on the brakes, you can see the dark lines on the track there where all the rubber has been laid down from these Mojo D5 tyres. Now we're up towards turn number 8 and 9 now. They flick out of turn 8, there's that concrete runoff at the exit. And then the corner tightens and tightens. Cuts back on itself. Oh, and there's a move back at turn number 10, and that was Rudy Champion making a move on Arto Savenius late on the brakes there. But the top 2 now breaking clear. Pazewski, followed by Gruber, Gasparovic. Let's see how much the slipstream works. Gasparovic starts that back straight about 10 kart lengths behind the top 2. By the time we get to the braking zone for turn 2, that gap is down to 2 or 3 kart lengths. So slipstream still well in effect in Masters. Verheul and Torres now fighting over 4th place. In fact, I think Horacio Torres for Chile is into P4. No, briefly he was. Verheul has fought back. South Africa. Chua Peng Chu from Singapore has not started this one, so we've got 34 drivers in the race. Hopefully Chua Peng Chu from Singapore is okay and is not having to withdraw from the event, but the rest of the field still running strongly out of turn number 8 now. And up towards turn 9, Pazewski has weathered the storm, so to speak. Gasparovic in 3rd place. He's going to challenge his countryman Gruber for that 2nd spot, or will he work with his countryman to try and get past the Austrian? So it's the 3 red and white race suits, but the Latvian suit a darker shade of wine than the Austrian red. Here we go. Pazewski checks over his shoulder, defends the inside line. Gruber goes to the outside, tries to cut underneath. Going into the braking zone, but can't quite make it. Verheul is in P4. 5th for Torres. Champion is 6th for France. Then it is Savenius, Luis Ignacio Valenzuela, Chris Walton, the bright green and yellow Team Australia race suit. He follows the 2nd of the 2 Chilean drivers in the top 8. Walton in 9th. Dimitris Zervos for Greece. Very smart looking dark blue and white race suit for Team Greece this year. He is there in 10th place. Gustavo Carrera is 11th. Christoph Adams, the most experienced Masters of them all, is in 12th, followed by Alexandro Glauser, Manolis Savradiakis, Leonardo Ninkota, Gaston Abuade, Fernando Gutzi and Jonathan Peterson. Enrique Vasquez has dropped down a little bit and is down in 34th place. Once again, Pazewski defends into turn 2. There's a move. Champion looking at the inside of Torres, but holds off and Now you see Pazewski's defending his line, and that is causing the lead pack to bunch up. So Gruber starting to look for a way past the race leader. He took a wide line into turn 5. But no gap appears. Gruber has to make do with sitting in the second place, but Pazewski certainly not got the pace to pull away. The more he defends, the bigger that chasing pack is going to get. Verheul in 4th place in that dark green South African race suit. Then it is Champion with a predominantly black front, and the French tricolour on the rear shoulders. Torres is next, his countryman Ignacio Valenzuela is behind Arto Savenas looking for a way past Torres coming out of turn number 2. Behind Savenas is Valenzuela, then it's Chris Walton. Behind Chris Walton, Zervos, Adams, Carrera and Glauser. Now got a lead group as we're on lap number 7 out of 10. We've got a lead group 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 drivers back to Glauser and Nienkotter, and Fernando Gutzi is not too far off that lead group as well. He's in P15. Pazewski holding his line. You can see the bright yellow race suit, that's Christoph Adams in the yellow and red race suit, driver number 555. This is his 15th Grand Finals appearance. Very hazy afternoon sunshine here in Sarno. And there's a move, Gruber to the inside of turn number 1. He plants one to the inside of race leader Robert Pazewski, and now Heinrich Gruber has the advantage. Hard on the brakes, down to the gears for turn 2. Gruber runs a little bit wide. Pazewski gets a good run off the corner, but can't hold the line through turn number 3. Has to back into second place and to break into turn number 5. Now Gasparovic's in 3rd place for Champion in 4th. Rudy Champion has made the move on Nicolas Verheul, with Torres, Savenas and Valenzuela following closely behind. A little bit of a gap then developing to Dimitri Zervos, who's gone past Chris Walton for 9th place. Adams is right behind them in the yellow and red race suit for Team Belgium. Then it's Argentina's Gustavo Carrera, that familiar light blue and white Argentine strip. But Heinrich Gruber, driver number 5'9", leads, starting lap number 9 out of 10. Pazewski's in his wheel tracks. Pazewski checks over his shoulder. Gruber, head down. Champion to the inside of Gasparovic for 3rd. Makes the move. Good move there from Rudy Champion. Pazewski, a little bit tardy through turns 4 and 5, and that has backed up the pack, and it's allowed Gruber to get clear. Heinrich Gruber has got air between himself and his nearest rivals now. Rudy Champion having a little look at possibly passing Pazewski. Will he dive into braking into turn number 8? No, single file through turn number 8. Gasparovic is 4th, Verheul is 5th. Then it is Torres, Savenas, Valenzuela, Zervos and Walton. Into turn 12. We start the 10th and final lap. Gruber has the advantage through turn number 1. Full chat now down the main straight. Pazewski defending second. Rudy Champion wheel to wheel, 130 kilometers an hour. Champion has to swing to the outside. Verheul to the inside of Gasparovic for 4th. Now Verheul runs a little bit wide. Gasparovic gets backed up, and that in turn causes the drivers behind to trip over each other. I think Torres may have lost out to Savenas. Arto Savenas from Finland now moves up a position. But it's Heinrich Gruber, 5'9", into turn number 7, followed by the 544 kart of Rudy Champion. Then the poleman Robert Pazewski from Austria in 3rd. Verheul is 4th, Gasparovic is 5th, and then it's Savenas in 6th for Finland. Out of turn 8 for the final time, Chris Walton and Christopher Adams were side by side battling over 9th and 10th places. Are they still side by side? I think they both lost a position or two, but the checkered flag waves. Heinrich Gruber takes the win from Rudy Champion, Robert Pazewski. Nicolas Verheul is 4th, Alex Gasparovic is 5th, Arto Savenas takes 6th, then it's Horacio Torres is 7th. Luis Ignacio Valenzuela is 8th. Dimitri Servos 9th. Chris Walton 10th. Gustavo Correra in 11th. Christopher Adams, that battle with Chris Walton cost him, he finishes back in 12th position. And behind Adams, Leonardo Nienkotter, Jonathan Peterson, Fernando Gutzi, Manolis, Samuel Diakis, Alessandro Glauser, Tommy Helfinger in 18th, Castan Abuade 19th, and Yarai Meyer from Mexico rounds out the top 20. But a solid race there, a good win for Heinrich Gruber, and that's the second time now we have seen Robert Pazewski starting at the front but having to defend, struggling for a little bit of race pace, I think, but finishes in the top 3, and well, points mean prizes, and he is collecting some decent points from his first 2 races. Into the holding area, or into the Parc Ferme area come the drivers. Heinrich Gruber first onto the weighbridge. And the full result, provisionally of course, as a hazy line of clouds falls over the circuit, Heinrich Gruber wins for Latvia, followed by Rudy Champion, Robert Pazewski from Austria. Then Nicholas Verheugen in 4th for South Africa, Eric Skrasparowicz 5th for Latvia. Artur Savenius, Horacio Torres, Luis Ignacio Valenzuela, Dimitris Zervos and Chris Walton round out the top 10. Carrera, Adams, Nienkotter, Peterson and Gutzi the rest of the top 15. 5 seconds separate the top 11. And outside the top 20, you see Diego Lozo from Brazil coming home in 21st. 10 seconds separate the top 21 drivers. That's very impressive indeed. And a bit further back is Maxim Shapashinkov finishing in 31st. Enrique Vasquez, well, here's a little story about Enrique Vasquez. Finished 34th. He's got none other than Terry Fullerton helping him out this weekend. Enrique just coming into karting very recently. He's 58 years old, second in the Mexican Championship this year, and he got his ticket, the last ticket in the Mexican Championship, so he's got Ayrton Senna's greatest rival helping him out. And Vasquez himself said, listen, he finished stone last, 72nd in last year's Grand Finals. He's 58 years old, this is a hobby, he's one of the oldest drivers here. In fact, I think he is the oldest driver here this year, and he is here for fun, to learn, but why not bring one of the greatest kart racers of all time along to a bit of coaching and a bit of moral support. Now there's your onboard camera as we watch from the start of the dummy grid ahead of the second DD2 Masters race, and I have to say that the bright sunshine that was over the circuit all week really, it has given way to a light carpet of hazy cloud. It will mean the circuit temperature drops, and that will pose some setup issues for the drivers. The circuit will be a little bit cooler than it has been over the past 2 days. Our onboard camera, courtesy of KART-DATA, is on the outside front row starter for this one. Driver number 563, Matias Rodriguez. He finished second in his first heat yesterday, and you're going to get some great shots from that as the race progresses. Pole position though, driver number 537, Antti Olekainen from Finland, the 39-year-old from Kempele, finished champion this year. Just adjusting his crash helmet. Of course, every driver has their own little pre-race ritual. Antti doesn't get in the kart until the very last moment. Some of the DD2 Masters drivers don't get into the kart at the very last moment because they're arthritic and old. I'm joking, but Antti, one of his traditionals, pre-race rituals, is to get into the kart at the very last moment. He starts from pole with Argentina's Matias Rodriguez on the outside of row number 1. Rodrigo Eckel from Chile and João Oliveira from Portugal are on row number 2. Row 3, Primoz Matalish, a bit banged up, but out there he is in 5th place of the grid alongside Jari Koivisto, Matalish representing Slovenia. Jared Freeston from Canada and James Beecroft from the United Kingdom. They start on row number 4. There's Beecroft in kart 517 on the right-hand side of your screen. Nicolas Mazinas and Troy Bretherton are next, and Igor Mukin and Derek Wang. Carl Claribo from Belgium and Peter Guitai from Hungary are on row 7. Scott Howard from Australia and Fabio Creti. The ever colourful Italian is on row number 8 with Howard. We'll get back to Scott Howard. Australian fans, listen up very shortly. Andrea Sotado from Chile and Nathan Mowell from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma are on row number 9. Javier Campo and Patricio Spinella are on row number 10. Row 11 sees Kirilo Beryuk from Poland and David Malcolm from New Zealand. Shintaro Tomomura from Japan and Timothy Shutt from the United States. They're on row number 12. Row 13 is Tony Hogg from the UAE and Kei Yuji from Japan. Alexander Gauthier from Canada and Gianluca Elmosi are next. Elmosi had a problem yesterday. Hopefully he is out there as well. 28th with Brett Brito from South Africa and Kengo Sugiyama on row 15. Row 16, Alan Koch from Denmark and Carlos Rodriguez. Row number 17, Patrick Sarara from Lebanon. Hussein Hamid Ali is next, and then Marwan Nadim from Egypt. Now, Scott Howard, while we wait for the signal. So I've seen the Aussie Pro Tour doing some Facebook Live videos earlier on, and Scott Howard was roaming the paddock, as is his wont, trying to teach people some Australian slang. Well, boys and girls at home, I shall now enlighten you with some Welsh slang. We'll get Filippo Laghi to do this in the commentary box a little bit, but there's some very distinctive Welsh phrases like, all right, boyo, how you doing? That's number 1, so repeat at home. All right, boyo, how you doing? The next one is tidy darts. You've got to get 3 A's, tidy darts. Filippo Laghi's listening here in the commentary box. We'll bring him in for the DD2 race in a minute. Hope he's got his Welsh slang. And the third one is, who's course that jacket? So, there's the 3 phrases that I expect all of you back home watching to be learning. All right, boyo, how you doing? Tidy darts, and who's caught that jacket? Okay, enough of that. DD2 Masters. Up next. 10 laps, 34 drivers. Engines revving. See the little puffs of smoke coming out of the exhaust as the drivers get these Rotax Max engines up to full song. And we are on track for the rolling lap. There is the view outside of turn number 1. Long straight down towards turn 2. 34 drivers, I believe, out in this race. 10 laps. Antti Ollikainen, he won his heat race yesterday. Matthias Rodriguez, who starts second with a camera on his kart, he finished second in his first heat yesterday, starts second his first race today. There is the view coming down towards turn number 8. That is the view. You can see the spectators in the grandstand to your left on the screen. There's Ollikainen now. That curb coming out of turn number 8 there. It's a flat curve, but just beyond it is a bit of a dip into the grass. You've seen several drivers sort of trip over that. Now into turn 9, that raised curb at turn 9, so you don't want to get on that curb. It unsettles the car a lot. You see on the outside curb there, the left-hand side of your screen now, that's a sawtooth curve. That's very tricky to get on. Around turn number 10, see the photographers there just getting great shots of this event, which go to the online media and the print media all around the world. So here we go, turn 12, in front of the Rotax Club. Into the tram lines, there are the tram lines. Don't brake until the lights above you change. Now we're racing, 10 laps. Ollikainen makes a good start. Matthias Rodriguez runs a little bit wide coming out of that first corner, and I think that's going to allow Rodrigo Eccles. But no, Rodriguez right on Ollikainen's rear bumper. bump drafting at 130 kilometers an hour, under braking now for turn number 2. Olaikainen runs a little bit wide, but Rodriguez can't get alongside him. He slips back into second place. A couple of drivers at the back of the field running wide onto the dirt. There is the top 2 as you were on the grid. Oh, and a collision at the back of the pack coming into turn number 4. There's 5 or 6 carts all bundled up together. That's going to cause a little bit of a traffic jam as they try to get themselves disentangled, but it is Olaikainen from Rodriguez. Then Rodrigo Eckholt in third. Into turn number 9 now, on board with Matthias Rodriguez, chasing race leader Antti Olaikainen, hard on the brakes. Olaikainen doesn't take the apex on the inside, lets the kart float out towards the outside of the corner, then adjusts for turn 11. Now into turn 12, late apex at turn 12, doesn't hit the curb on the exit. Now full speed through turn number 1. Will Matthias Rodriguez get the slipstream? He's right on his bumper. Eckholt is third. João Oliveira is a long way back in 4th place. Behind Oliveira is Freeston, then Matulish, Bretherton, Koivisto, Beecroft in 9th, Wang is 10th, and of Mukin, Clerivo, and Hurtado with Goitai and Creti next in line. We'll have a little look back to see we lost. Mikilos Mazinas, Carlos Rodriguez, and Patrick Serrala have failed to complete the opening lap. They were caught up in that incident we saw earlier on at the background of the screen. But the top 3 now nose to tail because Rodrigo Eckholt in kart 557 has caught Matthias Rodriguez and Antti Olaikainen. Big gap back to Oliveira in 4th. Jared Freeston for Team Canada is running in 5th place, and that's a great start for Team Canada. But Scott Howard has had a problem. He's fallen quite a ways back. Matulish in 6th, then it's Bretherton, Koivisto, Beecroft, Wang. Here we go, on board once again with Rodriguez. Doesn't challenge Olaikainen, prefers to sit in his wheel tracks, hoping that Antti Olaikainen's pace will help pull him away from Rodrigo Eckholt, who chases behind. But the real battle is the 4th place. João Oliveira for Portugal in kart number 506. He has got a whole host of trouble poking round his rear end. Freeston, Matulish, Bretherton, Koivisto, Beecroft, Wang, Mukin, Clerivo, Hurtado are all there, and they all want a little piece of the action. So what can João Oliveira do about it? Well, he's got to get his head down, try and ease away. They come out to turn number 1. Now Antti Olaikainen, good lap from Antti Olaikainen, 60.068 seconds, fastest lap of the race. He extends advantage over Matthias Rodriguez to 0.6 of a second, and he's broken the toe. Critically, he has broken the toe. Rodrigo Eckholt in 3rd. Now closing in on Matthias Rodriguez. So just behind this car we're on board with now, Rodrigo Eckholt is searching for a way around at the brake for turn number 7. Down the straight towards turn 8. Still Oliveira in 4th place, but he is 2 seconds off this battle for P2. And side by side that is Troy Bretherton running a little bit wide in the Team Australia kart number 532, and that allows Jari Koivisto to get alongside him. In fact, Koivisto, Primoz Matulish has made the move. So it's now Oliveira 4th, Freeston 5th, 6th for Bretherton, Matulish 7th, Koivisto 8th, and James Beecroft is 9th for Team Great Britain. Down that long straight towards turn 2, Antti Olaikainen continues to ease away. The gap still 0.6 of a second. Matthias Rodriguez's main job now is to not allow Rodrigo Eckholt to get in the slipstream. He has got to try and maintain that 5-6 kart length gap back to the Chilean driver in kart number 557. 36 years old, Rodrigo Eckholt. Finished 18th in this event a year ago. Looking good in this one. Oliveira, after struggling in the opening few laps, has now got a handy little advantage in 4th place over the driver's right. So as Oliveira comes out of the final corner, you can see him there on your screens, briefly checking over his shoulder. There's João Oliveira, half green, half red race suit. He has got a 10 kart length advantage over Jared Freeston. Freeston having to keep Troy Bretherton behind him. Bretherton looking strong in kart 532 for Team Australia. Then it's Matilish, Koivisto, Beecroft, Mukin, Wang, Claribon, Goitai having a good run for Team Hungary. Patricio Spinella and Andrea Gauthier have retired, so we're down to about 29 drivers. Scott Howard down in 18th place, battling away with Nathan Mowell from Team USA. And there's Troy Bretherton again. Bretherton makes the move in turn number 8 on Jared Freeston, but that has slowed them down. There's the good battle there. Behind Bretherton and Freeston is Matilish, Primoz Matilish, with Jari Koivisto and James Beecroft right behind them. In fact, Koivisto also passing Primoz Matilish, and I know that Matilish is not 100% because he had Slavomir Moransky drive over the top of him yesterday, which didn't please Primoz very much, but also means that his fitness is not feeling quite so chipper at the moment. He's starting to fall back a little bit, but there is Olakainen on lap number 8, followed by Rodriguez, then Eccles, 3rd, 4th, Oliveira, 5th, Bretherton. Bretherton now pulling away from Freeston in 6th. Freeston's got Koivisto right behind him. Koivisto, does he look to the inside? Coming in turn number 8? No, he does not. Matilish is next. Then it's Beecroft, and behind Beecroft is Derek Wang, Igor Mukin, Carl Cleribo, Peter Goitai, Andres Hurtado, and Fabio Creti. Through turn number 1, there's Bretherton pulling away. Jared Freeston under pressure now from Jari Koivisto. Into turn number 2, Freeston defends. Matilish trying to go around the outside. James Beecroft and Matilish wheel to wheel. Beecroft falls back into line. Now Beecroft looks to the inside at turn number 5 on Matilish, but has to drop back once again, and that allows Derek Wang to have a look at the inside of the British 177 driver. Beecroft though holds off the American. Derek Wang from California. Wang himself is under pressure. Derek Wang in kart number 514. He's got the Russian driver in kart 505, Igor Mukhin behind him. That's the dark grey suit for Igor Mukhin. And Freeston definitely is the cork in the bottle here as we go on to lap number 9. Best battle now. Freeston has got Koivisto alongside him. We're back on board with Matthias Rodriguez. The gap 0.8 of a second. The race leader, Antti Olakainen. Olakainen looking to make it 2 wins out on 2. Through turn 4, braking for turn 5, left 180 degrees, back on the power, flat out through turn number 6, wait for the second curve, hit the second curve, now brake, straighten the kart up for turn number 7, run out wide, not onto the curbs, grass on the outside of the track there, hard on the brakes, turn in, clip the apex, keep turning, run over the curb on the exit of the corner, set yourself up for turn number 9, avoid that inside curve there, that could bounce the kart clean across the circuit. Turn 10, oh, and Rodriguez clipped the curb there at turn 10, you saw, and that bounced the kart wide. Great illustration from the onboard camera there, because just his left front wheel clipped that curb on turn 10, and it bounced the kart wide, and the gap has now grown to over a second. So that one mistake cost Matthias Rodriguez 0.3 of a second. We're on the final lap now. The leaders quite spread out. It's Olakainen, Rodriguez, Eccles, Oliveira. Behind Oliveira, Troy Bretherton closing in on João Oliveira, and a big gap behind Bretherton to Jared Freeston. Jared Freeston, the Canadian driver, doing all he can to hold on. In fact, no, Freeston's dropped back. It's Jari Koivisto now in 6th, Matilish is 7th, 8th to Freeston, Beecroft is 9th, and Wang still holding up a place in the top 10. But Antti Olakainen, driving kart 537, that number guided Cristiano Morgado to one of his 5 world titles, a point that Cristiano made to Antti last night. There is the checkered flag, win number 2 on the day, on the week, for Antti Olakainen. Here comes the rest of the field out of the final corner. It's Koivisto and Matanish going across the line. Freeston, Beecroft, Mukin, Olakainen, Rodriguez and Eckholt, the top three. Oliveira, Bretherton, Koivisto, Matanish, Freeston in 8th, Beecroft 9th, Mukin in 10th, Carl Claribo in 11th. Looking down the order, looks like we had 29 drivers finish that race. Alan Brito, the South African, in 29th, after he had a bit of a problem earlier on. Fabio Creti finishing 13th. Derek Wang actually falls back to 14th there, right at the end of the race, just in front of his countryman Nathan Mowell. Scott Howard struggles home in 17th place. Javier Campo down in 20th. But at the moment, Antti Olakainen marking himself out as the driver to beat in DD2 Masters. And like the unnamed driver said to me off the microphone in practice on Tuesday, he said, I'm just following Antti because if I beat Antti, that means I beat everybody. There is the view as Antti Olakainen goes across the weighbridge. There's a couple of drivers shaking hands. That's Carl Claribo in the yellow suit, shaking hands with the Portuguese driver. That was João Oliveira. And there goes Matias Rodriguez with our camera on board. He goes across the weighbridge. Go back onto the weighbridge. Rodrigo Eckholt is next. But as we watch we'll wait for the results to come up. The next two races will be in DD2. And joining me in the commentary box very shortly will be Filippo Laghi, who gave us some great insight yesterday, a 5-time Grand Finals competitor, multiple Italian champion. He's been helping Elia Galvan to some very impressive performances so far this week. And Filippo doesn't know it yet, but he's going to have his first Welsh slang lesson. So what the Aussies are doing out in the Facebook Live, out in the paddock, will do appear in the commentary box. But here's the results. Heat 2, Rotax Max DD2 Masters, Group B and D. Antti Olakainen wins by 1.4 seconds from Matias Rodriguez from Argentina. Rodrigo Eckholt from Chile is third. João Oliveira from Portugal is fourth. Troy Bretherton from Australia comes home in P5. From Finland, Jari Koivisto, 2 Finns in the top 6. He finishes in 6th place. Primoz Matanish, strong result for Primoz, in 7th. Jared Freeston comes home in 8th. James Beecroft is 9th. And Igor Mukin rounds out the top 10. Followed by Carl Claribo, Andres Hurtado, Fabio Creti, Derek Wang, Nathan Mowell, Peter Goitai, Scott Howard, and Shintaro Tomomura from Japan rounds out the top 18. David Malcolm and Javier Campo complete the top 20. Look further back, several drivers failed to finish. We had 34 starters. A couple of drivers went out on the opening lap. Patricio Spinella and Alexandre Gauthier, they also failed to finish. So that concludes the first set of DD2 Masters heats today. They have another heat to go later on. There is the weighbridge. But joining me once again up here in the commentary box is Filippo Laghi. Filippo, welcome back. Firstly, we'll talk about your driver, Elia Galvanin. Another good morning for Elia.
Yeah, very good second lead for him. And he had the chance to win because he was really fast, but I think he did some mistake because of the experience, because it is the first ever Grand Final on top positions for him. So I think I did a small mistake at the main straight at the beginning of the race, because he left the door open and a lot of drivers had the chance to pass him with the slipstream, but then he had an excellent race pace. And he finished the race in P3, and it's very good for him.
Oh, good. That's and again, it's good to see. It's always good to see the home nation performing well. It gives the fans, the spectators, a lot to cheer for. But now, so as you know, Filippo, I am Welsh and proud, and the Australians were out in the paddock. They were going, "G'day, mate," throw another couple of snags on the barbie and all that sort of stuff. And they were going around to various people that wouldn't necessarily speak English to get them to say Australian. So in Wales, we have several key phrases. Now, how about this? All right, boyo, how are you?
Bene, grazie.
No,
in
but
Italian,
say,
sorry.
you have to repeat after me. All right, boyo, how are you?
It's too hard for me, sorry.
No, check it out. We'll get you later.
It's still hard for me in English, and
Never
the
mind,
slang is also more difficult.
So here we go then with the grid. We'll come back to that later on. Petr Březel from the Czech Republic and Nicola Pico on the front row of the grid. On the outside on row 2, Christian Trolese from Italy and Ville Veliainen from Finland. Row number 3, Adrian Prunosa from Spain and Erich Kuhne from Estonia. Daniel Makashek from Austria and Alejandro Lopez from Spain starts from row number 4. Row 5, Marek Mizera from the Czech Republic and Mark Duholm from Denmark. Row 6, Diego Portel from Chile and Zenderu representing Slovenia. Row number 7, Ragnar Virus from Estonia and Jonathan Thomas from South Africa. Row 8, after a big crash yesterday, Waylon Wyman from South Africa and Jakob Březel, Petr's younger brother. Then it's Pedro Pinto and Yuso Pantia, Lorenzo Alborta and Sivert Moylan. That's your top 20. Outside the top 20, Max Fleischmann, Kyle Kumaran, Ben Habib, Benson Lin. Then on row 13, Anzi Dovzak, Ruan Belarasio, Nicholas Graintz, Mario Saban, down in 28th position, with Rafael Rees, Jacob Robinson, Luis Felipe Capamayan from Peru, Imki Arts, from the Netherlands, Daniel Vonica, from Romania, Francisco Palladino, Alejandro Herrera, and Dimitris Vasileris. So that is your starting grid, and I think we've got 36. There was maybe one gap there. Somebody, position 31. We'll have to see about that. But looking at the grid there, Petr Březel and Nicola Pico, yesterday's 2 race winners. So this is a really good head-to-head battle.
Yeah.
Those 2 at the moment undefeated. At least one of them will have their first defeat of the week in the next 10 laps.
At the moment, they are the 2 drivers more in shape, I think, because they won. They hit yesterday, but they won very well. Not with the wheel-to-wheel or a lot of strong battle. They won without problems.
Yes,
so
pure
they
pace.
were very, very
They won
fast.
on pure speed.
Yeah, the pure speed. But I want to have a look to other 2 drivers that I think they are very fast. The first of them, I think, is Xanderuv, because in the second heat yesterday he did a great comeback with a lot of overtake in the hairpin of the paddock. Very difficult point to make the overtake. And the other one is Jakob Březel, because Jakob Březel, he had not a very good qualifying. I think he had a lot of bad luck for me. But yesterday in his heat, he did an unbelievable comeback, because he climbed, I think, 10 positions or something like that. So I want to have a look at those 2 drivers. And of course, to the Italian driver, Christian Trolese, who starts in the second row, because he is very fast, and he finished yesterday the heat in P3.
Now, interesting, because of course I've been saying on the live stream that all the drivers in the drivers' tent, you're in your nation. So all the Italian drivers, for example, are together. When Christian Trolese has been watching, it's now 2 o'clock in the afternoon here, local time. Racing started 4.5 hours ago. In that race, we've had several good performances from the Italians. So Christian's all morning has seen Italian drivers coming back. Yes, pumped up.
Yeah, of
results.
course. This is very important. This is very important for the team, and it gives to the driver a lot of positive energy.
So
to
he's
see
going
the
to
other
be
drivers very
going
fast.
out into this race really
of
pumped
course.
up. So we look at the spectators of the grandstand. On board camera with Jakob Březel in kart number 438. So we're going to get a very good look at Jakob Březel. He's following Jonathan Thomas in line. So 34 drivers, 10 laps. Petr Březel, Nicola Pico, and then Christian Trolese, Ville Veliainen, Adrian Prunosa and Eric Kuhn, Daniel Makasek and Alejandro Lopez. So 2 Spanish drivers as well, very well placed, but 2 Czech drivers, and of course Diego Portel, Zenderu coming from outside the top 10. Lights are out, we're off and racing in the tournament. Oh, Nicola Pico, very good round the outside. Petr Březel, a little bit slow away. Nicola Pico making the best start. Clear lead down towards turn 2. And let's have a look now, under braking. Round the outside, there goes Jakob Bezel safely through behind Diego Portel now. So a good start. Wow, Peter Bezel, Felipe, caught napping a little bit. He was not great off the line as we've got.
Oh, there is a crash, Henry, a crash at the third corner. Two drivers are in the back of the group now, and they are rejoining the race now.
Some of them don't look to be in very good shape at all, but Bezel in second position in kart 445. Nicola Pico, great start, round the outside.
Yeah, it's not easy to start with the DD2. We have to pay attention because the DD2 needs a particular procedure for the start, because sometimes the engine is too much rich of fuel, and the ability of the driver is to take the engine at 100% when it's necessary to open the throttle for the start. And I think Bezel had not a very good engine ready for the start, and Pico, yes. So Pico had a better start, but now we see the race pace of Bezel that yesterday was very, very good.
And Nicola Pico coming down the main straight just then, he didn't even have to defend. He was out of the slipstream. So
yeah, this is a perfect situation for Pico now, because Bezel has to defend his position and Pico is alone in front, and I think he has the pace and the speed to open the gap now. And this is the situation that the driver likes so much, because you don't have to look at your shoulder, and you can be concentrate on your pace.
But of course, Peter Bezel has now Villavian. Oh, there's a move there. That was Makashek trying to make a move in about 7th place. But of course, Villavian in 3rd place. Then the Spanish drivers. Lajo Lopez is in 4th. And behind Lajo Lopez is Mark Duholm. Zen Derua up to 6th position. So the top 5 are clear. And then a gap back to Zen Derua in 6th position. But now Peter Bezel and Lajo Lopez passes Villavian for 3rd. Now this is bad news for Nicola Pico, because behind Peter Bezel, they are now fighting for 3rd place. Lajo Lopez and Villavian, they're slowing down. Bezel no longer has to defend. He can start to attack Nicola Pico.
Bezel has closed the gap on Pico.
Oh, contact there. Sorry.
Yes, Bezel has closed the gap on Pico. I said before that Bezel has got a really, really excellent pace, and he is very smart. So I think now he will do the right thing maybe, and he has a little bit of gap from the driver in 3rd place. So I think he will try the overtake at the end of the straight using the slipstream of Pico. Well, and Harry, yesterday another driver very fast was Maciek, the Austrian.
Yes,
and he did purple, and now he's still in a good place. So have a look also at him.
Yeah, he's fallen back to 10th place. Christian Trolese is back into 8th. So Bezel doesn't make the move now.
No.
So you'll see the 2 leaders close the tail.
Now he tries to in the exit of the corner. But here is very difficult to try the overtake, because when you try to pass another driver here in the left hairpin, the acceleration is really, really slow. So in this moment, the best way to do for Bezel is wait in the 2nd place and try the overtake only the straight for me.
And are you watching? So as your driver, so put yourself in Peter Bezel's shoes. You know, you're following the kart. Do you stay behind a little bit? No, you don't. You make a move. I was going to say, but he's running a little bit wide, side by side. Pico fights back. Now, Peter Bezel has shown he is strong there. He has found a little weakness.
I think he's trying to make the overtake because he feels himself faster. He said, I am faster and I can make the move and escape from the pack. I think Pico is defending now.
But and of course that battle is bringing Lajo Lopez, it's bringing Villavian, it's bringing Mark Duholm from Denmark in kart 435 in 5th position into play. Zen Derua in 6th, Eric Kuhn 7th, Trolese in 8th, coming to your screen there in kart number 472. Then it's Makashek, just a little bit further back from Austria. But that battle, you know, the move didn't work, and now more and more people join the lead group.
Kuhn and Trolese are the 2 drivers faster at the moment, the only 2 drivers in 59.3, and they are joining the group for the top positions.
Yep, there they are coming into turn number 9 now.
Bezel, no, this time Bezel doesn't try the overtake. This is a strange situation for them, because they won the heat yesterday, and I think both of them don't like to take too much risk, I think.
Yeah, they don't want to be battling side by side, but Bezel is in the slipstream. There he is, lifting his knees up. Yeah. Like you said, looks to the inside. Pico holds on. Lajo Lopez, Villainen, there as well. Duholm runs to the wide centre. Rua now going to be attacking Mark Duholm for 5th position. We're on lap number 6 out of 10.
The fastest lap now is for Diego Potrel in P9, I think.
Yes, the driver from Chile, who was very, very good. Jacob Robinson has retired his kart from the UAE. We've got 34 drivers still running. The top 4 now nose to tail. Lajo Lopez and Viliainen, do they watch?
Lot of other drivers will join the group of the leaders now, because Pico is defending and they drive.
Oh, close there.
Great risk for Vesal. I think he wanted to try the overtake, but at the last moment he said, no, I am too far. And as I said before, no one of the first or the second, the driver of first or second place want to take risk. So at the last moment he said, no, it's too risk now.
Yes, but of course that loses a little bit of momentum, and it's taken him now half a lap to get back onto Pico's rear bumper. If Bazell tries another move and it doesn't work, that will give Lajo Lopez the chance, but he's very close, very tight there. Pico has to cover the middle of the track as they come out of turn number 5. Lajo Lopez, Viliainen, 3rd and 4th. Now up into 5th place is Zenderua. Zenderua in that white and blue race suit, well, predominantly white with blue flecks on it. That's the Slovenian race suit. He is in P5 and he's bringing Duholm, Kuna and Trolese with him. Christian Trolese there behind the very tall Estonian driver Eric Kuhn, who has the black and blue and white race suit. No more moves there from Bazell. Now Bazell has tried twice coming into turn number 10. 2 times he's tried, 2 times he's failed. So he now thinks of somewhere else.
Yeah, Bazell and Pico are the fastest driver, because when they have a few corners without defending or without making some attack, they little by little are escaping from the pack. So I think they are the 2 drivers faster at the moment, and the other drivers are there because they are fighting, because the first 2 are a little bit faster in my opinion.
Yeah, we just saw Diego Potel pick up another place, pick up 8th position and go past Daniel Makashek. Jacob Bazell is 11th. Mark Mazzera is next, then Ragnar Verius. But again, you see that. So I see what you're saying, Filippo, is that when they don't battle, Pico and Bazell, they start to ease away a little bit.
Exactly.
And already you see, okay, Lajo Lopez is still there in 3rd, Viliainen is 4th, but in 5th, De Rua is now falling back a little bit, and a good scrap for 6th place between Duholm and Kuhn. And Kuhn takes the position into P6. We start lap number 9, 2 laps to go.
Yeah. This is the moment for the overtake. If Bazell wants to overtake Pico, he has to do it now, because Pico, the last lap, I think he will close all the doors. So this is the moment, but Pico is very, very fast, and it's not easy to Bazell to try to attack him. And this last lap, also Alejandro Lopez is closing the gap on Bazell, and he is also very, very fast. I think he did 59.1 this last lap around, and he is also very fast. Let's see what happens during the last lap, but I think Pico will close everything. Look, in this very, very slow part of the track, Bazell and Pico escapes a little bit from Lopez, and Lopez will close the gap during the fast straight.
Yeah, so in terms of handling, Pico and Bazell have got a better car.
Okay, look, Pico is defending. Pico is defending now.
Last lap. Whoa, here we go. Through turn number 1. On board in the top right hand of your screen with Jakob Bazell. So we got one eye on the leaders, one eye on Bazell. Pico looking over his shoulder, he defends.
Pico closes. Pico closes the door here. Bazell tries to accelerate better. This is difficult to overtake here. It's difficult because there is the fast corner on the left side. Pico will close here, maybe.
He's got to close the door going into turn number 5. Lajo Lopez is right there, and now Bazell has to not only worry about Pico, he has to worry about Lajo Lopez and Viliainen behind. There's a few corners to go. I think Nicola Pico may have done enough.
I think this is the one of the last place. Bazell was faster in the next breaking point, next one, but I think Pico is too far. Let's have a look also the battle for the 3rd place with
Viliainen and Zenderua challenging Lajo Lopez, but Lajo Lopez hangs on, but Nicola Pico, you called it right, Filippo. Nicola Pico takes the checkered flag. Bazell 2nd, 3rd for Lajo Lopez, he's happy with that. Viliainen 4th, and a great battle behind. Here, look at this great view. Cars flooding across the line out of the top 20.
Another great comeback for Xander Ruve. He climbed 7th position from the start, and also Jacob Bazell, 8th position.
Yeah,
better than
Jacob Mazel up
the
into
starting
P8
place.
with the camera cart. He was following Mark Duholm there. We saw at the start of the lap, he was right behind Damian Makisek from Argentina. He made that pass, but looking down at the results there, so Pico and the fast lap of the race, 58.936. Very, very good.
Only the top two under the wall of 59 seconds. They are the most in shape driver, I think. And
so consistently under 1 minute.
Yeah, the next hit will be crucial to decide the pole position for the pre-final, I think.
Yes. So Nicola Pico for 2 wins, Peter Mazel a win and a second. There are 72 drivers in the class. There are lots that have a chance to win, but we are starting to see already that, you know, the number of realistic chances for wins are coming down to maybe 8, 9 drivers now after 2 heats. Well, we're going to see another heat now, but here is the provisional full result. Nicola Pico and Peter Mazel, first and second. Half a second separates at the end. Alejandro Lajo Lopez and Villa Villain then third and fourth. Zenda Rua up 7 places to fifth. Eric Kuhn, a top job in 6th place. But look, Eric Kuhn, behind Eric Kuhn, there was a gaggle of carts all the way down to Duholm in 7th, Jacob Mazel in 8th, Daniel Makacek in 9th, Christian Trolese in 10th, then Portel, Misera, Virus, Fleischmann, Pinto, Prunuosa, Jonathan Thomas and Carl Kumarin. We were obviously concentrating on the battle for the race win there. But Trolese, he seemed to be, when there was a big group of carts all elbows out, and Trolese lost a little bit. Yeah,
not a good hit this one for the Italian drivers. Trolese yesterday said, I have not speed in the straight, and this is a big problem here, because he said, my engine is very good at the bottom and at the low power, but in the straight is difficult for me. And I think he paid a lot this one in this heat, because a lot of driver very close, and the slipstream is very important. And I think for him has been a difficult hit this one. And also for Palladino, he started from the back, and he finished 31st. Not a great race also for him.
But now I'm thinking, so if a driver, so you have your engine, it has good low end power, which means it's going to be good around the technical sections, but top end, no. When you're just looking at on screen there, on the right hand side of your screen, the gentleman with the silver hair, that's Arnaldo Frias. He organised the event for Rotax. It is his event. He is very busy. There's Harold Garcaklis with the Italian shirt on. He's a mechanic for one of your fellow countrymen, Filippo. But very quickly, before we go through the grid, so you have an engine that is great at low power, so really good through the technical sections, but not so good on the straights. As a driver, do you then have to position yourself so that you must keep
It's very difficult. I had the same situation in 2016 here, because I had an excellent engine in the slow power, but my engine was not really fast in the straight. So what I had to do is to stay in the slipstream and try to not lose position in the fast straight, yes. And try to use everything that I have in my hand during the slow part of the track, and I try to make the overtake when I can, and try to stay behind another driver without making mistakes, because I know that if I lose the slipstream, is very hard for me to close the gap if the driver in front takes a big advantage.
So when you come out of turn 12, you make sure you have to be in the slipstream behind the last corner. You have to be in range so you can stay in that and hang on all the way down to turn number 2, which of course means you think that if you make a mistake going into turn 11 trying to pass and you lose a ground, you have no slipstream, and then you get past.
So if you don't have an excellent engine in the straight, is very important to drive very smooth in the corners. And very important is, I think, turn 8 and the turn 10, because they are the 2 slowest corner before the straights. So it is very important.
Okay, well, we'll look at the grid now for the next DD2 race. Luca Munaretto from Italy and Lucas Joly from France on row 1. Kasper Bilecki from Poland and Denis Slavinsky from Belarus on row 2. Row 3, Sam Waddell from New Zealand and Xander Prisbilak from Belgium. Row 4, Jonathan Markussen from Australia, Pascal Crigier from Switzerland. Row number 5, Max Jaeger from Chile and Lasse Andreasen from Denmark. Row 6, Michinaga Fujiwara from Japan and Dennis Thum from Germany. Row number 7, William van der Keesch from the Netherlands and Max Hewitt from the United States. Row 8, Matthias Najim from Lebanon and Eshiam Piris from Sri Lanka. Row number 9 is Isaac Merritt from Canada and Bond Roby from New Zealand. Row 10, Mike Hansen from Denmark and Ryan Kennedy from Australia. Row number 11, David Remy from Sweden and Matthias Miller from Argentina. Row 12, Sebastian de Grand and Shen Ya Hong, de Grand from Belgium, Shen Ya Hong from Taiwan. Now we look to row 13, Joshua Bethune from New Zealand and David Greco from Canada. Row 14, Yuri Matashek from the Czech Republic and Kai Hunter from the United Kingdom. Row number 15, Gregorio Perez from Mexico and Mateus Villanueva from Chile. Row 16, Noel Dowler from Canada and Ivan Lipka from Slovakia, I apologize. David Inkland from Ecuador and Matvias Makusins from Latvia on row 17. Row 18, Freddie Carlson and Christos Oikonomou from Greece. And Filippo now looking at this. So Luca Munaretto, yesterday, he had
he finished in second, but he had the front fairing penalty, so he dropped down, I think, in P9.
Yes.
Yeah, in P9. So
after the nose cone penalty, and of course, a lot of these drivers, several nose cone penalties yesterday. I'm looking there. Well, Sebastian de Grand had a penalty for contact. That pushed him down the order. But there, Christos Okonomou, he starts last, finished 19th yesterday. He was second fastest overall in qualifying, but obviously had an exclusion from qualifying. Has to start from the back. And I'm looking at Diana Slavinsky in this race. He had a nose cone penalty. That dropped him down to 10th place. Matthias Villanueva and Jonathan Thomas also had nose cone penalties. So it's very difficult to try and fight your way through the pack, but without getting that drop nose.
I think this race will be very, very fun because Luca Munoretto needs a race win because he believes a lot in this title. And yesterday he did a great race, but unluckily he got the front fairing penalty, so he needs a win to stay in the top positions. But behind him there is Kaspar Bilecki, who is a driver very, very fast, and yesterday we have seen that he is very, very aggressive. And I think there will be a great battle between the top driver in this race.
I'm also looking at, talk about Luca Munaretto. There is the sign, so that you see you can see Okonomou there. He's getting the accelerator just to clear a bit of fuel out of the engine.
To clear the engine, to make the engine ready for the start. If you look during the formation lap, the driver will stay. They will put the first gear only after the red line, and then they stay without the gear to accelerate and to clear the engine.
Oh, okay. So I see. So
this is a normal procedure for the DD2 class, because as I said before, with the start of the previous heat, it is very, very important to have the engine ready at 100% for the start, and in DD2 is very, very difficult.
And that's what Nicola Pico had absolutely spot on at the start of the last race, where Bazell maybe was a little bit slow away. So we have a look, and of course Luca Munaretto, I have to mention this, obviously formerly from South Africa, now lives in Brescia, but he has a golden retriever in the paddock called Vespa. Vespa with the Italian t-shirt, Vespa the retriever out in the paddock. So not only is Luca's family supporting him, but he also has the family pooch, also the dog also, which is good to see. But in this hot weather, poor Vespa has been panting away.
Today is a little bit colder, so maybe
Vespa is okay. Well, there's a view of the spectators in the grandstand looking there. So we have
here the engine, boom, boom, boom. Then there is the red line,
so
and they will take
neutral.
Neutral, and they will put the first gear there in the red line.
Okay, I see. There we go. So that you see that boom, boom, boom. That was a very. I can see that.
Okay, now more or less they will put the first gear.
So now in the first gear, and then it's just. How do you know when the engine is clear?
I have no experience in DD2, honestly, but I think that the engine is clear when you accelerate and you see the engine, boom.
Okay, so it bites straight away. Here we go then, into the line, Munaretto and Joly, front row of the grid, 418, Luca Munaretto takes the race lead, good start, and Luca Joly on the outside of the first corner, doesn't get away very well, good start from
Bilecki also.
Bilecki and Johnny back to third. Under braking now for turn number 2. We all going to get round cleanly. Just about the front runners all through. So great start. So Luca Munaretto can now maybe get into a rhythm. Oh, a little bit wide there through the entrance of turn number 4. Back in the middle of the field, it looks like we've got several drivers. The very back of the pack have come together through turn
in a very bad
2.
position because they are inside the ideal line. So I see the marshal are moving out the go-kart from the line.
Yep, so 2 drivers at least
okay,
out
the
of
track
the race.
is clear now.
And but Munaretto leads. Bilecki second, then it is Joly. Slavinsky had a good start. Sam Waddell was also well placed. Well, there's a little move back. I think that was William van der Kees losing a position there. The Dutchman in about 4th or 15th position. But at the end of lap number 1, it's Munaretto, Bilecki, Joly, Sam Waddell from New Zealand in 4th. Then the blue race suit of Diana Slavinsky, Zander Prispilak from Belgium is there as well. Prispilak battling away with Jonathan Markussen. Marcus on the outside there, lose the position, so Prispilak. But now, Munaretto and Bilecki are clear, but they've got 3 karts chasing them down.
What a first lap for Munaretto, Harry. 1:00.4 starting from the grid. This is unbelievable.
So a 60.4, and again, you can see the background. One
So
driver
they are
into the pits.
So they are opening a little bit the gap at the first lap because 1:00 starting from the grid is I think an unbelievable lap time because is one of the best lap time in senior, and they are on DD2 but starting from steady.
Yes.
So this is a very good lap time for them. And Munaretto is trying to opening the gap now on Bilecki.
The phrase is he went off like a rat up a drain pipe. But Bilecki there, I saw Bilecki at turn number 8, Kasper Bilecki, he made a little mistake and that's cost him. So Munaretto is now pulling clear a little bit behind them. The top 5, there's Slavinsky in car 444 in that blue race suit. But Waddell looks to the inside of Joly for 3rd. Can't quite make it happen. Slavinsky right there in 5th. Prispilak is 6th in the yellow race suit for Belgium. Prispilak is holding off Max Jaeger from Chile. Jonathan Markussen is next. Eshian Peris, Bon Roby, Yuri Matacek and Christos Oikonomu have all retired. But after Markussen is Andreasen, Toom, Carigier, Fujiwara, Matthias Najim, then Van der Kees, Hansen, Remy, Hong, De Grand, and there's a problem down there at that looks like it was possibly Markussen down at turn number 7.
Turn 8, Henry. Also yesterday a lot of crash at turn 8 because there is a strong braking and also the corner is so close, so when you try to make the overtake it's very difficult not to touch the other driver, and also in this case it happened.
But look at the gap now behind the top 5 where Prispilak was. Behind Prispilak there's now a big gap where we lost Jaeger and Markussen, and I think there was another driver involved as well. So the top 5 have now broken away. Lots of retirements early on. Markussen, Hewitt, I think, and Michinaga Fujiwara was another driver that was caught up in that. But Zander Prispilak now in 6th position, the Belgian driver, as we've got side-by-side battle between Slavinsky and Joly. Prispilak has got a good chance of maybe closing.
Now this is very good for Bilecki because he can only look Munaretto and try to close the gap now, because behind him there is a lot of battle with the other 3 drivers, and now he can be concentrated to close the gap on Munaretto, but Munaretto is pushing a lot. He is pushing because he needs this win, and he knows it. And so he's pushing on his limit, I think.
Because, and we complete lap number 4, so we go on to lap 5.
Purple lap time.
But Munaretto, 59.432 seconds. Is this almost like, Munaretto needs it to stop himself getting too wound up? He needs it to relax. Because, of course, if he doesn't take that win, he gets more tense and more tense. If he doesn't win now, if he does take the win, he can relax a little bit and focus more on the rest of the events.
In this moment for Munaretto, the target is opening a gap in the way to not give the slipstream to Bilecki, because the power of the slipstream in this track is unbelievable. But if you open the gap to 1 second, it's hard for the driver that follows you to close the gap with the slipstream. I think this is what Munaretto is trying to do.
And he's certainly what Bilecki is not. He's within a couple of kart legs. Now, Prispilak in kart 423, the first of 2 Belgian drivers in the lead group. There's Prispilak and he's in 6th position. Dennis Toom is right behind him. We're looking at KART 470 on the screen. That is David Remy, and Remy is in about 17th or 18th place. So in fact, Remy is 10th, Van der Kees behind him. Then Hansen, but you can see now that Matthias Najim has moved up into P9. Very good run from Matthias Najim from Lebanon. But there is Munaretto, then Bileski. Now into 3rd place, and closing is Sam Waddell in 3rd. A big gap now back to Luca Joly in KART 447 in 4th place. Prispilak has caught Slavinsky in 6th, so Slavinsky 5th, Prispilak in 6th. Then a gap back to Pascal Carigier, Matthias Najim and Dennis Toom, 7th, 8th and 9th. Looking on your screens now, coming through the turn 10 area. But Waddell will try and attack Bileski, and Munaretto can pull away again as we start lap number 7.
Munaretto is pushing 59.2, driving alone. Driving alone is very, very difficult to do this lap time. And Munaretto, during the practice, said, I want to drive alone, because if I start in front, I have my reference on the track to be fast, also without a slipstream and without some other drivers who opening me the way. So I think this strategy is working now, because he's doing very, very fast lap times, also driving alone. And Bilecki is not able at the moment to close the gap. And also Sam Waddell is trying to make the overtake on him, and he is very fast, because last lap around he did the fastest lap of the race, 59.1. I think he has on his hand the overtake now.
Yes, so Waddell now trying to close in on Bilecki, and Bilecki hasn't looked over his shoulder yet. Experienced driver Kasper Bilecki, the black crash helmet, in 2nd place, head down. Will he look over his shoulder as he comes onto the straight? He knows that Waddell is there. No, he doesn't look over his shoulder, he keeps his head down. Waddell follows in line. Now Waddell looks to the inside, under braking.
Inside.
Side by side for 2nd. Waddell squeezes Kasper Bilecki wide, takes over 2nd place. We're on lap 8 out of 10. In 4th position is Luca Joly all on his own. Sander Prispilak has just passed Dennis Slavinsky, so Dennis Slavinsky down to 6th place. Prispilak, the Belgian driver, up to 5, but Munaretto has got a lead of maybe 1 second, 2 laps to go. The key now is, can Waddell pull away from Bileski, or will Bileski fight straight back?
Bileski, I think, is not in a very good shape at the moment in this part of the race. Maybe he started with a tire pressure too high, because he was very fast in the 1st or 2nd lap, but now he's falling back. Now let's see if Waddell has the speed to close the gap on Munaretto, but I think not, because Munaretto is driving very, very fast, and he did the fastest lap of the race, 59.1 now, and he's driving very fast, driving alone, remember. And 2 laps to go. I think Munaretto has a big chance to win this race.
And of course Munaretto, remember, Munaretto only 17 years old, one of the younger drivers in the race. Fastest lap of the race goes to number 448, Matthias Najim from Lebanon, and Matthias is now in the 7th place. So if we look back, we've got the battle between Prispilak from Belgium and Slavinsky, Denis Slavinsky from Belarus. Behind that, Matthias Najim has passed Carigier and Toom and is closing in on that battle. But again, Sam Waddell under pressure now. Bileski coming back a little bit at Waddell, so but Bileski maybe has a lap in the slipstream. We're on lap 9, we'll be coming through the final lap very shortly. Oh, Luca Joly running wide, coming through turn number 9, and you can see Joly now being closed in. Prispilak in the yellow race suit. Last lap board goes out. We can see Prispilak, Slavinsky and Matthias Najim closing in 7th place, but Luca Munaretto, so okay, the battle's on for second.
Try to attack again, he does it, but he goes wide, but Bilecki stays in 2nd place.
Okay, so put us in the seat with Luca Munaretto, drive the last half of the lap to victory with Luca Munaretto. What is he doing now?
Luca is opening the gap, but he has 1 second, so this is the last lap, and I think the 1st, 2nd and 3rd place are okay. Yep. Now let's see, the battle is for the 4th place maybe, but now Luca is relaxing. This is the last lap, and he did an unbelievable race, and for him I think is a demonstration of strength, I think, because 1st place from the beginning of the race, and he did all the race alone in very, very fast lap times, and this is very important, not only for the position on the grid, but only for the moral of the driver.
Yes, for the belief. The cheered flag waves. Luca Munaretto takes the win for Italy. Harold Garkaklis, his mechanic, will be very, very pleased as we watch drivers come across the line. He wins by 1.3 seconds over Kasper Bilecki. Sam Waddell, great drive from Sam from New Zealand to take third place. Bilecki fights back, but again, a strong final lap for Bilecki. Lucas Joly from France finishes in fourth place. Prispilak from Belgium comes home in fifth position. Strong drive from Prispilak. Slavinsky sixth. Najim, the fastest lap of the race, in seventh for Lebanon. Carrichier is eighth. Toom is ninth. David Remy from Sweden rounds out the top 10. Then two Danish drivers, Mike Hansen and Lasse Andreasen, 11th and 12th. Sebastian de Grand is 13th. William van der Kees 14th. Noel Dowler is 15th for Canada. Shen Ya Hong 16th for and Kai Hunter. Okay, Kai Hunter in 17th position, and you can relate to this. Yesterday, Tuesday was the first time he'd sat in a kart. A last-minute entry, 17th place. That his learning curve is so high. Best lap, last lap 59.7, so 7/10 off fast lap of the race. Very impressive indeed. Jonathan Marcuson dropped back to 19th place, but let's have a look now at the body language. So Luca Bonaretto comes into the weighbridge, watching on the screens. Now we're going to see the tall figure of Harold Garkaklis watching it with his denim shorts, thumbs up. It's the reaction now between driver and mechanic that is a beautiful thing to watch.
This is an unbelievable moment, also for the mechanic, not only for the driver, because I am following Galvanin now, and when after his pole position yesterday, I was also more happy than him. And this is an unbelievable moment, because the mechanic is important, and I think not only for the setup of the go-kart, but also for the moral of the driver.
Yes,
and
I agree, yes, totally.
They are shaking the hand, they give 5, and they say, good job for both of us.
Yes, good, and it gives them a big boost. So the results, looking at there, so we've got provisional results. Luca Bonaretto wins by 1.37 seconds from Kasper Bilecki from Poland. Then it's New Zealand, Sam Waddell, and France's Lucas Joly, third and fourth. Belgium, Zander Prispilak in fifth, followed by Denis Slavinsky in sixth. Matthias Najim in seventh, Pascal Carrichier from Switzerland in eighth. Then it's two from Germany, ninth, and David Remy rounds out the top 10, ahead of Mike Hansen, Lasse Andreasen, Sebastian de Grand, William van der Kees, Noel Dowler, Shen Ya Hong, Kai Hunter, and Matthias Villanueva in 18th position. Now, quite a few drivers didn't quite make the finish. We had a few spins. Fujiwara spun and finished 23rd. Max Jaeger down in 25th. Ryan Kennedy disappointing again in 26th position. And 31 drivers finished. David Greco sadly retired. But also the drivers on the screen now, they are looking pretty sad. The drivers at the front, including Luca Bonaretto, will be looking very happy. Filippo Laghi, thank you ever so much for joining us.
Thank you to you.
You're coming back for the next two races later on today. I know you have some business to attend to with your senior driver, Elia Galvanin. Good luck with that, and we will see you back very shortly.
Thank you so much. See you in the afternoon for the last hit.
Brilliant. So we now move on to the next race on the program, which is pre-final 2. Oh, this is, sorry, final 1 for the Thunder Karts, the DEKM, an 8-lap race. We have then we have Junior, Senior, Masters, DD2 left. So no Micro and Minimax race day. They just have the 2 heat races. They have their warm-up tomorrow. So we've seen all of the Micro and Mini races for today. Pays to read the program, not just stand in front of the TV screen. And but we now look ahead to the Silence is Golden. Silence is the DEKM Rotax E Thunder Karts. This is their first final. Yesterday it was a lights to flag victory for Yassin Ferrati from Switzerland, beating Bradley Barrett from the United Kingdom. They will start on the front row of the grid. These 10 drivers. Ben Pinto from Israel will be in kart 601. Mika Mosika from Germany will be in kart 602. 603 will be Ryan Mills from Australia, and Ji Kao from Taiwan will be in 604. Jort Kuhne from the Netherlands will be in 605. Joel Sturm from Germany will be in 606. Bradley Barrett from the UK will be in 607. Benjamin Carteri from Italy will be in 608. Yassin Ferrati from Switzerland 609. And Luca Woloma will be in kart 610. They are the drivers, so they have a small rolling up, a half rolling up, then a standing start. And these are the electric karts. The last 2 years, this is 2 years ago, these karts made their public debut. The demonstration race last year in Paraíba, Brazil. We had the FIA Americas final and the DEKM guest class. Here we are again with a glimpse into the future. How far into the future? Who knows? But without a doubt, electric karts are the future, just the way as Formula E is burgeoning in personality. Well, maybe not that, but popularity. The tyres squeal, but no engine. So we line up on the grid. Yassin Ferrati in kart 609. On the left-hand side of your screen, pole position. Right-hand side of your screen, 607. That's Brad Barrett. Bradley Barrett, again, twice a competitor in the grand finals in the junior Rotax class. Decided to try and focus his attentions on this season. 7-lap race. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Barrett gets a good start. He squeezes in front of Ferrati. So from the outside of row number 1, Bradley Barrett takes the race lead. Now down the straight in the slipstream. You can still see the drivers using the slipstream even without the engine, with the electric battery power, into the braking zone for turn number 1. It is Barrett who has the race lead. Now out of the second corner, down towards turn 3 and into turn number 4. Barrett leads, Ferrati second. Then it is the 610 kart of Luca Woloma in third place. Ji Kao is fourth now. Benjamin Cartry 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. All 10 drivers on circuit. But it is Barrett from Ferrati, Yassin Ferrati, and Luca Woloma in third place. Ferrati just jinking to the inside there, maybe trying to unsettle Bradley Barrett as they come through turn number 7, turn number 8. Spectators watching on keenly. All 10 drivers in a line down towards the 9th turn. Oh, a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact there. There goes the number 604 kart of Ji Kao, trying to make a move, and that doesn't quite work, and he falls back to 4th place. So they flash across the line. They whir across the line, as it were. 602 and 603 at the back of the field. That's Mika Masika and Ryan Mills. Now, out of turn 2. Barrett leads. Ferrati second. I think that's Joel Sturm in third place. With Jort Kuhner in P4. Down the straight towards turn number 8. It is still 6.07. Bradley Barrett has the lead. In fact, is that the number 6.01 KART in third place? No, it's the 6.10 of Luca Waloma in third. The 6.01 of Ben Pinto looks like is in fourth place. So I'm not quite sure that the graphics on the side of your screen are the correct running order at the moment, but it's Ji Kao in 6.04 is still up there. He started on the second row of the grid and is still there, but it is Luca Waloma who is third in KART 6.10. Barrett under pressure now for the race lead. Yesterday's winner Yassin Ferrati closing in. These two are starting to pull away now from the third place battle. Barrett, Ferrati. Then in third place it is 6.10, Luca Waloma from Germany. His countryman Joel Sturm in KART 6.06 is fourth rather. But Barrett looking quite comfortable at the moment. We're on lap number 3 out of 7. Waloma not able to keep pace with the top two. Behind Waloma, I think that is 6.04, Ji Kao. Yeah, 6.04, Jie Kao in fourth place, the Taiwanese driver. There's a big gap back to the 5th and 6th place drivers. I think that's Joel Sturm and Benjamin Cartry. Jort Kuhner is next, followed by Ben Pinto, Ryan Mills and Mika Mosika. And Barrett really under pressure now. Yassin Ferrati closing right in. Ferrati looks to the outside of turn number 5. Now he's trying to cut back up the inside coming out of that corner, but not happening there. Barrett's going to have to start covering his line. This is lap 4 out of 7. Good exit of turn 6 for Bradley Barrett. Yassin Ferrati cannot get through. The battle's on for third place though. Luca Waloma having to hold off Ji Kao. Ji Kao looks to the inside. Oh, you can see the tyres lock up. Lays some rubber down. Outbreaks Waloma, takes over third spot, but that's cost them both time. And once again, like yesterday, it's a head-to-head battle. Here comes Ferrati to the inside. Yassin Ferrati takes the lead away from Bradley Barrett. Side by side, wheel to wheel. Oh, Barrett round the outside, I think that was, managing to hold on. It was Barrett continuously. Now Ferrati dives wide going into turn number 2, side by side, wheel to wheel coming out of turn 2 through turn 3. Oh, Ferrati cuts across the nose of Barrett. Great move there from Yassin Ferrati to take the lead back going into turn number 3. Now we're through turn 5. Barrett looks to the inside of Ferrati. Can Barrett get a wheel to the inside? Oh, he's squeezing. Oh, Ferrati cuts him off. Now under braking for turn 7. Oh, Ferrati runs a little bit wide mid-corner. Barrett's on the inside, wheel to wheel. Down the straight towards turn 8. Barrett tries the crossover move. Can he get to the inside coming out of turn number 7? Yes, he can, but he's now on the outside line for the run into turn number 9. And Ferrati used that momentum to pull away again. Behind them, it is still Ji Kao, Joel Sturm, Luca Waloma, the rest of the top 5. But this battle for the lead, now led by Yassin Ferrati, is allowing the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place drivers to close in. Down the main straight. Ferrati checks over his shoulder. Barrett swings wide on the entrance to turn 2. He now cuts underneath. This is where Ferrati managed to cut across the nose of Barrett for the lead a lap ago, but Ferrati managed to hold him off this time around. Into turn 4, Barrett's up the inside again. Around turn 5, wheel to wheel. Ferrati still leads. Barrett back to the inside. Barrett has the lead coming into turn number 6. There he flashes onto our screen. 6.07. Bradley Barrett leads the race. Ferrati now will try and fight back. Look at these closing in. That's the 6.04 of Ji Kao in 3rd place. Barrett having to defend. Ferrati dives in deep at turn number 8. Ji Kao is there as well, and Luca Waloma in 4th place. Suddenly a 4-car battle. Kao to the inside at turn number 8. He has to back off the gas. Back off the accelerator, and That cost him a little bit of momentum, but we're coming around now to the final lap. This is the start of the final lap of final number 1 in the E-Thunder karts for the DEKM, the Deutsche Electronic Kart Mannschaft. Barrett leads. He's got the inside line for the run down towards turn 2. Ferrati will try and cut back underneath Barrett. Side by side. Ferrati on the outside for turn 3. Can he hold him out there? Barrett manages to just take the line. Gicau now coming back into play in kart 604. Waloma and Sturm and Benjamin Carter in 6th place are still there as well. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7th place is Jort Kuhner. But Barrett has the lead going into turn 7 for the final time. Now down towards turn number 8. Out of turn 8. 4 corners to go. The left-hander at turn 9. The hard left at turn 10. Now the right flick through turn 11. Bradley Barrett from Team Great Britain comes through turn number 12, and he is going to take the win, and he beats Yassin Ferrati after a great race. Gicau is 3rd for Taiwan. Then we have Luca Waloma in 4th. Joel Sturb is 5th. Carter is 6th. Jort Kuhner is 7th. Then Ben Pinto, Ryan Mills, and Mika Mazika completes the field in 10th position. But Bradley Barrett, by 0.2 of a second, wins an absolutely cracking DKM first final. They head back to the pits. There, once again, is what briefly was Mount Vesuvius. You can see that there are about 5 spectator grandstands around this circuit, and they've been pretty full all day. They're going to fill up even more. Now we head into the final round of heats for junior, senior, DD2 Masters and DD2. 8 races to go, ladies and gentlemen, today before to decide the grids for the pre-finals. Here at the 20th running of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We're watching the DEKM Thundercarts come back into the pits, but I can remind you we have 8 races to go, but we have a lot more to come. The Rotax live studio at 6:30 local time with Jen Wade and a host of special guests. There's a view of the E-Thunder karts coming in. You can see the battery packs each side of the driver. These karts, they do weigh a little bit more than the standard karts, but they've been developed almost constantly for the last 2 years, so they're not as heavy as they were when they first were demonstrated, but they're still heavier than the other karts. But they race just as well as those karts with internal combustion engines. There is your provisional result. Bradley Barrett by 0.2 of a second over Yassin Ferrati. Gicau in 3rd. Luca Vloma in 4th. Joel Sturm is 5th. Benjamin Cartry finishes in 6th place. Jort Kuhner is 7th. Ben Pinto 8th. Ryan Mills 9th. And Mika Mozika rounds out the top 10. So that is the results, and very shortly bring you the next round of heats, the 3rd junior race, sitting down on the dummy grid, due to start in just a few moments. I'm going to take a 30-second break from the commentary while you look at the dummy grid, but we'll be back very, very shortly.
for as long as I can remember. This is what we do. Rising early to take on the desert. Owning our freedom. Ripping our own lines in the sand. Launching outside our comfort zone. Chasing our friends to the horizon, and then back to the campfire. We're built for good times that last forever. But we are never able to get enough. This is what we do. Every weekend, every month, every year, we ride Can-Am.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 20th running of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We're looking down at the junior grid. We are now into the third and final round of heat races for the junior class, senior class, DD2 and DD2 Masters. Clay Osborne from New Zealand and Sho Dozono from Japan are on row number 1 for this next one. Hitoshi Sakai and Ollie Pilker start from row number 2. Row 3 from the Netherlands, Mike van Voogd and Thomas Dolshamanis. And row number 4, Tom Reinertz and Alexander Abkazava from Georgia. He's had great qualifying but poor race results. Andrea Padusha from Italy and Marcel Cermax from Poland. On row number 5, Tim Meltzer from Romania and Aliska Babakova, another driver that has been very good in qualifying but has yet to get a good race result. She starts on the outside of row number 6. Row 7, Sasha Majouet from France and Justin Arseneau from Canada. Lucas Bjork and Gregorio Batoccio from Italy are on row 8. Connor Zilish, our camera cart, and Teo Blin from France are on row 9. Enzo Calderas and Geronimo Berrio are on row number 10. Row 11, Yevan David and Tom Adams. Lucas Svoboda and Danny Van Dijk are on row number 12. Row 13, Oscar Christiansen and Alexi Alava. Eric Alanis Bosch and Balas Valent are on row number 14. Row 15, Georgios Kalafitatis from Greece and Yan Chen Cho from Taiwan. Martinis Morkis from Lithuania and Lucas da Silva Mendez from Brazil. Row number 17, Vincenzi Morales and Frank Escher. Yunho Yang and Alejandro Milan round out the field. Now, one of the things that people in the paddock here will be able to relate to, and of course this broadcast is going out live via KART-DATA to a global internet audience, but also to the paddock here at Sarno itself, is that the Hotel Saturday, which is situated on site, and it's where a lot of the officials are staying, and it's where everyone is getting fed and watered during the course of the day. Hotel Saturday and Sabato, my new good friend from Hotel Saturday, there are some very traditional Italian delicacies, including peach tea, which is not something I've tried before, but which is something that is very good, and I shall be smuggling a crate of it back with me to Wales. Just don't tell airport security. So here we go. Our final 2 8-lap heat races for the juniors. This is crunch time for the drivers in the junior, senior, DD2 Masters and DD2 classes. The Micro and Mini Max drivers, they've done 2 heats. They have put themselves in their grid positions for the pre-finals. Of course, the pre-finals, everyone qualifies for the pre-finals, but only the top 36 drivers after the pre-final go through to Saturday's main event. 8 races to go today. 10 laps in each. Clay Osborne from New Zealand in kart 206 starts from pole position. 208 Shu Dozono from Japan is alongside on the outside of row number 1. Hitoshi Sakai and Olli Pilka from Japan and Poland respectively are on row 2. Mike van Vugt and Thomas Stolshamanish are on row number 3. Into turn number 9 we go. This is turn 10 now, coming out of turn 10 through turn 11. Clay Osborne trying to get the break he needs. Shu Dozono needs a win. Into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Osborne has the lead through turn number 1. Dozono runs a bit wide and has lost. Oh, he's over the grass. He's lost a couple of positions. On the top right hand of your screens, you can see Connor Zilish, our onboard camera cart. He's right behind the number 247 of that's wide. That's 212. That is Hitoshi Sakai from Japan. So the 2 Japanese drivers that started second and third in this race have not got away well. Dozono running wide coming out of turn number 1. Sakai running wide coming out of turn number 2. Zilish chasing Lucas Bjork on your screens in front of you. In fact, he's made the move there. And somebody else running wide at turn number 7. That's a very slow kart. Can't quite see who that is. May even be Alicia Babaskova. But it is Clay Osborne who leads. Coming through turn number 9. Olli Pilka in 3rd position. And that is Mike van Vugt, the Dutch driver in kart 217, running in P2. Van Vugt gets a great run at the end of lap number 1. Van Vugt in the slipstream now of Osborne. Pilka, Reinertz, then Shu Dozono down to 5th. Stolsamanis is 6th. Sakai is 7th. Marcel Sermax is 8th. Alexander Apkazava is 9th. Sasha Majwe 10th. Then Padusha, Bjork, Zilish, Christensen, Meltzer, Yalava, Adams up to 17th. And Babakova down to 18th place. Out of there, and Van Vugt under pressure for second. Osborne still leads, but it's Pilka now in 2nd place. Van Vugt down to 3rd. Then it's the Belgian driver, Tom Reinartz. And Pilka on the brakes to turn 8, takes the lead away. Team Poland lead. Driver Olli Pilka, not in the Polish race suit, he's in the light blue and green of Dan Holland Racing, his usual team. Didn't have a Polish race suit this year, did Olli Pilka, for some reason. But top 4 come through turn number 1. Pilka, Osborne on the outside, Van Vugt to the inside. Van Vugt grabs second, and that's Osborne running a little bit wide. Reinertz there in 4th place, and now 5th and 6th, Stolshamanish in kart 246, the Latvian driver, and Hitoki Sakai from Japan, side by side for 2nd place. Up the inside goes Reinertz. Does he? No. Pilka holds him off. It's Van Vugt, Pilka, Reinertz. Great scrap, and as they battle, the drivers, Sermax in 7th, Dozono 8th, Majwe 9th, Abksava in 10th, are all closing in. The only Georgian driver in the race, in the field this year, is running in 10th place. Padusha from Italy is 11th, but Mike van Vugt, kart 217, 3rd a year ago, under pressure. It's Van Vugt, Pilka, Reinertz, a whole train of juniors down the main straight. Nothing to choose between them. Reinertz takes 2nd from Pilka. Further back, Hitoshi Sakai picks up a place, and I think that is Connor Zilish in 11th position. He's going to be coming up close to the lead group soon. Pilka back up inside of Reinertz at turn 5 for 2nd. Is this going to allow Mike van Vugt to pull away? Yes, it is. It's Van Vugt, 5 kart lengths clear of Pilka, who has got new 3rd place driver. Is that? Oh, Clay Osborne has dropped back now. Who is that appearing on our screens? Osborne back to 3rd. Stolsamanis was briefly third. Stolsamanis back to 4th. Reinertz fifth, and that is Hitoshi Sakai and Marcel Cermax also involved. Sakai in kart 212 in sixth position, really getting his elbows out as the leaders come out of turn number 12 on board now with Connor Zilish going through turn number 1. Oh, and he's closes right in on the number 247 kart of Sweden's Lucas Bjork. Can Zilish make a move to the inside? Yes, he can, but no. Well, Bjork also goes to the inside as well. Zilish is back in 13th place. Bjork is 12th, just in front of Bjork. Well, his country, there's the move. Zilish to the inside. And, oh no, Bjork on the outside, hang stuff in front of them. It looks like somebody kicking up the dirt. And Zilish makes the move, but number 256 comes through. Great action there. That's Tim Meltzer from Romania. So Zilish gains a place, loses a place. And the 244 kart is in front of them. That is Oscar Christiansen. Oscar Christiansen, of course, the son of Danish racing legend Tom Christiansen. But up at the front, it is Mike van Vogt, kart 217. Ollie Pilker in P2, right with him. And they've managed to break clear of Clay Osborne in third place. Osborne in kart 206. Oh, behind them, Reinhardt and Stolshamanis go off. Tom Reinhardt and Luke. Oh, Reinhardt and Stolshamanis battling over fourth place. Take each other out at the second corner. We've already lost Balas Valint, the Hungarian driver, and the top three continue. But now at the fourth place, that is Cermax and Majwe. So Marcel Cermax into fourth. Sacha Majwe from France is now in fifth position. But Clay Osborne, with a new fast lap of the race, closing in on the top two. And he's closing in a hurry. Big gap back now to fourth and fifth. Cermax fourth, Majwe fifth. Then a gap back to Shu Dezono. You can see the very short driver, 208 Shu Dezono from Japan. He's holding off Alexander Abkava and Alexei Yalava. So Abkazava from Georgia up into seventh. Yalava is eighth. Stolshaman is down to ninth. Hitoshi Sakai is 10th. And I'm looking back to see where Reinhardt is. Reinhardt is down to 24th. Mike van Vogt continues to lead under pressure from Ollie Pilker and Clay Osborne. Three karts battling over top spot. Here comes Ollie Pilker at the inside of turn number 9, makes the move stick. Van Vogt can't fight back. Osborne is right there as well. There's one driver kicking up the dust coming out of turn number 8 rather. Further back in the pack, and I'm not quite sure who that is. But the leaders, Cermax, Van Vogt and Osborne, being chased on. You can see the 4th and 5th place drivers, Majwe in 219, Cermax in 240, saying come on, push, pointing forward, let's go, let's go. This is lap 8 out of 10. Sakai is 7th, 8th. Stolsamanis has fought back brilliantly to 6th position. So you've got 3 leaders, and then Cermax and Majwe fighting over 4th and 5th, and a big gap back to 6th place. But that 6th place driver is now Thomas Stolshamanis after that incident, and Stolshamanis leads a group of 4 karts, including Sakai, Connor Zilish up to 8th, and Oscar Christiansen in 9th. So we've had a big shuffle of the order, and I think we've lost Eliska Babakova, and there is Zilish now making a move. Whoa, Zilish right up on the rear bumper of the number 246 kart of Thomas Stolshamanis. Connor Zilish up into 8th place now. No, make that 7th ahead of Hitoshi Sakai, right on the rear bumper of Stolshamanis. You can see the exhaust bobbling around in the rear of that kart, bump drafting at 90, nearly 100 kilometers an hour. Zilish to the inside. Stolshamanis holds him off on the outside line through turn number 2. Now into turn number 3. Zilish has got to be careful he doesn't get past from behind. Oh, it's Alexander Abkazava who has retired, the Georgian driver. That is 3 bad results out of 3 for Abkazava. Terrible misfortune for him. Still on board with Connor Zilish, chasing Thomas Stolshamanis for 6th position into turn number 8. Oh, Stolshamanis runs wide. Stolshamanis misses the apex. This is going to give Zilish a chance to pounce under braking maybe for this corner. Here he goes. Oh, he runs wide. Is he going to get caught on the exit? No, he just makes it. Connor Zilish from the United States moves up into P6. Now we're on the final lap. The top 5 carts on your screen: Pilker, Van Vogt and Osborne. Pilker holds off his pursuers into turn number 4. Oh, Ollie Pilker runs a bit wide through the start of turn number 4. He's under pressure through turn 5. Here comes Clay Osborne up the inside of Van Vogt. Osborne takes the 2nd place. Oh, wheel-to-wheel contact, tyre smoke, and he takes the lead. Pilker fights back into 7. Pilker retakes the lead, but briefly he runs wide. Osborne retakes top spot. Pilker now under pressure into turn 8. Here comes Van Vogt. Oh, Van Vogt and Pilker together, and that opens the door for Osborne to take the win. He's got a couple of corners to go, and look at Cermax and Majouet. Sacha Majouet from France is 2nd. Cermax is 3rd. Clay Osborne takes the win, and in the last corner it's going to be Marcel Cermax who takes 2nd place from Sacha Majouet, and Connor Zilish from the USA finishes in P4. Here we go. Well, here's a replay on your screens. Van Vogt to the inside. He fully commits. The doors closing. Van Vogt is there. Pilker gives him and Van Vogt up over the rear bumper of Pilker's car. And I think this is a telling statement now, as you can see them reverse backwards. Van Vogt, Pilker turning in, Van Vogt to the inside, Van Vogt up over the rear bumper of Pilker's cart. That gives Clay Osborne the win, and you can see Mike Van Vogt there. He puts his hand in the air as if to say, I thought there was a gap and there wasn't. That was almost a sort of an admission of, not guilt, but an admission of, whoops, that didn't quite go to plan. Clay Osborne comes in. There's Ollie Pilker in kart 213 is not hanging about. Pilker, I'm having a look. Well, Alexia Lava retired. Alexander Abkazava retired. I'm looking down to see. Well, Pilker or Van Vogt came home in 9th place. We'll do a full rundown of the results shortly. Pilker was 5th. So they did recover, and of course there'd been so many other little incidents that the rest of the group was quite far back. But there's your winner on the screen, the black and silver Team Kiwi, Team New Zealand race suit. Clay Osborne, and the number 246 kart, that is Thomas Stolshamanis. He had an up and down race. He crashed but came back to 6th. And we're looking now for driver, let's have a look for kart 215 if you can see it. Well, Marcel Cermax, 2nd place in kart 240. There's the kart 244. That's Oscar Christiansen. He came home in 7th place. Great drive for young Oscar. Again, the son of Roman legend Tom Christiansen. 219 going through your screen there. That is Sacha Majouet, finished in 3rd place. Justin Arsenu in kart number 230. And Tashi Sakai in kart 212 also going through. Well, Justin Arsenu, and the results, the provisional results of that the first round, the first of the 3 qualifying heats, third round of 3 qualifying heats. I know what I'm talking about, Henry. Clay Osborne wins qualifying heat 3, Junior Max A versus D. Osborne wins by 2 seconds over Marcel Cermax and Sacha Majouet. Connor Zilish, our camera kart, finishes 4th for America. Then it's Poland's Ollie Pilker in 5th, 2 Polish drivers in the top 5. Latvia's Thomas Stolshamanis in 6th. Oscar Christiansen for Denmark 7th. Hitoshi Sakai for Japan in 8th. Now, Mike Van Vogt crashed and finished 9th. Geronimo Berrio didn't crash, came through for a fantastic top 10 finish for Colombia. Justin Arsenio finishes 11th, Tom Adams 12th, Tim Meltzer for Romania 13th, Eric Alanis Bosch 14th, Theo Blin 15th, looking back, Danny Van Dijk down in 18th place behind Martins Morkis and Enzo Calderas. Tom Reinhardt, he crashed, he finished 19th, then Gregorio Batoccio, Lucas da Silva Mendes, Yevan David 22nd for the Sri Lankan driver. Shu Dazono, didn't see what happened to him, he had a crash, he finished down in 23rd, as did Aliskia Babakova, who finished 25th. Lucas Bjork, he was battling up in the top 10, finished 29th. Alexander Abkazava, Alexia Lava, also in the top 10, and they both went out. So that was a bit of a tetchy one, I have to say. A little bit of needle, a little bit too much contact. Say, elbows out is great, elbows sharpened is okay, elbows jabbing the next kid to you in the ribs, not okay. So we now have just one junior Rotax Max heat to go. At the end of this next race, all 72 junior drivers will have competed in 3 heats. The grid positions for the pre-finals will be settled. And the grid will be as follows. Pole position from Austria, Charlie Wirtz. Alongside Charlie from Australia, Hugh Barter. Row 2, what a morning for Sami Joe Abinakle from Lebanon and Jason Leung from Canada. Row 3, Miska Kaskinen from Finland and Chris Hannon from the Netherlands. Row 4, Troy Delenchik from South Africa and Danny van Ruijten from the Netherlands. Row number 5, Noam Abramsik from France and Bo Pronesti from Australia. Row 6, Fedor Bekonya from Russia and Akil Alibai from South Africa. Luka Mars from the United States and Filip Janic from Serbia on row 7. Milan Kopinc from Belgium and Vilgot Edqvist from Sweden. They're on row number 8. Felipe Bernasconi and Brian Covedo in all Argentine row 9. Luka Bodanovic from Argentina and Luke Pink from Australia on row 10. Lukas Rubinskas from Germany, Gustav Winivski from Poland on row 11, Daniel Kukuzurov from Ukraine and Thomas Ribeiro from Poland on row number 12. Khaled Rey Saab from the United Arab Emirates and Rohan Madesh from India on row 13. Jose Cordova Balduma from representing Slovenia and George Zuain from the UAE. They are on row 14. Rasmus Andersen from Denmark and Zuyun Chen from China on row 15. Luca Zambolini from Italy and Joshua Pearson from the United States on row number 16. Raja Arif Raja Azmi from Malaysia and Alessio Baroni from Switzerland on row 17. Lucas Montemayor and Vigor Hovard round out the field. There on your screens, driver number 225, Miska Kaskinen, the Team Finland driver, and 250, that is Sami Joe Abinakli. He gave Lebanon their best ever result in the grand finals in his first heat race this morning. Charlie Wirtz, he has been ever present in the top 5, but hasn't broken into the winner's circle yet. There at the back of the grid, Mexico's Lucas Montemayor. And Malaysia's Raja Asif. In the right hand side of your screen with the sunglasses on, Baz Lammers watches the junior drivers head out. Baz Lammers working the Sony kart, but still taking keen interest in the junior drivers. Of course, Baz Lammers third in this year's KZ2 Gearbox World Championship, one of the greatest kart racers of the last 20 years. And absolutely top bloke as well. So watch the drivers head up towards turn 7. Now they're told to slow down. Grandstand looking good. Here's Team Romania watching at the back of the grandstand. The Romanian distributor watching on. So we now head around turn number 10. Up towards turn 12. 10 laps. The final 10 laps of the Junior Rotax heats about to get underway here in Sarno. Lights are out. Off and racing. Charlie Burt's. Good start for Charlie Burt's. Sammy Joe Abinakle also gets away well. Slots into second place. And that's the 225 Miska Kaskinen up into third, but under pressure. Oh, side-by-side contact there as the 258 kart of Troy Delenchik and Kaskinen go wheel to wheel. They all somehow emerge through turn 2 unscathed. Into turn number 3, Charlie Vert's lead, Sammy Joe Abinakle in second position. Now, under braking, turn number 7 for the first time. Main part of the field already nicely slow, not nicely single file rather, no, they're anything but slow, they're flat out, foot to the floor. As we go through turn number 9, down towards 10. They flick out through 11. Say Charlie Vert's. And Sammy Joe Abinakle working together. Now Troy Delenchik is third, Kaskinen is fourth, then the 251 kart of Abramsic and Hugh Barter, Barter up the inside. And Barter certainly sends a message there to Abramsic, who's now getting muscle back to about 9th or 10th place. Well, Barter was having a right good go there, and he's up with the P3. No, sorry, make that Delenchik in P3, or is it Barter? It's Troy Delenchik and Hugh Barter, the South African race suit, and dust in the air as they come down towards turn number 8, side by side. And one driver up over the back. That, I think, was Hugh Barter. And getting a little bit overexcited there was the young Aussie. But it's Vert, Abinakle, and then the rest. They complete lap number 2. It is 258, Troy Delenchik in third, Kaskinen is fourth, Jason Leung is fifth in kart 224. Then it's Fedor Bikonia in kart 204 is sixth, followed by Abramsic, Van Ruijten, Luca Mars, Chris Hannon. All 36 starters still in the race. Vert and Abinakle trying to break away. Delenchik runs a little bit wide going into turn number 7 now. Kaskinen, Leung, Bikonia, Abramsic, Van Ruijten, Luca Mars and Chris Hannon round out the top 10. Then it's the Australian driver, Bro Pronesti, and looking back to see where Hugh Barter is, he dropped down to 16th place. So Barter was lost quite a few places there. Filip Jenic has also dropped down a little bit. Akhil Alibai in 12th, but the two leaders tried to break away. Oh, somebody goes off over the grass. You can see the dust on the screens being kicked up. Oh, Troy Delenchik sideways through turn number 1. The 258 kart's going to get swamped there. Oh, Kaskinen. Contact between Kaskinen and Delenchik. Delenchik holds on to third. Kaskinen was trying to stick his nose where it wasn't wanted. And Troy Delenchik wiped it for him. Luke Pink has retired in kart number 227. Vert and Abinakle lead. Delenchik, Kaskinen, third and fourth. Out of turn number 8 we go. On lap 4 out of 10. There's the 251 kart flashing through your screen. That is Noam Abramsic, and he is in 7th place. The leaders come out of turn number 12. Still, Charlie Vert's leads from Sammy Joe Abinakle. Troy Delenchik holding on to third. Kaskinen gets a good run out of turn number 1. Here's the move for the lead. Sammy Joe Abinakle takes the lead, slides under braking, He takes top spot away from Charlie Wirtz. Kaskinen does likewise in third place, and finally puts Dolenček back to fourth place. Jason Leung picks up what is fifth position there in the Team Canada kart, number 224. I think he went, was that? Yep. So Dolenček has dropped now back to sixth position. Fedor Bakonia, 204. He's moved up as well, so it's now Bakonia, I think that is in fourth place. The two drivers in the predominantly white race suits. One of them is Jason Leung, the other one is Fedor Bakonia. It's Leung in car 224 in fourth place. Bakonia is fifth, Dolenček is sixth, but a gap back to seventh place, which is Noma Bramsic. Luca Mars is right behind Abramsic. Luca Mars there making a move up the inside of turn number 2, and I think Luca Mars has just picked up P7, but it's still Abi Narkley leading from Wirtz, and it's Kaskinen and Leung, followed by Bakonia and Dolenček. Mars up to 7th. No, he's not. Abramsic is still there in 7th. You can see the dark race suit ahead of the white race suit of Luca Mars. That's 7th and 8th. Then a gap back to Van Ruijten, Pronesti, Hannon, Coppins and Alibi. The leaders come out of turn number 8 and up towards turn number 9. And slowly but surely, Kaskinen and Leung are reeling in the top 2. Soon to have a 4-kart battle for the lead. Looking back very briefly to see where some of the earlier contenders were. Filip Janic is back up to 18th place, but the top 4 now come around turn number 2. Great slipstreaming effort there from Leung and Kaskinen. Leung into 3rd for Canada. Team Canada looking for a win there. Oh, there's one driver out. I think that's Luke Pink's kart out of the race. Looking back to see where a couple of the earlier contenders, where Hugh Barter is down to 16th place after his earlier escapades, but it's still Sammy Joe Abi Narkley, driver 250, has the race lead. Charlie Wirtz 2nd, Jason Leung in 3rd, and Miska Kaskinen in 4th for Finland. Then a gap back to Troy Dolenček and Fedor Bakonia. Dolenček hanging on to 5th, Bakonia from Russia in 6th. Then it's now Luca Mars up into 7th place. He has passed Abramsic. Abramsic has got Danny Van Ruijten and Chris Hannon right behind him. Chris Hannon, the Dutch driver, 60.80 in kart 269. There's a move, Charlie Wirtz to the inside. Oh, Sammy Joe Abi Narkley hangs tough on the outside, holds on to the lead. We're on lap number 8 now. Jason Leung into P2 for Canada. One of the most experienced drivers in the junior class. This is the 3rd year that Jason has qualified for this event, is as a junior. So he is really at the top of his game as a junior driver into P2. Now Charlie Wirtz unable to break down the defences of Sammy Joe Abi Narkley. He's now given way to Jason Leung. What can Jason Leung do? Kaskinen is still there in 4th. They've got a bit of a gap back to Dolenček, who is under all sorts of pressure from Bakonia in 5th place. We're going to be starting lap number 9 out of 10 very shortly through turn number 12. Cross the line. .250, Sammy Joe Abi Narkley leads, but at the inside comes Jason Leung. Jason Leung for Team Canada takes the top spot. Wirtz is still 3rd, Kaskinen is 4th, and for the first time in his Rotax Grand Finals career, Jason Leung leads a race. Wirtz back to 2nd. Up at turn number 5, he outbreaks Sammy Joe Abi Narkley. Smart move there. Now what does Abi Narkley do? The answer is he sits tight. He doesn't let Miska Kaskinen pass him. And Jason Leung pulling away. Wirtz defending from 2nd, or from Abi Narkley in 2nd. We're going to come to the last lap board now. There it is. Leung, 10 kart lengths clear. Can Wirtz and Abi Narkley draft up to the race leader? All depends whether Abi Narkley stays behind Charlie Wirtz, and he does. Oh, they're going to close the gap, they're going to close the gap. Wirtz right on Leung's rear bumper, inches apart. Kaskinen's right there. And up into 5th place, here comes Bekonya. So Fedor Bekonya in kart 204 is closing in 5th position. And there's Kaskinen now trying to pass Abi Narkley. Kaskinen up the inside of Wirtz. No, Wirtz slams the door. Kaskinen and Abi Narkley side by side now. Here comes Bekonya up the inside of Kaskinen. Side by side for 4th. Down the back, down the straight towards turn number 8. But it's Jason Leung holding on. Wirtz 2nd. Abi Narkley in 3rd. Here comes Bekonya on the inside of Kaskinen. Kaskinen holds him off. 1 corner to go. And Jason Leung for Team Canada takes the race win. Charlie Wirtz is 2nd. Sami Jo Abi Narkley is 3rd. 4th is Miska Kaskinen. Fedor Bekonya is 5th. Luka Mars takes home 6th spot. Troy Dalinchek is 7th. Chris Hannon 8th. Danny Van Ruyten 9th. Bo Pronesti rounds out the top 10. We look down. Another driver lost an exhaust bracket on the last lap or two there. Couldn't quite see who that was. Possibly Brian Cravado in kart. He finished 21st. He did a very slow last lap. Noam Abramsik fell to 13th place, but Jason Leung takes the win, and once again Charlie Wirtz can't quite take the win, but has a very strong finish, and Charlie Wirtz is looking good for a place right at the front of the pre-final grid. Come into the holding area. There's Charlie Wirtz going through your screens. There's Miska Kaskinen in kart 225. Yes, Brian Cravado brings his very sick sounding kart into the pit lane area, and that was a very good race. Charlie Wirtz P2, Sami Jo Abi Narkley in 3rd, Miska Kaskinen finishes 4th, Fedor Bekonya in 5th. Luka Mars takes home 6th for the Team USA. South Africa's Troy Dalinchek is 7th. Chris Hannon is 8th. Danny Van Ruyten is 9th. Bro Pronesti rounds out the top 10. Now, we spoke to Filippo Laghi earlier, and of course, Filippo Laghi supporting Luca Munaretto from Italy. How Eugene Britz, former Team South Africa driver, reminds me, of course, that Luca Munaretto raced for South Africa in this event 3 years ago, and has got plenty of support from South Africa. And hello to Eugene. Still waiting for my invite out to one of the best kart circuits I've ever seen down at Zwartkops. And now, down in the pits, Jen Wade is waiting to speak to one of the contenders from that last race. Take it away, Jen.
Well, Charlie, what a race. It's going really, really well today.
Yeah, better than I expected coming here to Sarno. We still need to work on a few things, and I think I have a good chance of finishing on the podium this weekend.
Tell me, what's it actually like driving here in Sarno on this track at the Grand Finals?
It's really incredible. The event is amazing, and the track is also so fast, and you have to be really precise to be fast, because if you're offline, you lose a lot of time.
Okay, we're going to wish you luck, and great to see you here and up the front. Go Austria.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Jen, and thank you very much, Charlie Wirtz. There's the scene. There is the 226 kart. Bo Pronesti is looking in. I mean, there's a glance at the driver's tent. Lots of activity going on in there. Here is the full provisional result from the final junior Rotax heat of the day. Jason Leung by 0.3 of a second over Charlie Wirtz. Sami Jo Abi Narkley in 3rd. Miska Kaskinen in 4th. Fedor Bekonya is 5th. Luka Mars is 6th. Troy Dalinchek is 7th. Chris Hannon is 8th. Danny Van Ruyten 9th. And Bo Pronesti rounds out the top 10. Milan Coppens is 11th. Akil Alibai is 12th. Noam Abramsic is 13th. Then Lucas Fabrinskas for Germany finishes 14th. Hugh Bart down in 15th. Filip Jenic comes home in 16th place, followed by Vilgot Edqvist and Georgi Zuain from the UAE. Gustav Winivski and Luka Bodanovic round out the top 20 ahead of Brian Quevedo, Felipe Bernasconi. So Argentine drivers 20th, 21st, 22nd. And Jose Cordova Belduma, Khaled Ray Saab, and the top 25 rounded out by Thomas Ribeiro. The only driver who failed to finish that race, sadly, was Australia's Luke Pink. So now, once the results are confirmed and made official, any penalties applied for nose cones, etc., etc., the pre-final starting lineup has been decided. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here on the KART-DATA live stream. We are quite literally in the foothills of Mount Vesuvius, but don't panic. That smoke you see on the screen is not from the volcano. It is just the afternoon sun. And Jen, we got someone else down in the pits.
Chris Hannon, now KART 269 in juniors. Tell us how the racing is today.
Well, the racing today went quite well. In the first heat, I had a massive start. I went from 6th up to 3rd. Then I dropped back to 4th, and in the last lap I got 2 to finish 2nd. But then, unfortunately, I had a nose cone penalty, which put me back to 6th. And now this heat, I was a bit unlucky in the start because I was like closed up. I couldn't go anywhere, and dropped back to I think 15th. And fought my way up to, I think, 8th. So the racing is going quite okay yet.
I think the racing's going really, really well. And it sounds like you're in with a good chance for the finals.
Yeah, I mean, the speed is very good. I think I was quickest in the last race. So I'm just going to see what we can do and make up as much places as possible.
Okay, good luck. Great to see you here.
Thank you.
So there is a word from Chris Hannon. A rather hot and bothered looking Chris Hannon, but that was a very tough race indeed. Chris coming home in 8th place. So we have 2 more senior races to go now. These are the last 2 senior heats. And Julian Dexmeyer there in the Sodi Kart t-shirt, standing in the foreground. He's overlooking the Sodi Racing Kart program. And obviously all the support that Sodi Kart give. Bas Lammers there on the left in the sunglasses and the black t-shirt, watching on. And the 1 minute board goes out. Going to be Elia Galvan and Guillaume Trelliard on row 1. Daniel Vasily and Axel Sagnale on row 2. Yuga Furutani and Matteo Richter row 3. Cody Gillis and Amir Harris Jeffrey on row number 4. Lachlan Robinson and Guy Cunnington start from row 5. Brody Whitmore and Roy Curves on row 6. Row 7, Reese Hunter and Axel Charpentier. Row 8, Mads Rees and Jan Matthias. Row number 9, Paulo Coelho and Matija Jurisic. Row 10, Gustavo Suarez and Jorge Crasco. Row 11, Kailuo Lua and sadly no Ilian Brunseals. Sadly, he has got concussion after a crash yesterday. But Marco Canillas and Gonzalo Escalera, they start on row 12. Row 13, Mario Novak and Jordi Vesterlaken, Santiago Fabani and Thanakrit Metavitikon are next up. Then it is Stefan Kerbel and Mohamed Mata. Hopefully, Salvatore Tassano is out there, the Maltese driver, and Carl Risk, Griffin Dowler and Wu Jin Shin are next. Then it is Florian Baudon and Gustavo Gomez. Salvatore Toscano, the only Maltese driver, the Maltese champion. He was involved in an accident earlier. And was told that was briefly taken to an ambulance. We'll see if he is out there. I certainly hope he is, because but if not, then we'll see. So Ilian Brunseal sadly not racing. Hopefully Salvatore Toscano is racing. Once again, the spectators looking on. And the circuit officials, the marshals, have to pay tribute to the marshals, the guys and girls in orange, most important people in all of racing. If the marshals were prepared to give up their time to run this event, then nobody would be going racing at all. So, out of turn 10. Up towards turn 11. Number 371, Elia Galvanin, and number 345, Guillaume Treard. Front row, Daniel Vasily from Romania and Axel Sanyala from Finland on row number 2. We come out of turn 12, into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are racing. Good start there from Elia Galvanin. Takes the lead round the outside though. Guillaume Treard side by side. But he's got no one to help push him. And certainly we have Elia Galvanin with help from behind from Daniel Vasily. Pushes him through into the lead. Oh, and a big crash there coming into turn number 4. And that is 3 or 4 carts in a big one driver up and over the top of the other. Hopefully that driver is okay. Try and get a number check on him next time around. It's number 365. Oh dear, that is Matteo Richter from the Czech Republic out of the race. I didn't quite see who it was that went over the top. We're going to get a replay now on the screen. So it's the battle for 6th or 7th place. And oh, it looks, is that possibly the Team UK driver going up and over the top of somebody else there? And there was several drivers forced very, very wide. We'll get a check next time by, but Matteo Richter is out. And I think it was Guy Cunnington. Brodie Whitmore also losing a lug. I saw one of the Australian drivers getting forced very wide. Elia Galvanin leads from Daniel Vasily. Then it's Yuga Furutani from Japan. Treard from the outside of row 1 is down in 4th place. Cody Gillis up to 5th. Axel Sanyala in 6th. And battle for 4th place. There goes Griard. Salvatore Tostano did not take the start. And I'm looking down the order. It was Guy Cunnington who was the driver that made initial contact and up over the top of Matteo Richter. But it's Galvanin who leads. Guy Cunnington down in 24th position. Brodie Whitmore. Lachlan Robinson also got caught up in that. He's down in 26th and 27th. But it's Galvanin, Vasily, Treard, Gillis, Furutani, all in line now. Cody Gillis, he had a terrible result this morning. He finished the race car with a problem. Up in the 4th place, he needs a good result because he won on the road yesterday. Got a nose cone penalty, dropped back to 9th position. So he is on a mission now into turn number 5. Very closely matched at the front. Galvanin leads side by side now for 2nd. There's the move for P2. Oh, contact, wheel to wheel. Guillaume Treard and Daniel Vasily scrapping it out. Vasily hangs on. Treard falls back to 4th place now because Cody Gillis, the 2017 DD2 champion, he is in P2. And there's the move there. That's Reese Hunter passing Axel Charpentier for 7th place. Charpentier representing Spain in kart number 301. It's Galvanin, kart 371. Now look at Elia Galvanin. He's kneeling back in his kart, knees up in the air. And here comes Guillaume Treard to the inside of Cody Gillis for 2nd. Then Treard runs wide. Gillis back into P2. Well, Cody Gillis in kart number 322, the Australian driver from Wollongong. Be partying on the streets of Wollongong on Saturday if Cody Gillis can make it a 2nd Grand Finals win. But there's Guillaume Treard now falling back into that group of karts, including Charpentier, Furutani, Mads Rees, Paulo Coelho, Roy Kerfs on the back of that group as well. But it's Galvanin leading. Gillis closing him down. Third is kart number 355. That is Daniel Vasily from Romania. Romania having their best grand finals ever so far. But here comes number 332 car, Axel Sanyala, to the inside of Vasile. Sanyala goes through, Reese Hunter follows him through as well. The team Great Britain. Oh, side by side. Oh, well, Guillaume Trelliard, Charpentier, Furatani and Mads Reese. They're having the mother and father of all tussles. But they are all dropping back. That's the 6th place scrap. Guillaume Trelliard, well, he doesn't know whether he's Arthur or Martha at the moment. He's been up and down, in and out, do the okey cokey. Hasn't been turned around yet, but it's early days. We're only on lap 5 out of 10. Charpentier in kart number 301 is a very tall, lanky driver. Stupid haircut, really nice kid though. He's in 301 there, he's coming through. It's only his 2nd race of the year, Axel Charpentier. He beat university and has kind of given up full-time driving for a little while, but got his ticket. And he's knocked the ring rust off and is heading back towards the front. He's raced in several grand finals before. But Elia Galvanin under pressure, Cody Gillis. Challenging Galvanin through turn number 4. This is lap 6 out of 10. We're into the second half of this senior race. And 3rd is Sanyala, 4th is Hunter, 5th is Treyard. Finally, no, that is not Treyard, it's Vasily, apologies. Vasily in 5th. These 5 are now breaking clear from the 6th place battle. You can see that whole train of karts from 6th back to about 20th place, led by Yuga Furutani. Now, the Japanese driver in 6th position. Through turn number 1, Gillis right on Galvanin's. Remember, you can see Galvanin lifting his knees up, trying to make aerodynamic efficiency. He's learned that tactic from Peter Mazel, and his coach, Filippo Laghi, has been also putting that. It's working well for Elia Galvanin at the moment, but Gillis is right there. So is Sanyala, so is Reese Hunter. Now, Reese Hunter, his younger brother Kai, is in the DD2 class. Those of you that fancy a trip to the northeast of England to do some karting, go to Warden Law kart track, which is owned by Hunter's family. They just bought it, and they're bringing kart. Now, there's a place for a grand finals. Newcastle upon Tyne and Sunderland, the north east of the UK. It's beautiful this time of year. It's at least 8 degrees, and it only rains for 18 hours a day. But Hunter is the Hunter because he's 4th. Sanyala, Gillis and Galvanin are the hunted. Vasily in 5th place. Here comes the challenge for the lead. Gillis to the inside. Gillis takes the lead. Turn number 5, Cody Gillis back into top spot. Elia Galvanin now. What does Elia do? He's been leading most of the way. He's now got to attack as opposed to defend. Sanyala and Hunter are there. Vasily in 5th place is closing in as well. Furutani is still 6th, Mads Reese is 7th, Trelliard is 8th, Charpentier 9th, Curves is 10th, then it's Coelho from Brazil, Suarez from Chile, Matias from the Czech Republic, Novak from Austria, and Westerlaken from the Netherlands. That's your top 15 there. Guy Cunnington, Jurisic, Whitmore, Risk, Robinson in 20th, recovering well. Gillis checks over his shoulder. We start lap number 9 out of 10. 2 laps to go in this heat. Gillis in kart 322 still leads from the 371 of Galvanin. Sanyala in 3rd, Hunter in 4th. Hunter swings on wide, while Reese Hunter's going to get a great run on the top 3 coming out of this corner. But you're on the wrong side of the track as you've got a bare left for turn 3, then the double apex right to turn 4. Daniel Vasile is going great guns in 5th position. He hasn't got the pace to stay with the front 4, but he's well clear of Yuga Furutani in kart 306 from Japan, as we've got side by side Galvanin almost. He had a little nibble. He didn't quite work though, and he stays in 2nd place. But of course, every time that Elia Galvanin goes offline, Sanyala is there to pounce and push him back to 3rd. Hunter's there to pounce and put him back to 4th. So Sanyala in third place, you can see, he gives Reese Hunter the signal, saying, okay, let's go. Follow me as we start the last lap. And Hunter does just that. Gillis defends. Galvanin right on his heels in second. Out of turn number 2. Through turn number 3. Into 4. Under braking now. Gillis, Galvanin, Sanyala, Hunter. Who's going to emerge in front first? Turn number 7. Gillis runs a little bit wide on the exit. Galvanin gets to the inside. Elia Galvanin's on the inside. Gillis comes across to defend. Galvanin follows him indeed. Oh, Gillis and Galvanin together. And Gillis spears across the track. Oh no! Couldn't handle that. Galvanin in third place now, but it's Sanyala who leads. Reese Hunter in second. Axel Sanyala from Finland is going to take the win. Reese Hunter second. Third for Galvanin. Vasile finishes fourth. Let's have a look. And you can see Gillis gets a little bit of contact coming into turn number 8. Galvanin there alongside. You can see Gillis now struggling to get back on the track. And Galvanin up over the front of Gillis's kart. Gillis, he spears, and oh my word, look how close that was. He almost T-bones Reese Hunter. And we'll have a look, see where, and Gillis crossed the line in 8th place. So it's Sanyala, Hunter, Galvanin, Vasile, Furutani, Guillaume Treard, then Mads Reese, Gillis in 8th, Kerfs is 9th, Charpentier in 10th, Suarez, Matias, Coelho, Novak, and Cunnington, your top 15. But Axel Sanyala in the right place, the right time. I have to say that looking at the replay there, you can see Cody Gillis was defending under braking, and you can see him hacking away at the steering wheel as in he was trying to put the brakes on, but there was something behind pushing him on. I think that something may have been the nose cone of Elia Galvanin's kart. And you can see there Galvanin comes in, and the official there with the iPad taking the photo. That is, and you can see Galvanin's reaction. Gillis there saying, oh, come on, what are you thinking of? Well, Reese Hunter also comes through. Reese Hunter was involved in that first lap incident there where had to take evasive action when Guy Cunnington and Matteo Richter came together. There's Daniel Vasile from Romania. What a great week so far for Vasile. There's Cody Gillis, kart 322. He's sent his piece to Eliel Galvanin, and you can see that the front end of that kart has got a big black tyre strip mark all across the nose cone. There is Japanese driver, that is Yuga Furutani, who finished 5th in that race, but Jen Wade is down speaking to someone who I think is very, very happy.
Axel, what a fantastic win for you.
Yeah, it was really difficult. The start was bad for me. I got outside, so I got pushed out. But I came back, and then the Australian and the Italian guy made stupid moves, and I won.
Yes, I saw them there having a few words on the scales behind you.
Yeah.
Tell me, how's the racing here in Sarno for you?
It's really difficult to, overtaking is easy, but staying in the lead is really hard because of the slipstream in the back straight.
Okay, so now looking forward to tomorrow. What do you think is going to happen? Also, we might have a little bit of rain.
Yeah, I would love to have a little bit of rain. So it's going to mix up a little bit, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Well done, fantastic win.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, good to hear there from Axel Sanyala. Say, take him any way you can get him. But he had to be putting himself in the right position there. There's Axel Charpentier going onto the weighbridge. I haven't seen Axel for a couple of years. He was 2 foot shorter, and his hair was 2 foot shorter as well. So he goes across the weighbridge. There is the number 338 kart. While Mario Novak, he has not had a fruitful grand finals so far. finished on the podium a year ago in Paraíba, Brazil. But the provisional result from Heat 3 Senior Rotax Max, Group A versus and D. Axel Sanyala wins by less than a tenth of a second from Reese Hunter. Elia Galvanin in third. Daniel Vasile in fourth. Hugo Forotani in fifth. Guillaume Treyard eventually comes home in sixth position. Then it is Mads Rees. Cody Gillis, a disappointed 8th. Roy Kurz from Belgium in 9th. Axel Charpentier from Spain rounds out the top 10. Gustavo Suarez in 11th. Then Jan Matias in 12th. Paulo Coelho is 13th. Mario Novak 14th. Guy Cunnington comes home in 15th. Jordi Westerlaken is 16th, followed by Brody Whitmore. And then Jurisic, Griffin Dowler, Harris Jeffrey, Marco Canillas in 21st. Thanakrat Metavutikorn from Thailand is 22nd. Then Georgi Krasko, Santiago Fabani. Dan just added me as a friend on Facebook. There we go, Mariano. Kailuo Luo from China in 25th. And then Giancarlo Escalera and the rest. But Jen Wade back down in the pits with another driver at the end of that race.
Daniel Vasile, what a race. I guess for you it's great to be here in Sarno representing Romania. You guys are doing really well.
Really thanks. Yes, we did a great qualifying, but in the heats it's so hard, and we'll see next in the pre-final what will be for us.
There's a few more drivers here in Sarno than there is in Romania. Just a few more drivers in your class, I think. How many normally in your class in Romania? How many drivers?
Okay, if you really want the answer, is 6.
6, okay. A little bit more competition, but I think you've got a good chance also to be in the final.
Yeah, the team thinks the same. We really have a chance to be in the final, maybe be in the front first half. That would be like amazing for us, and we'll see how it will be.
We will see. Congratulations though, really well done, and stay positive, and hopefully we will see you tomorrow at the front.
For sure.
Thank you.
Well, that's a great story so far for Daniel Vasile. The Romanian team, they have been entering this event now for several years. They add a tremendous amount of colour, not just, their T-shirts in the paddock, they making fun of, they got the Dracula teeth, Transylvania. They're a very friendly, colourful bunch. For several years, I think it's fair to say they were here just to make up the numbers. Now they are competing. But one heat to go in Senior Rotax. There's Alex Varandis from Racebox Photography. The grid as follows. Vincent France from Germany and Ryan Norberg from the USA on row 1. Oakley Pryor and Paul Verhoeven from Great Britain and France on row 2. India's Shahan Al-Moshin from and Britain's Clayton Ravenscroft on row 3. Alexander Bardos from Italy and Teresa Babakova from the Czech Republic. They start on row 4. Row 5, Cesar Gezal from France and Guillaume de Oliveira from Portugal. Jace Denmark Gesser from the United States and Andreas Devizoglu from Greece on row 6. Michael McCulloch from New Zealand and Titus Schmidli from Switzerland on row 7. Row 8, Francisco Perez from Chile and Shogo Endo from Japan. Row number 9, Betsy Valint from Hungary and Kaido Kivi from Estonia. Sean Michael Visser from South Africa and Xiao Kuna from Brazil on row 10. Row 11, Patrick Lundqvist and Matilda Olsen, both from Sweden. Then Luna Blom from the Netherlands and Travis Wiley from the United States. Tobias Verlo from Norway and Patrick Woods Toth from Canada on row 13. Rasmus Brunel from Sweden and Maxim Turiev from Russia on row 14. Jakub Kolasa and Gabriel Vicor are on row 15, following Maurizio Herrera, Chen Han Lin on row 16. Row number 17, we have Sofyan Salhi and Dominic Sinkovits. Row 18, Chang Uk Lee and Thomas Alvarez. Rounds out the field. 10 more laps, 36 more drivers. Well, I have to say that this afternoon's heats, both in junior and the first senior heat, have been, well, it's a product of the event and of the fact that it's the last chance these drivers to score points before the pre-finals, and they know that if you're starting back in 30th place the pre-final, the chances of you gaining enough points, enough place to make it into the grand final are very slim. So aggression levels, to quote Spinal Tap, have been turned up to 11. Lights have been turned to green. Here we go, up and racing. No, we're not. There's a signal there, hands in the air. Hands in the air like you just don't care. And we have a restart. Now this is the first restart of the day. Everybody, after yesterday's little game of Shut Up and Listen, which was hosted by our race director Ramiro Brito, where he told the two senior drivers to shut up and listen and then explained how to start a kart race, we haven't had that game yet today. Hopefully we won't have it. All depends on whether Mr. France, Mr. Norberg, Mr. Pryor, Mr. Forchemin can organise themselves at the correct speed and in the correct formation. Wait for those lights to change to green. Late afternoon sunshine here at Sarno. And we go into turn number 8. Now into turn 9. The 304 of Norberg on the right hand side of your screen. The 323, the pole man, Vincent France from Germany on the right hand side of your screen. Now he's been told there, slow down, wait. You can see the official at the side of the circuit there telling them they come into the 12th and final turn. Now, Vincent France, Ryan Norberg, are they going to bring up the speed? Are we lights out? Yes, we are. And we're racing into turn number 1. It's a very closely bunched start. We're all going to get through. Someone at the back there spins before they get to turn number 1. Pryor on the inside. The pole man, Vincent France, has the lead. Pryor second. Round the outside is Norberg trying to hold on. Norberg runs wide though. Loses a few spots. But it's Vincent France, Oakley Pryor, 1-2. I think that might be Paul Forchemin from France up into 3rd place. It is. Good start from the second British driver, number 369, Clayton Ravenscroft in kart 369. He is now in 4th place. And Norberg slots back to 5th, I believe. In kart 304, yes, behind Norberg. Then we have 317, that's Shahin Ali Moshin, Indian driver. Everyone safely through the first lap. Now, can Vincent France hold off Oakley Pryor down the main straight? Moshin having to defend. Oh, that's a strong move there from number 350, Alexander Bardas. Italian driver moving into 6th position at the expense of Shahin Ali Moshin. Indian driver slips back a couple of places, but the lead group, line astern, starting to pull away. Oh, there's a side-by-side move further back there. I think that was one of the New Zealand drivers going for it, but it is Forchemin now who leads. Forchemin from Ravenscroft. Prior has been a big mix-up. And up the inside, no, Forchemin holds off on the outside. I think that might be Oakley Pryor once again trying for the lead, or is that Ravenscroft? It is Ravenscroft now into P2, Pryor 3rd. 4th is Norberg. No, what? See the number next time around. No, it's Vincent France in 4th. Norberg is 5th. The lead group breaking away. I'm trying to say this about 8 karts. Teresa Babikova in the back of this group, Shai Moshin, and behind them there's still 3 wide. Tripping over to Alexander Bardas moves in the 5th position at the expense of Vincent France. There's a little bit of contact there. The top 8 have broken clear. Everyone from 9th place on back is absolutely hammer and tongs side by side. The leaders, Ravenscroft and Pryor, followed by, I think is that Bardas in third, or is that France back? No, it's Norberg in third. Then it is 3-4-7. Forchemin back to fourth. They're tripping over each other for fifth place. France is in fifth. And behind France, I think that is Bardas in sixth. No, it's Moshin in sixth, the Indian driver. And behind Bardas, it is Babakova. So behind Moshin, it's Babakova and Bardas. Then a big gap back to Cesar Gezal. Well, it's not a big gap so much anymore because they're battling so much. Around the outside, great move from Ryan Norberg to go around the outside of Clayton Ravenscroft to take over top spot. Ravenscroft back to second, Pryor third. Forchemin in fourth. Fifth, sixth, seventh and eighth closing back in now. France, Moshin, Babakova and Bardas. Gazau in ninth, that second of the dark race suits. Then it's Chase Denmark Gessel for America in 10th. Michael McCulloch 11th. Tyler Schmiedley in 12th. Oliveira is 13th, followed by Endo, Olsen, Visser, Perez, Cunha, Kiwi, Blom, Friedel, Marlin, Verlo. And replay on screen, you can see this great move. So Ravenscroft is leading, and then he looks over his shoulder. Well, Ryan Norberg, mirror, signal, manoeuvre, high, wide and handsome, around the outside, round the outside, round the outside, and gets his on the brakes, cuts back across the front of Ravenscroft and gets that kart stopped on a dime on the apex. Hangs on to the lead. Ravenscroft, not a lot to do about that. Great move from Norberg. Ravenscroft back to second, and that is for Forchemin now into third, Pryor back to fourth. With Vincent France. Oh, Ravenscroft up the inside though. Surprise move there. Can he get the kart slowed down? He's on the outside, and fighting back is Forchemin back up to second. So Norberg goes from first to fourth. Up, somebody goes grass tracking, kicking up the dust. That may have been Vincent France, but it's well, Ravenscroft back into top spot. Norberg back to fourth. We complete lap number 5 out of 10. So, in the second half of this race, it's Ravenscroft, Forchemin and Pryor. Then a gap back to Norberg, France, Babakova, Moshin. Moshin in kart 317, side by side, Vincent France and Ryan Norberg. Babakova up the inside of Norberg. She makes the move, and Moshin passes all of them. Moshin and Babakova, wheel to wheel in turn number 4. Moshin hangs on. Now, Teresa Babakova falls back a position. The rest of the pack closing in. You've still got all 36 karts running, and all 36 karts are within about 10 seconds of the race leader. This is lap number 10. We've got Michael McCulloch, Jace Denmark, Gassel and Guillaume Oliveira just behind the top 8. There you go through. There's the 305 car on your screen briefly. That was McCulloch from New Zealand. Cesar Gazau has dropped back a little bit. Matilda Olsen is back up at the 14th place. Bardas is down to 13th. And trying to see where is the European champion car number 314, Matilda Olsen. But it's Ravenscroft, Forchemin, Pryor. Then a gap back to France. Moshin in 5th. Babakova in 6th. Norberg 7th. Oh, Babakova opening the door. Moshin doesn't want to let her in. In fact, the door remains closed. Babakova loses a place there. She loses that place to 304 Ryan Norberg. On lap number 7 out of 10. Still, Ravenscroft leads from the 347 of Forchemin. Then the 336 of Pryor, the 323 of Vincent France in 4th, all on his own and trying to catch the 3 leaders. There's a gap behind him to Shahan Ali Moshin, the Indian driver, the orange and blue race suit. Behind Moshin is Norberg, and Norberg saying, come on, go forward, don't defend Shahan Ali Moshin. But of course, Moshin, we've never had an Indian driver this far up the order, and Forchemin takes the lead from Ravenscroft. So Forquemin passes Ravenscroft for the race lead. Vincent France in 4th place, closing in. Come back into view. It's now Forquemin, Ravenscroft, Pryor, France. And up the inside there goes Teresa Babakova on Moshin for 5th place. She makes the move, runs a bit wide. Norberg gets the position. Norberg passes both of them. Moshin now forced back to 8th place, and he's going to lose that to César Guizao if he's not careful, because the second French driver in this lead group is looking to make a move, but Moshin hanging on to a place in the top 10 as the leaders start lap number 9, the penultimate tour. Forquemin, Ravenscroft, Pryor. Still Forquemin leads, he runs a bit wide coming out of turn number 2. Ravenscroft is sizing him up for a move, possibly under braking for turn number 5. Is this where we're going to see a move from Ravenscroft? No, because Forquemin covers the angle. Now out of turn number 6 we go. Pryor's right there, France. Big gap now developing back to 5th position. That is because Norberg, Babakova, Guizao, Bardas, Moshin, De Oliveira are all scrapping over 5th place. They're slowing each other down. So it's a 4-way fight for the race lead. Out of turn 12. Last lap board goes out. Forquemin leads. Ravenscroft, Pryor and France are in his wheel tracks though. Norberg holds on to 5th place from Babakova and Guizao. Norberg has to defend. Ravenscroft takes the lead. Ravenscroft passes Forquemin going into turn number 2. Now can he hold on? Pryor's looking to make a move for 2nd. Ravenscroft's got to defend into turn number 5. Forquemin can't make the move because if he does move offline, Oakley Pryor will pounce. Out of turn 7. Now up towards turn number 8. Ravenscroft covers the middle of the track. Forquemin can't commit to a move. Pryor there in 3rd. France in 4th. Only a couple of corners to go. Ryan Norberg still hanging on to 5th ahead of Babakova. But it is Ravenscroft defending into turn number 10. Now turn number 11. All he's going to do is cover the line to the final corner. Forquemin has a little look up the inside. So does Pryor. But it's going to be Clayton Ravenscroft who comes across the line to take the win. Forquemin 2nd, Pryor in 3rd, France is 4th, Norberg holds on to 5th, Babakova in 6th. Behind Babakova, César Guizao, Alexander Bardas, Shahan Ali Moshin is next, and looking back, Thomas Alvarez, Tobias Verlo, Travis Wiley, they retired towards the end of the race, but Clayton Ravenscroft, who won his heat yesterday, has now taken his 2nd win here in senior Rotax. Forquemin 2nd, Pryor 3rd, France 4th, Norberg in 5th, Teresa Babakova in 6th, followed by César Guizao. Drivers head back to Marc Vermey. Well, Alexander Bardas finishes 8th, Shahan Ali Moshin 9th, another top 10 for the Indian driver. 10th is Guillaume de Oliveira, 11th is Schmiedley, 12th McCulloch, Visser 13th, Olsen is 14th, Maxim Turiev rounds at the top 15 ahead of Cairo, Kivi, Shogo, Endo, Jace Denmark, Gessel, Luna Blom, and Francisco Perez rounds out the top 20. There's César Guizao, that very distinctive yellow and blue crash helmet design. Ryan Norberg, kart 304, shaking his head. Well, I can see why he's frustrated, and I know I can guess why he's frustrated, because Shahan Ali Moshin was defending vigorously. But, and Norberg is saying, don't defend, let's go. But what Ryan Norberg is, Team USA, the Stars and Stripes Series, J3 promotion, they've got some massive grids, huge entries. The Indian Championship, not so much. Shahan Moshin he's a champion, but he's a champion. The quality of racing in India is, and I'm not being offensive here, but it's not as good yet. It's getting there, but it's not as good. So when a driver comes here and suddenly he's got the same equipment as some of the biggest names in the world of karting, which is exactly the same equipment, and he finds himself there, he's going to defend for all he's worth. And that's something that maybe the drivers from traditional bigger nations do well to remember. But as we look at the karts going through the weighbridge, there's Teresa Babakova. Jen Wade is down in the holding area with an interview.
Well, Clayton, that was a close race.
Yeah, it was a really close race all the way through with Paul. On the last lap, I managed to get round him down the straight with a bit of slipstream and just covered it for the rest of the lap. So a really fun race to drive.
And of course, this circuit here in Sarno is not really your average track, is it? in the UK?
No, yeah, it's got a really long straight. You're on the throttle for more than 15 seconds at least, and there's a massive toe down there. But then as you get past that, it's really tight and twisty, which is the fun part. And yeah, it's just all round a really good track.
When you come to the end, do you feel like, wow, that was really an exciting race, a good race, a close race? What are your thoughts?
It was a really exciting race and a really close race, all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, for us too, watching.
Yeah, I'm sure it was fun.
Yeah. No, it was. Congratulations. And so we're looking forward now to tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good to hear from Clayton there. So Clayton Ravenscroft, well, the job is by no means done, but 2 wins out of 3. That is not a bad start, as we've got into the final 4 races now of the day. Here is the full rundown of the provisional order in that last senior Rotax race. Clayton Ravenscroft for Team GB takes the victory. Paul Verhoeven is second. For France, Oakley Pryor. Very good debut so far for Oakley Pryor in the grand finals. He is third, and the Clay Pigeon Kart Club, massive, will be going radio rentals on the live stream, I can tell. Vincent France is fourth. Ryan Norberg fifth. Then Teresa Babakova. Another strong result for the young lady from the Czech Republic in sixth. Cesar Gazal from France is seventh. Alexander Barnes for Italy eighth. Shahan Moshin from India is ninth. Then Guillaume de Oliveira 10th. Titus Schmidli is 11th. Michael McCulloch from New Zealand is 12th. Charles Michael Visser from South Africa is 13th. Matilda Olsen from Sweden is 14th. Maxim Turiev from Russia 15th. Then Kairo Kivi, Shogo Endo, and Jace Denmark Gessel. That's your top 18. 19th for Luna Blom, 20th for Francisco Perez. Bensi Valent is 21st. Jakub Kolasa 22nd. Patrick Lundqvist 23rd. Then Zhao Cunha, Andreas Devetsoglu, Patrick Woods Toth, Chen Han Lin, Rasmus Friedel, Maurizio Herrera, and running at the top 30 was Chanuk Lee of Korea. Sadly, Tobias Verlo, Travis Wiley, and Thomas Alvarez failed to finish. Well, we started off this afternoon's broadcast with the DD2 Masters, and after our next driver interview with Jen Wade, it'll be the Masters up again.
I'm going to catch you before your mechanic does.
Yeah.
From P2 22, I think, on the grid to 14.
Yeah, but it's so bad to start far behind in the field because it's so hard to get up because it's nose cone and everything. So I had nose cone, unfortunately. But we show everyone that we're really quick on track. But sometimes you're unlucky and crash or nose cone in the start. It's easy that happens.
That's the game here, isn't it? It's really, really tough. And I know there goes Luna, one of the other girls here. Teresa's also here.
Yeah.
But the guys are not giving you any fun time, are they?
No, definitely not. It's really hard. Everyone has same opportunity to do what they can, and we all have same engines, same chassis. It's just about the driver here and a little bit of luck as well. So,
and of course, Matilda Olsen is the first woman to win the European Rotax title. Congratulations for this year. We just want to say that it's so nice to have you here, and we're going to wish you luck. You can do it. You're fast enough. So stay calm, and we see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. See ya.
Well, thank you very much, Jen. Thank you very much, Matilda. And mention before we get to the next grid, it's worth mentioning that they talk about the females, women in racing and what have you. But we do mention it because obviously there's more men than women racing, and we need to get more women into top class racing. But 3 ladies in the top 20 in that last race. It's not bad going. Now, Max Masters DD2. Row 1, Austria's Robert Pazewski, and from Argentina, Matias Rodriguez. Henrys Gruber from Latvia, and João Oliveira from Portugal start on row number 2. Eric Kasparovitz and Yari Koyovisto are on row number 3. Slami Moransky sadly not out there on row 4, so it's James Beecroft from the UK all on his own on the 4th row. Row number 5, it is Luis Ignacio Valenzuela and Troy Bretherton from Australia. Christoph Adams, Mr. Grand Finals himself, and Derek Wang, USA on row 6. Row 7, Gustavo Carrera and Peter Gutai from Hungary. Row 7 from Switzerland, Alexander Glauser and Fabio Creti. Then it is Leonardo Nicotta from Brazil, Nathan Mowell from Oklahoma, then Gaston Amboadi and Patricio Spinella from Argentina. Row 11, Michael Becker from Germany, David Malcolm, Jan Andreasen and Tim Schutt. Jan Andreasen, the only driver here that raced in the very first Grand Finals back in 2000. Sergei Potura and Kia Yuge from Japan, then Diego Lozov, and don't think Gianluca Elmosi is out there, we shall see. Frederick Bacon, Kengo Sugiyama, Chua Peng Chu, hopefully he's out there, and Carlos Rodriguez on row 16. Maxim Shabashinkov and Hussein Amin Ali and Dong Ho Kim round out the field. You're on board with Matias Rodriguez starting on the outside on the front row. So the Trouble and Strife is back in the commentary box. Now, 4 races to go, late afternoon sunshine. Don't forget, at 6:30 local time, 6:30 local time, 5:30 British time. We're here at Central European time, 6:30 local time. About 1 hour after the track activity finishes, we have our Rotax live studio show with Jen Wade and a host of guests and features. Still business to attend to on the racetrack. 541, Robert Pazewski. 563, Matias Rodriguez. On the front row of the grid, 10 race laps. This is each driver's third and final heat. We are off and racing. No, we're not. Hands in the air. False start. Well, because I was having a slurp of one of Italy's finest cups of coffee. Now, if anybody wants a jolt of energy, go up to Hotel Saturday here at the circuit and ask for a coffee. If you have one this afternoon, with Thursday, you might go to sleep by Saturday. But, none of the drivers need that. The adrenaline coursing through their veins on the rolling lap. But of course, as a driver, you build up, you've got the nervous tension on the dummy grid. And no matter what they say, no matter how experienced the drivers are, no matter how many years they've been racing, the butterflies just before you get to start the race, you're visualizing what's going to happen. You then, on the rolling lap, the adrenaline's building, the lights go out, and then you're in race mode, and then suddenly it's a false start, and you've got to do it all again. So there is the view from Matias Rodriguez's kart. At the moment, clear track in front, but Robert Pazewski just on the right of that picture you're looking at now on our screens. There he is, the Sodi kart of Pazewski. And Matias Rodriguez has got to try and get across to the racing line either before third place starter Henrys Gruber can get there, or else he's going to get hung out to dry. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing into turn number 1. It's a good start from Pazewski. And Matthias Rodriguez does get into second place. He's got the inside line, heading down towards turn 2. Pazewski covers it well though, out of turn number 2. Now in the back of the picture, everybody gets through cleanly. Yes, they do. Into turn number 4 we go. Pazewski leads. Oh, and a bit of a dust up there. Someone goes across the grass in turn number 4. That was in about 9th or 10th position, but it's Pazewski, Rodriguez, Gruber. What a great drive this morning from Heinrich Gruber. And at the back of the picture, oh, going into turn number 7, we got a pile up amongst the back markers. You can see the yellow flag waving at marshal post 5. The leaders, and you can see drivers then getting out. Somebody is out of the race. Can't quite see who that is. But Pazewski leads. Rodriguez right in his rear bumper now. On board with second place Matthias Rodriguez as we go through turn 1. Oh, and Pazewski a little bit slow. You can see Pazewski there on the anchors through turn number 1. The car understeered and Pazewski losing the lead. Matthias Rodriguez goes through. Now Pazewski looks like there was a bit of snap oversteer in the kart going through turn number 1 there, and it almost caught Matthias Rodriguez out. Rodriguez takes the race lead. Gruber goes through in second place. Valenzuela has had a problem. He's out of the race. Fabio Creti has also crashed. We're down to 32 starters, so I think we've Almosi not out there, and neither is obviously Moransky, possibly the Singapore-based driver as well, out of the race. So 32 starters, 31 karts still running. Fabio Creti at the back there, Italy, but Matthias Rodriguez under pressure from Heinrich Gruber. And Rodriguez having to defend. Gruber right there in second. Pazewski in third. Now, there's Gruber to the inside from Rodriguez. Takes the lead of the race, but Rodriguez fights back, wheel to wheel, down the main straight. Pazewski struggling a little bit at the moment. He's not able to stay with the 2 leaders, and he has got Eric Kasparovitz, the second Latvian, in the top 4. Right behind him in kart number 531. Troy Bretherton is 5th, then is João Oliveira and Yari Koivisto. Leads. Rodriguez second. Pazewski, Gasparovitz hard in the braking now for turn number 7. Through turn 12. The DD2 Masters field spreading out now around this 1542 metre circuit. Across the line to start lap number 4. Now Rodriguez gets a good run out of turn number 1. Can he make the move under braking? He's right on the rim of 130 kilometres an hour. Takes a wider entrance into turn number 2. Gruber defends the inside line. That means he's on the right side of the track for turn number 3. Now double apex right-hander, turn 4. First apex, second apex. Set the kart up, hard on the brakes. Turn left, ease out of the corner. Don't run over the curves because the curves give way to very slippery grass. Then through turn 6, on the brakes for turn number 7 now. Past the driver's tent. Gas, gas, gas. Down towards turn number 8. Brakes again. Through turn 8 and 9. You see Gruber staying off that inside curb. And through turn 10. Be a bit more aggressive through turn number 11. The top 2 are braking clear. Behind the top 2, Pazewski runs 3rd. Troy Bretherton for Australia is in 4th place. Then it's Gasparovitz, Oliveira, Koivisto, Wang, Beecroft, Goitai, Adams, Spinella, and Boade. See Christoph Adams there in the bright yellow race suit. He's got a gap back behind him to the Argentine driver Gaston Amboade. No, Patricio Spinella, sorry, in 12th place. Amboade's 13th. Then it's David Malcolm. Once again, moment on the DD2 Masters, a big get well soon to Callum Orr and to Romain Magna, who were injured in practice on Tuesday. Bit of a dust up for about 13th place on back coming through turn number 7. Doesn't affect the leaders, however. Troy Bretherton closing in on Robert Pazewski. Now Pazewski's kart, obviously maybe the tyre pressure is not set up to come on straight away because Pazewski's struggling in the first half of this race. now, maybe, the number 541 kart will come into its own, but again, not handling well through the first corner. He ran out very wide there. Bretherton almost runs into the back of him. Can't make the pass though on the main straight. Kasparovic's Koivisto, so from Finland, number 529 Jari Koivisto, see the bright blue race suit, is in to position. Warning flag goes out for number 506, that is João Oliveira. Third, fourth, fifth, oh, it's a big group lining up now behind Robert Pazewski. Pazewski's car not handling well. They're the two leaders flashing through the screen. Bretherton's down to third place, Pazewski back to fourth. Bretherton had to make the move because Gasparovics, Koivisto, Wang, Oliveira, Adams, Peter Goitai, all there. But Matthias Rodriguez in second place, we're on board with him now. He is looking for a way past the race leader. This is Matthias Rodriguez's first grand finals, the 559 kart. Henry Gruber, well, he was here in 2015 in DD2, finished 17th that day. Now he's in the Masters class, but it's his first grand finals finish, as here comes Rodriguez to the inside, hard on the brakes, runs a bit wide through turn and brake, but makes the move stick. New race leader, you saw it from the driver's eye view, Matthias Rodriguez. Kart number 563 from Argentina. Rodriguez, 32 years old, so he's just on the cusp of eligibility for the Masters class. But Rodriguez defends down in turn number 2, running lap number 8. Gruber's right there. They've got a lead of 2.5 seconds over Troy Bretherton, and you can see that Bretherton in that bright green Team Australia race suit kart number 532, he's been able to pull away from Robert Pazewski, and Pazewski is still holding up a bunch of drivers behind him, and that bunch of drivers includes Kasparovics, Wang, Koivisto. In fact, Pazewski, I think, has dropped in. It's Kasparovics now into 4th place, so Pazewski has slipped back to 8th place. Let's look to the pole sitter in kart 541. There he goes through the screen. He's behind João Oliveira, and he's got Christoph Adams bearing down on him in 9th place. So Adams looking good. Then it's the number 517 kart, the British driver, finished 3rd in this year's British Championships, James Beecroft, followed by Goitai, Ambawade, Neil Cotter's 14th, Malcolm 50th, Mowell 60th, Andreas in 17th, Lozov is 18th, but the top 2 are miles clear. Rodriguez defends again into turn 2. Gruber can't do anything about it. Then a gap of 2.5 seconds back to Bretherton. Jari Koivisto in kart 529 has just set the fastest lap of the race, 59.934. Henry Gruber can't unlock the defences of Matthias Rodriguez yet. This is where Rodriguez made the pass into turn number 8. Can't do it there. We now look at Bretherton in 3rd, Kasparovics 4th, Derek Wang having a good drive in kart number 514, the American driver in 5th place. He just goes through your screen there, ahead of Koivisto and Oliveira. Pazewski is next. Last lap board goes out. It is Rodriguez, Gruber, then a gap back to Bretherton. Followed by Kasparovics, Wang, Koivisto, Oliveira and Adams. Christoph Adams has got past Robert Pazewski, who slipped all the way back to 9th place. Maybe Pazewski just chooses to preserve his tyres for the time being. But he's going to come under pressure now from James Beecroft. But we're on the last lap, and Matthias Rodriguez comes around turn number 7. Gruber about 3 kart lengths back. I don't think Gruber's going to risk a move. Both these two drivers have had 3 very consistent heat results right to the front, but of course they're all thinking he can't leave too much ground to Antti Ollikainen, who has won both his races so far. So Matthias Rodriguez comes into turn 12, 1 corner to go. Checkered flag waves for Matthias Rodriguez. Henry Gruber is second. Troy Bretherton for Australia finishes third. Alex Kasparovic is fourth. Derek Wang is fifth. Yari Koivisto is sixth. João Oliveira is seventh. Christoph Adams is eighth. Robert Pazewski is ninth. Beecroft 10th. Patricio Spinella comes home in 11th place, followed by Ambawade, Nii Cotter. And looking back there, well, we lost Luis Ignacio Valenzuela on the opening lap. Apart from that, the 31 drivers that completed the opening lap all finished that race. And somebody kicking up the dust there on the last lap there. One of the tussles for the minor placings. But really, really good result for our camera cart holder, Matthias Rodriguez. Beats Henry Gruber by 0.2 of a second. Troy Bretherton comes home, and there he is. So there's the view into the holding area. We're looking at that all day, so we'll now turn right onto the weighbridge. Stops, gets weighed, goes to soak up the adulation of his awaiting mechanic. Derek Wang hops out of his cart, number 514. There's Oliveira, Gasparovic. There's a bit of a chat going on there. Probably saying, sorry, Alex Gasparovic saying, well, you know, you were in the way, and Oliveira saying, why you push me, why you push me? And Gasparovic saying, no, I didn't do it deliberately, honestly. Sorry, look at this, all smiles. And Oliveira saying, but no, you shoved me out of the way. It's like, no, it's okay, shake hands. But they all, at the end of the day, they're all racers, that's good. So James Beecroft and Rob Pazewski having a little chat there. And this is where they say, me no speak English. Derek Wang has unzips his race suit. Good result for Derek. Kart 514, top 5. There's Jari Koivisto, Finland. Team Belgium's Christoph Adams having a look over just to see where he finished. P8 for Christoph Adams. Beecroft having a little word with his mechanic through the fence there. And the rest of the field coming in. David Malcolm, you can see in the black shirt, just getting his race suit off and tucked in. Shakes hands with Leonardo Nii Cotter. There's Nii Cotter, that very, very smart Brazilian race suit. And looks like Leonardo Nii Cotter's looking for someone. Asking Robert Pazewski, have you seen XXX driver? And no. Maybe somebody departed the scene of the crime, so to speak. And but again, I love looking at these shots. The smiles, the laugh of the drivers, their friends. Now before, I think 522, that is Patricio Spinella. Now, Spinella doesn't speak very good English, and I'm not quite sure how good an Argentinian James Beecroft speaks, but they never met each other before. They're racing nose to tail, side by side in the grand finals, and yet at the end of it all, they... Oh, that's a bit embarrassing. James Beecroft just tripped over a table. They afterwards, they're chatting and smiling and laughing with each other, and it goes, this is what the beauty of the grand finals is. It brings drivers from all over the world together, puts them on exactly the same equipment, and say, have at it, boys and girls. May the best driver win, because nobody can buy an advantage. Everybody on equal kit. And, just at the end there, you can see Leonardo Nii Cotter. You think he found the culprit he was looking for, judging by the very South American hand gestures. So, the provisional result: Matthias Rodriguez from Argentina wins from Henry Gruber from Latvia. Troy Bretherton is third, Alex Kasparovic is fourth, and Derek Wang rounds out the top 5. Jari Koivisto is sixth, João Oliveira seventh, and Christoph Adams comes home in 8th. Poles to the Robert Pazewski finishes in 9th place. Then it's James Beecroft in 10th. Patricio Spinella is 13th, followed by Gaston Ambawade, Leonardo Nii Cotter, David Malcolm, and Nathan Mowell in 15th position. Then Jan Andreasen and Michael Becker with Peter Goitai rounding out the top 18. The top 18 drivers separated by just 10 seconds. Diego Lozov from Brazil finished 19th. And Timothy Shutt from the USA rounds out the top 20. Timothy Shutt, this is his first grand finals, the driver from Troutman. Alessandro Glauser is next, then it's Ki Yuji, Gustavo Carrera, Frederick Baker, Hussein Hamid Ali, 25th. Good result for Hussein. Then Carlos Rodriguez, Sergei Patur from Ukraine, then Kengo Sugiyama, Fabio Creti, Donko Kim, and Maxim Shaposhinkov. Sadly, Luis Ignacio Valenzuela failed to finish. We now have one DD2 Masters race to go, and that is coming up in just a few minutes' time after our latest interview with Jenny Wade.
I found two famous kind of guys in the Masters. Derek, Team USA, how was the race?
Oh, the race was pretty good finally. We've had some bad luck and got caught behind a bunch of pretty crazy battling for the first two heats. So this one was actually pretty enjoyable to actually get to race properly. So it was fun.
How many grand finals?
A lot. Too many. I'm too old to remember.
Can't remember.
Nope.
Okay, and Troy, Australian champion. How's it going? P3?
P3 in that one, yeah, not too bad. Qualified 20th, so we've been coming a little ways back, but we've found some speed in the card and we've moved our way forward, so hopefully we get a good spot for the pre-final and see where we can go from there.
Okay, I'll let you guys go because you probably need to have a drink and a rest. Thank you.
Well, thanks for that. It's good to hear from Derek and Troy. But it's a small matter of the final DD2 Masters heat race of the event to go. We have, oh no, is there a problem for one driver on the rolling lap? You can see there, one driver slowing down and stopping, and driver's hands to the edge to say there's a slow moving vehicle in front. Try and get a number check on that next time around, but it's going to be Antti Olekainen and Nicholas Verhuel on the front row of the grid. Rodrigo Eckelt and Artur Sevenius on row 2. Primoz Matalish and Horacio Torres on row 3. Although I wonder if Torres, the driver that has stopped, there was a red, white and blue race suit on with a star on it. That could be the star from Chile, and we'll get a number check on it, but maybe Torres not going to take the start of this race. Jared Freeston and Chris Walton are next up, then Mikolis Mazinas and Rudy Champion, Igor Mukin and Dimitri Zervos, Carl Claribo and Matnolis Samardiakis, Howard, Fernando Guzzi, Andreas Hurtado, Jonathan Peters, Javier Campo, Tommy Helfinger, Kirilo Biriok and Gerardo Meyer, with Shinotaro Tomomura rounding out the top 24 on the grid. Now I wonder, they're pushing the cart away. I think that might be, it's Horacio Torres in cart 549. He was due to start on the third row. He won't start at all. We're off and racing into turn number 1. Oh, there's a big crash on the outside. That's number 545 going off there, and there are several drivers spinning. 515 is Dimitri Zervos, I think that was. The 548 cart, oh, we got more carts spinning down the back straight. Certainly 545, that was Kirilo Biriok was involved there. Luckily, nobody made too much heavy contact. There was a lot of individual spins and drivers going off in avoidance, but we escaped there. But up at the front, Antti Olekainen has converted pole position into an early race lead, and it looks as though it's Rodrigo Eckelt into second place. Eckelt under pressure, and I think that may have been Artur Sevenius or Primoz Matalish making a move. When they come around, let's have a look. It is Matalish in second place for Slovenia, and Olekainen has the race lead. There'll be an awful lot of jumbling of the positions at the end of lap number 1, because I think Chris Walton spinning, Jared Freeston got involved with the spin, Matalish has come through into second place behind Olekainen, Eckelt is third, Sevenius is fourth, Rudy Champion is fifth, then it's Mikolis Mazinas and Igor Mukin 6th and 7th, Scott Howard up to 8th. From 50 to the grid, Carl Claribo 9th, Jonathan Peterson from 18th to 10th, then it's Hurtado. So we have lost, Gerardo Meyer, Tommy Helfinger, they have both lost a lot of time. A bit further down, some of the drivers, Nicholas Verhuel has gone. Nicholas Verhuel had a spin on the outside of row number 1, so that was terrible for Verhuel in cart number 540. Fernando Guzzi spun, Chris Walton is down in the lower reach of the top 20. We'll try and see the number 540 cart of Verfügung. He's 23rd at the moment. We've also lost Jared Freeston, Dimitri Servos, Juan Hernandez. But it's Olekainen leading Matelish. Eckholt in 3rd. Savenius is 4th. Champion is 5th. And Primoz Matelish takes the lead. Now, Primoz Matelish, Ken Walker yesterday joined us for qualifying, and he said his dark horse for a podium was Primoz Matelish. Well, Primoz ended his first race with a driver driving over the top of him. He came back strongly in Heat 2. This is a very strong performance in Heat 3, but he needs that because he's going to have to fight his way through the pre-final. Antti Olekainen into 2nd position, and you can see the experience in the top 2. There's the 3rd place battle going on. Eckholt defending from Savenius, and Champion in 5th. Going to get back to Scott Howard up to 7th place. Igor Mukhin down to Scott Howard is 6th, then Mukhin is next, followed by Mazinas, Cleribo, Petersi, Hurtado, Tomamura, Campo, Biriuk, Walton, and the rest. Tony Hogg up in the top 20. Fastest lap for Kirilo Biriuk, 60.237. But you can see now that the experience of the drivers in the front. So Primoz Matelish is not defending from Antti Olekainen. Olekainen is quite happy to sit and follow Matelish for a while, and provided that he's not getting any pressure from Eckholt, Savenius and Champion behind, Olekainen will bide his time. It's a terrible start for the Mexicans. Juan Hernandez down in 27th, and the other 2 Mexican drivers in this race are 33rd and 34th, so all 3 Mexicans getting involved in various incidents on the opening lap. But now, see Olekainen closing up to the rear bumper of Matelish. Out of turn number 10. They're going across the screen is number 528 cart. That's Fernando Guzzi down in the middle of the pack. But Matelish looks over his shoulder. Olekainen's in his slipstream. Will Antti Olekainen make the move when they're braking? Only if Matelish presents the opportunity, and he doesn't. Behind them, Rudy Champion to the inside. Oh, Champion up over. Almost takes out Savenius there. Champion there has to back out of it. Savenius retakes 4th place, but that allows Rodrigo Eckholt to get away a little bit, and it brings Scott Howard close into contention. The field's siphoning through turn 4 in the early evening sunshine. Matelish leads from Olekainen. The gap back to Eckholt. Savenius, Champion, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Howard in 6th, Mukhin 7th. Petersi from South Africa in 8th. Mazinas from Lithuania in 9th place in kart 533. Then a gap back to 509. Oh, sorry, that's 503. Javier Campo, beg your pardon. Halfway through this race, and Primoz Matelish still leads in kart 547 for Slovenia. And Antti Olekainen, you can see, so Olekainen is prepared to sit and follow Primoz Matelish because they're pulling away from Rodrigo Eckholt in 3rd position, and that is what matters to Olekainen. Doesn't want to get drawn into things, but now Olekainen looks to the inside. Matelish looks across, he sees that Olekainen is there, but Olekainen doesn't dive in. Matelish wasn't covering the inside line, so he was thinking to himself, well, if you're going to race, if you're faster than me, may as well go. But Olekainen not committing to move just yet, but he is monitoring the gap back to the 3rd place driver Rodrigo Eckholt. At the moment, that gap is 0.7 of a second. We complete lap number 6 and go on to lap 7. And now but change for 3rd place. There goes Savenius up the inside of Eckholt, and Arto Savenius for Finland takes over P3. Still Matelish leads. Olekainen having a little look at the inside going into turn number 5, and side by side briefly. Olekainen does make the move. Matelish doesn't fight it, and Olekainen slots back into top spot. Through turn number 8, Matelish in 2nd, Savenius 3rd, Champion 4th, Eckholt down to 5th, Scott Howard still runs in a very creditable 6th position. Bukin is 7th. Petersi is 8th. Mazinas, a fantastic 9th for Lithuania. A little bit further back, I noticed Tommy Helfinger, the German driver, in kart number 513. He was about 30th at the end of lap number 1, and he's climbing back up the order. Nicholas Verhuel was 23rd at the end of lap number 1. He's up to 17th place now. But it's Olekainen, Matelish, Savenius, Champion, Eckholt, and the rest. Still got 35 karts running. And you can see Antti Olekainen now beginning to stretch away ever so slightly. Matelish knows that the second place is better than the thing. You can see Primoz Matelish looking over his shoulder, just checking to see that Rudy Champion is not closing in, and he now knows that he isn't. Savenius, Champion, well, Champion passing Savenius, but behind Savenius, Eckholt is 5th, and Scott Howard and Jonathan Petersi are also right there now. So you've got the 530 kart of Howard, the 516 of Petersi in 6th and 7th place, trying to join this battle for 3rd. And you can see, oh, Petersi and Howard side by side, going into turn number 4. Who's going to emerge in front? It is still Howard. Petersi has a little nibble though. Campo is next, the black crash helmet, the red and yellow Team Spain race suit. Javier Campo in kart 503 out of Igor Bukin and Kirilo Biryuk. Nicholas Verhuel sets a new fast lap. Chris Walton runs in 12th place. Then it's Samadidakis from Greece, Tom Omura from Japan, Clarivo from Belgium, Verhuel, Fodor, Nielsen, Hogg, Gutsi, Gauthier, Carter Lynn and Dimitris Zervos. But no one at the moment can hold the candle to Antti Olekainen as he begins his last lap, checks over his shoulder. Primoz Matelish does likewise. He's safely through in 2nd. The battle's on for 3rd though. Arto Savenius challenging Rudy Champion down the main straight. Through turn number 4, Olekainen doesn't have to worry about defending. In fact, the best battle is still between Howard and Petersi as they head through turn number 5 out towards turn 6. Olekainen, he let Matelish go. Matelish made the move. Olekainen didn't fight it. Olekainen followed, bided his time, waited for his chance to strike, then struck. Matelish didn't fight it, and then settled down into a very mature, sensible race as one would expect from the more experienced Masters drivers. Oh, Scotty Howard has got his hands full with Jonathan Petersi though, with a couple of corners to go. But Antti Olekainen, 3 wins out of 3 for Olekainen. Matelish 2nd, Champion 3rd. Savenius finishes 4th, Eckholt is 5th, Howard 6th, Petersi 7th. Good scrap there between Howard and Petersi throughout that race for 6th place. Javier Campo comes home in 8th place. Then it's Mazinas. And looking down at the order, we'll see some of the drivers. Well, Brett Brito finishes 28th in South Africa. Harold Watson for Peru in 27th. Top 20 finish for Tony Hogg. Good effort for Tony. Carter Lynn in 22nd. But Huel eventually recovers to 15th. And we look now as the karts head back towards the paddock area. Leo Lim finishes 34th for Singapore. Marwan Nadim 32nd for Egypt. The karts come back in beneath the Rotax Club in the VIP area, past one of the grandstands, one of the 5 or 6 grandstands we've got here at Sarno. There's 547, Primoz Matelish goes over, big shake of the hands, good result, thumbs up there with Antti Olekainen. I have to say that Antti is one of the most well-liked drivers in this paddock. Everyone knows he races hard but fair, and goes through the weighbridge. Checks the weights, Did I lose weight between race 2 and race 3? Maybe I should have added that pre-race wee. No, he's all right. Then it's Matelish to go on to the weighbridge. There's Rudy Champion from France. That's a predominantly black race suit with the French hen and the French tricolour on the back shoulders. And coming into the picture now at the bottom, there's Rodrigo Eckholt, finishing in 5th position. See that Jan Wade is waiting with microphone in hand, so I'm sure that we will hear from one or two of the contenders shortly, but we'll watch something. There's Scotty Howard. Scotty Howard busy, well, he's better at driving than making Facebook Live videos, that's all I got to say. Sorry, Team Australia. I know that the Aussie Pro Tour Facebook Live coverage, trying to get some poor Japanese oik to talk about Australian slang. Teach Scotty Howard a thing or two now back in the paddock. He can learn to speak Welsh. There's number 536. There's Auto Savenius. Top 4 finish for Auto. That's 2 drivers from Finland in the top 4. But now that OMP race suit, that very distinctive blue, navy and yellow race suit, that is Manos, the Lithuanian driver. And he's been very, very pleased. But Jen Wade, I believe, has our race winner.
Antti Ollikainen. Now, that was a good win.
Yeah, 3 heat, 3 wins, so this race has started really well.
Yeah. Of course, you got some good competition this year again.
Yeah, there is so many good drivers again here, and this is so amazing. This event is that what I'm waiting every year.
We saw you on one of our highlights videos speaking, and of course we know you've almost made it to the top step before. We're not going to say too much, but any change in strategy or anything like that this year, or are you just going to play hard and have a great time?
Yeah, that is the main thing. I have to enjoy every lap and do my best. I hope that's enough, but like I said, there is so many good drivers, but I try to do my best and let's see what happens.
What was wrong with the Italian scales?
I don't know yet. Let's see what happened.
But you're okay on the weight, okay?
Yeah, that was the second heat. That it was 176.4 and it was okay, but I don't know what is the situation now.
Okay, we'll see. Good luck and congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you very much, Jen, and thank you to Antti. As still watch, there's Mr. Biriuk on the weighbridge, and we don't want to preempt anything, but here's a look at the race results. You can see on the outside of the circuit all the rubber marbles that's been laid down. The provisional result from the last DD2 Masters heat of the week: Antti Ollikainen from Finland beats Primož Mateliš by 7/10 of a second from Slovenia. Then it's Rudy Champion from France, Arto Savenius from Finland, Rodrigo Eckholt from Chile is 5th, Scott Howard from Team Australia is 6th, Jonathan Peterson is 7th, Javier Campo 8th, Nicolas Mazinas, great result for Nicolas, in 9th, and Igor Mukin rounds out the top 10 ahead of Kirilo Biriuk, Chris Walton, Manolis Samardiakis, Carl Clarivo, Nicholas Verheuel and Shintaro Tomomura, your top 16. Geza Fordor and Fernando Guzzi, the top 18, with Jeppe Nielsen and Tony Hogg completing the top 20. Having a look down the orders, but down on the dummy grid you can hear the DD2 drivers ready to go out, and once again Filippo Laghi joins the commentary box. Filippo, 2 more heat races to go for the DD2s. This is where, for some drivers, desperation kicks in. Other drivers, they just want to maintain station.
Okay, yes, this is the last heat of the day, the 2 last heat of the days, and yeah, for some drivers it's important this heat to try to climb the group and to take a best place to start the pre-final, and for the others it's just the last heat, so don't need risk and stay in that position, but let's see, because there are some driver important also in this heat. And Peter Bezel, for example, starts from first place, and he's fighting from with Nicolas Pico in the other. He will be in the other heat, and they will race wheel to wheel, but in distance, because one is in this heat and the other in the other heat to take the best position possible for the pre-final.
Yeah, well, Peter Bezel had one Frenchman to deal with in heat number 1 in his first heat. He's now got another Frenchman because Luca Joly starts alongside Peter on the outside of row 1. On row 2, we have Christian Trolese from Italy and Dianis Slavinsky from Belarus. Row 3, we have Adrian Prunosa and Zander Prispilak. Row 4, Daniel Makasek and Pascal Carigier. Row 5, Marek Mizera and Lassie Andreasen. Row 6, Diego Portel and Dennis Toom. Row 7, Ragnar Virus and Max Hewitt. Row 8, Waylon Wyman and Etienne Pires. Row 9, Pedro Pinto and Bon Roby. Row 10, Lorenzo Alborta and Ryan Kennedy. And row 11 on this 36 kart grid, Max Fleischmann and Matthias Miller into the tram lines. Let's go racing. Oh no, hand in the air. Hand in the air. I mean, I talked about earlier what's it like as a driver when you're coming to the start, you're all ready to go, and then it's go around again. What goes through your mind, or what you have to do now to settle yourself back down?
Depends to the start that you did, because sometimes you did a good start and the race director said, oh, one other formation lap, and you say, oh no.
Or something like that.
At the start is the moment of the biggest amount of adrenaline.
Yes.
So making another formation lap is just to breathe and keep calm and retake the concentration for another start. And if you did a good start in the first one, try to do the same in the second one.
And if you made a bad start, you go, phew,
yeah,
breathe a sigh of relief.
Of course,
and
of course.
Think, right, take
of
advantage,
course.
I've got another chance, let's not make the same mistake again.
Of course.
So, on what is now late afternoon, the sun is setting in the sky. Visibility is not going to be a problem for drivers because the sun is now dipped below Mount Vesuvius, so no glint, and of course, but the track has cooled down a little bit. That will help tyre wear. It might help the lap times improve as well, because even though the tyres are being worn,
of course,
the cooler air, engines breathe a bit more.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think we will see very fast lap times now.
Well, Bezel in kart 445, Joly kart 447, Trolese 472, Slavinsky 444, Prunosa 401, Prispilak 423, Makashek 436, Carigier is next. Here we go, this time we are racing. Good start from Bezel, not a good start from Lucas Joly. Trolese up to second place. We all get through turn number 1 cleanly. Now down towards turn 2, but it's Bezel under pressure from Trolese. Trolese to the inside. And you can see there Trolese putting a lot of pressure on, but Christian Trolese takes the lead. Bezel settles into second. Good clean start. Now the leaders can start to focus and work on their battle.
A very, very unbelievable move for Trolese, very aggressive at the first corner. I think they have touched a little bit maybe, but Trolese now is in front, and now let's see what Peter Bezel will do. And Trolese is very aggressive at the moment. I see him driving very, very aggressive. Let's see what will happen in the next laps.
But of course, he's seen his teammate Luca Munaretto take a victory, and of course, there's a move back to the back. There's one of the Australian drivers getting side by side going through turn number 9. But again, Trolese already defending. Here comes Bezel. Bezel's going to get a good run, and Trolese signals saying, "Let's go, go, go." But will Peter Bezel leave? Oh, Trolese runs wide, and here comes Peter Bezel, and he's got Adrian Prunosa behind. So Bezel takes the lead. Prunosa drafting with Bezel, under braking there for 4th place. Oh, that was Makasek, the Austrian driver, trying to make a move as well. But okay, so Bezel back into the lead, and he had help there. Prunosa really pushing him along.
Yeah. Small mistake for Trolese. It is very difficult the first corner because you arrive at a very, very high speed, and also a few millimeters mistake in the fast line, it will cost a lot, because there is a lot of rubber in the inside, but at the outside there is no rubber, and a lot of marbles. Okay, the track becomes really slippery, and it happens to Christian. Now let's see what happens, because Bezel, we have seen before that he is very, very fast, and he has an excellent pace. A surprise can be Pronosa in second place, and let's see his race pace will he be able to stay.
Pronosa won the Spanish championship this year, 20 years old from Castello.
Trolese goes to the east side now. Trolese takes the second place again. No, contact.
Well, Trolese made the move, and Pronosa was almost coming back across there. So Trolese got to the inside. It looked as though he'd made the move. It was not on the start of the corner. It was on the exit of the corner. Very strange accident there. Pronosa maybe trying to cut back across underneath Trolese there and just mistimed his move. Trolese went over the top, but let's see. It's cost them both times. So Trolese is. I saw him regain the circuit, but Bazell. Let's have a look at the replay now. You can see Trolese coming to the inside. Pronosa runs out wide, gives him room, and they come to the apex. What's the apex there? Now Pronosa comes back wide. Trolese, you can see up on the curb a little bit and runs a bit wide. But Trolese may be in front, but on the outside line. No, the key thing is they both get going, they don't spin. Let's see what happens where they run out. But Bazell leads now from Luca Jolly. Makacek is third, Slavinsky is fourth. Then a gap back to Belgium's Zander Prispilak in fifth position. Big gap back to Prispilak in fifth. And just behind Prispilak, you've got Andreasen, Portal, Mazera, Toom, Wayland, Wyman from South Africa up 10th. Let's look back to see where. Well, they're both still in the race, Trolese and Pronosa. Pronosa is 17th. Trolese down in 20 seconds on lap number 4. Now as a driver, Filippo, you have to just sort of say, okay, I have to try and make, it's easy then to become too aggressive or just
I think this is a race crash. Pronosa left the door open and Trolese tried to break in the inside, but he hit the curbs and I think he went a little bit wide and they touch. It's I think a race crash. Now let's see, because Makacek is in third place and Makacek is a very fast driver in this week, and now he has for the first ever time the chance to fight to the leader group, and now he goes to the inside for the second place and he takes the second place on Jolie. Now Makacek is in second, and let's see if Makacek has the pace to close the gap on Bezel. They are not running very fast in this moment. 1:00.4 is not very fast.
And Ryan Kennedy's got the fast lap of the race, 59.847, the Australian driver. Kennedy's down in 19th position. You can see the top 5 now beginning to spread out a little bit.
Very aggressive. Yes. Very aggressive in the braking. And I think he wants this win. He want to try to close the gap on Bezel, because he knows that he is very fast. Yesterday he did a great comeback in the heat, if I remember well. And he has the speed to close the gap and to fight with Bezel for the win.
Good battle going on behind the leaders, Zander Prispilak and Diego Portal. Portal taking 6th position, but the top 5 are clear. So Peter Bezel, his lead, 0.7 of a second over Makacek. Lucas Joly is right behind Makacek, then it is Slavinsky a little bit further back. But crucially, Makacek and Joly, they will need to work together now a little bit, because they're not in the slipstream of Peter Bezel just yet. We're only at half distance, so we started lap number 6, long way to go, and Christos Oikonoku takes the fast lap of the race, 59.54. That's not a bad up. He is down outside the top 20. Kai Hunter up to 23rd. Trolese still 21st, and the Spanish driver Pronesso has dropped further back, so maybe a problem for Pronesso. But Trolese
fastest second from Makacek.
Yeah,
he's closing the gap a lot to Bezel. I think he will do the fastest lap of the race, maybe.
But and you can see now, that Makacek is breaking clear from Joly. Slavinsky head down. Now we'll see maybe Makacek get into the slipstream from Bezel.
59.50 is the fastest lap of the race, and now Makacek is close in the slipstream of Bezel. This is another important thing to say. Bezel has won a heat, and in the other heat he take the second place.
Yeah, so I mean,
he can be okay, this situation for him. Stay second, not fight too much, and take the second place. And Makacek has the opportunity to win.
And you can see the body language in the kart. Makacek is moving around the kart.
Yeah.
That shows he's
very
aggressive.
You see the rear of the go-kart moving a lot in the brake, especially here. And it means that he's pushing a lot to close the gap and try to attack Bezel. Also here he hit the curbs in the inside.
Because I noticed those curbs at turn 9 and 10, the inside, they're raised a little bit, and if you hit them at the wrong angle, they can bounce the go-kart sideways. But now, in the slipstream, Bazell under pressure. Will we see Bazell lean down, knees come up in the kart?
Yeah. Yeah, Makacek is pushing a lot, 59.3, and now he tries the attack in the inside, he hit the curves, he goes wide, but he stays on the lead now. So Makacek on the lead, Bazell in second place. Now let's see if Makacek has the pace to escape from Bazell.
But critically, Bazell saw the move coming, didn't come across the block.
Yeah.
I think he knows.
As I said before, I think Bazell knows that he is in the position to not take too much risk. But he's okay as well, the second place. Now Makacek went on with a lot of speed. And now let's see if he has the speed to go away or not. But I think yes, because he was a lot faster. 59.3 is a very fast lap time.
But also now Bazell may use this opportunity. So you'll be looking to see, right, where is Makacek's kart fast? Where is his line quick? Yep. And Bazell will be thinking ahead to tomorrow, to Saturday, say, okay, where will I be possible to pass Makacek if I need to in the final?
It's an opportunity to study the others, the competitors for tomorrow, of course, because Makacek was very fast, has been fast for all the week, but he had some problem, I think, in the qualifying, because he has been fast all the week. In the heat yesterday he was very fast, he did a great comeback, and I think he's one of the favorites for the win, and Bazell knows it. And now I think he will study the competitor and find his fast point and his
weak point.
Yeah, exactly.
Any weaknesses. Oh, there's a move. Oh, Bazell, as we're saying that, Bazell thinks, no, I'm going to go for it. And of course, he's tried a few moves there. This morning, Peter Bazell, going into turn number 10, tried 2 moves on Nicola Pico, and none of them worked. He's now tried that again as we start the last lap, but it has worked. So Bazell may be thinking of them. Now, will Makacek fight back? You've got Joly in third, Slavinsky in fourth. Oh, Bazell defends round the outside.
Oh, on the outside, unbelievable overtake.
Very brave. Well, again, Peter Bazell, he defended the inside line, but look at Luca Joly now closing in. Slavinsky in fourth, Andreasen in fifth, Portel in sixth. Lastly, Andreasen from Denmark having a good run, but this is the last lap. Makacek still leads, but Lucas Joly now maybe trying to take second place. Down turn 8. This is where Peter Bazell likes to make a move. Is he going to dive out? Yes!
Bazell goes in the inside now. Crossover, and Bazell still on the lead.
Unbelievable stuff. They're great racing. Now Makacek has to defend second from Joly and Slavinsky. 3 corners to go. It's going to be Peter Bazell. Makacek defends from Joly. Here comes Slavinsky to the inside, but Peter Bazell takes the win.
Unbelievable.
We watched the drivers go there. Well, Peter Bazell, victory there. I mean,
I think Bazell wants the pole position for tomorrow.
Yes,
because it's hard to explain why he did this very risk move, because he won a hit, the second the other, but he did an unbelievable overtake. And another thing to take in consideration, for a driver, be overtaken on the outside is terrible. So you want your revenge, and I think that is what he did.
Yeah, I mean, there was. It's hard to describe. I mean, obviously the viewers back home will be watching this. There was so much at risk there for Bazell and Makacek, because they have both got good heat results. They're both looking good. They have one mistake, one tiny bit of contact, and that could have ended their chances of a good position in the pre-final. So all those moves had to be absolutely precise, pinpoint correct, and they were. But like you said, Peter Bazell did not take kindly to being passed around the outside.
From the outside in that point, 130 kilometers per hour, and be overtaken in the outside is, I think that is a thing that a driver cannot accept.
Yes, I see. Yes, the ego of any top-level kart driver. Like I said, that, so he fought back. Great racing. And we come in there. We'll look down there. Lucas Joly finishing third, Slavinsky in fourth, Lasse Andreasen. Good drive from Lasse Andreasen. Just coming up there, the Danish driver in kart number 433. Looking down there, so Andreasen, the Diego Portel from Chile in fourth, Prispilak, Marek Mezera in 8th place, Pedro Pinto with 9th, Dennis Thun from Germany 10th, Virus 11th, Miller in 12th, 13th for Ryan Kennedy. That was good there. Matthias Miller, fast lap this, 59.184 for the Argentine driver, finishing in 12th place. Then it was Max Hewitt, Matthias Makusins, followed by Carigier, Graint, Maxi Fleischmann, Kai Hunter, Daniel Vonica sadly retired for Team Romania. Adrian Purosa had obviously another problem. Christian Trolese finishes 20th, but yes, there's a very exciting find-up. There's Denis Slavinsky going over the line. Now, I have to mention that Denis Slavinsky is obviously from Belarus. He's the only driver from Belarus here, and of course we have to remember Arti Kaminok, who raced in this event for Belarus several times, who passed away in the last 18 months or so in a car accident. So and from Belarus. So Slavinsky drove for Belarus, and Kaminok, his countryman, sadly no longer with us. Of course, his passing is remembered by the entire Rotax family. But Jenny Wade is down in the dummy grid area right now.
Peter Betzel, very, very good result for you. The last heat.
Yes, the last heat was good for me. I have good results from previous heat also. I have first and second, and now the win for me is very good to make the best grid to the pre-final and final.
Now, to win your ticket here, of course, you're one of the top drivers from the Euro Trophy as well. But you've been here a few times, haven't you, to the grand finals?
Yes, I have been a few times. It's my 10th time.
Wow, 1 decade. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice to have you here again. Of course, your brother's also racing. How's he going?
Now he have a problem with the tire in qualifying, but now I think he have good result because he started in middle of the field, but I think he have good speed, so he must make a good race.
Got to work hard.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, he's following in your footsteps. Peter Betzel, congratulations, and we see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, there's a very happy looking Peter Bazel who takes the win. A quick rundown of the finishing order. Daniel Makasek is second. Lucas Joly is third. Denis Slavinsky is fourth. Lassie Andreasen is fifth. Diego Portel finishes in sixth position. Xander Prispilak seventh. Marek Mazera eighth. Pedro Pinto ninth. And Dennis Toom 10th. And Filippo, looking there, some names. We saw Ryan Kennedy in 13th place. But Matthias Miller, he finishes 12th. But he started 22nd, finishes 12th, and a 59.148. That just shows how competitive any one of the drivers, if they get a clean run, they can fight for the victories.
Yeah. The Argentina also has got a very, very good team this year. All the drivers in all categories very, very fast, and also this driver Matthias Mila did an unbelievable comeback in this heat, and also the lap time is very good, so I think tomorrow he will be in the fight for the top position, I think.
Yeah, he certainly will. And a quick glance there, Eshiam Piris from Sri Lanka finishing 30th. Waylon Wyman, a little bit back there. Waylon from South Africa, interesting character. He had a bad crash in his first heat. Not a great result there, so he's going to be struggling to make the final. But Waylon Wyman, there's a lot of Christian outreach work. And if you have a look at his crash helmet, it's got a lot of, messages from God on that. And he says that he's been in several big crashes in his career, but he always walks away thanks to the man upstairs. But yeah, interesting that he does a lot of Christian outreach work in his free time. So, one race to go, one heat to go, the last heat race of the 2019 Grand Finals. There is the view of Sarno. Engines, as we say, now the drivers cleaning up the engines. This is the final qualifying heat for DD2, and the grid. We have onboard cameras from Jakob Bazel, and the grid will be as follows. Luca Munaretto will be the man on pole. It's Italian driver. A lot of love being shown for Luca from South Africa as well, where he was born, now residing in Brescia, Italy, representing Italy here. Nicola Pico, race winner early this morning, starts second. Kasper Mileski is third. Ville Viliainen starts fourth. Then it's Sam Waddell and Eric Kuhn on the third row. On the fourth row, Jonathan Markusson and Alejandro Lopez. Then Max Jaeger and Mark Duholm, Michinaga Fujiwara and Zen Derua. Zen has been very fast after a poor qualifying session. Followed by William van der Keesch and Jonathan Thomas, Matthias Najim and Jakob Bazel on camera kart starting on the 8th row, followed by Isaac Merritt and Yuso Pantia. So Filippo, okay, two race winners, front row of the grid, Monaretto, Pico. We said earlier that we thought, Peter Mazel will take it nice and easily because he has won a race. That didn't happen.
No.
Are we ready now for another big fight between Pico and Monaretto? Because, you know, a place on the front row of the pre-final grid, or even pole position in the second pre-final, is up for grabs.
First row on fire here because Monaretto needs to win this race because he had
the penalty,
a penalty yesterday. Pico, I know he was watching the previous hit and he knows what Bezel has done. So I think he will try to win also him because he wants the pole position tomorrow. He won 2 hits and will be competitive this hit. Don't forget about Kaspar Bilecki because sometimes he's not the fastest, but he is very, very aggressive.
And Kaspar Bilecki is the driver with the red and white race with the black crash helmet on the inside of row 2. We've got the start of the main screen, then we've got the onboard at the top right hand screen. Let's go racing for the final time today into turn number 1. It's a good start. There's one of the Spanish drivers running wide. Pico on the grass. Nicola Pico. You can see Bezel to the inside there. Bezel right behind the number 453 kart of Jonathan Thomas, under braking with 3 wide. It looks as though, was that Pico or was that the other French driver getting wide? But we come out there and I think it is, with Bilecki, Monaretto, who's that in it? Sam Waddell leading from New Zealand. Let's have a look at the replay. Filippo, what happened here?
Yeah, happened that I don't know because I think the first two, Monaretto and Pico, have touched together because Monaretto had a mistake at the middle of the corner. He slips out, and also Pico was in his outside, and so he went into the grass. Now let's see if Pico is able to recover from this situation. I think yes, because he is very fast. But also Monaretto is in third place. Is a good place for him, and in first or second place there are 2 drivers which did not take the lead in the previous hit, so it's a new situation for them, and will be a new situation for them to manage. Let's see.
Yeah, so again now how will Waddell and Markussen, so Jonathan Markussen up in the second place there, Sam Waddell, we had a great move there, we saw Jakob Bezel battling hard coming through turn 12 here, down towards turn number 2, the order is Waddell, Markussen, Monaretto, Villiainen, the top 4, then it is Bilecki, Duholm, De Rua, Sen De Rua, somebody kicking up dust there coming out of turn number 2, but here on board now Jakob Bezel behind number 417, that is Erich Kuhn, the Estonian driver, and Bezel is in about 13th position. And there's move there.
Xanderu, this is his favorite passing position. He did a lot of overtake here also yesterday. And now he takes the position number 6. And now Monaretto is trying to push to take the second place over the other 2 drivers. Sam Waddell from New Zealand and Jonathan Markussen from Australia. Now Monaretto is in the slipstream of Markussen. Tries the attack in the inside, but Markussen closes the door very well. And also Villianen is in third place, and he is very fast and can fight to the win of this hit. Monaretto can try the inside here. Now the Australian driver closes the door, but now Monaretto is in the inside. A very, very slow exit of the slow hairpin for
Villianen. Yeah, you can see
for
Villianen
Markussen, and Villianen also takes the third place over Markussen.
Well, now Sam Waddell has opened a big lead. Now we did have an incident earlier on, and I think we've lost Jonathan Thomas from South Africa was involved. Kaspar Bilecki has dropped back now to, he's right back there in about 8th or 9th place. Nicola Pico is down in, trying to see where the French flag is on the time. He's 5th at the moment, so he's not out of the chance there. So Pico there at the back of the lead group. Then a slight gap back to Rua in 6th, Duholm 7th, Van der Keesje 8th, Bilecki 9th, Fujiwara is 10th.
Markussen on the grass. Markussen on the grass can be easy for Pico to try the attack here because the tires of Markussen can be dirty because he went into the grass, but he is very good here. He did a great move to close the inside. Now Pico in the inside in the hairpin.
And Pico does make the move at turn number 5. So Nicola Pico with a new fast lap, 60.259. Now we've lost Max Jaeger. There was a spin earlier. I think the Ecuadorian driver Inclán also went out, but Sam Waddell's lead. Now look at Monaretto. You can see Monaretto closing in all the time, and he's bringing Villianen with him. They're dropping Nicola Pico, but now that Pico has passed Markussen, Pico has got clean track in front of him. Pico wants to get away because Markussen now has to deal with Zen de Rua, and Pico will be hoping that Markussen defends from de Rua. If de Rua gets through very quickly, he'll set off onto Pico, and maybe they'll all catch the leaders. As we start lap number 5.
Munaretto is in the slipstream of Sam Waddell, but Sam Waddell closes the door in the inside here. But Munaretto is a lot faster now. He did 59.8, 4/10 of a second faster than Sam Waddell.
But look at the lap time from Zen de Rua, 59.533.
Zen de Rua, a great comeback for him. 2 hit today and yesterday with an unbelievable comeback, and also today he's doing a great hit race, and I think he will close the gap to the leaders group, but he has to pass Jonathan Markussen on his way, but he has the speed to close the gap, I think, to the top four drivers of this heat.
Well, Sam Waddell hanging on in kart 405. All black New Zealand race suit now. Zen de Rua trying to get past the photographer from Chile. Who's one of the guys from the film group Chile. Well, the Chile driver Max Jaeger's out of the race.
Zen de Rua in 5th position now, in front of Markussen.
But the photographer there with his back to the car shouldn't be doing that. Mileski now into 6th position. Waddell under pressure, starting to defend, and the more that Waddell defends, the slower the leaders go, and de Rua will be bringing Duholm and Markussen with him. Mileski not out of this one yet either. Jakob Mazel, very fast out there for Jakob in 10th position. Freddie Carlson and Yuri Matashek have also had a spin, so is Jonathan Thomas from South Africa, but they're all still in the race. Top 4 karts come around turn number 7. Munaretto looking aggressive. He gets good drive out of the corner. And when he makes
Munaretto inside. Munaretto takes the inside.
And the camera cuts away.
He did it. Munaretto is on the lead now. And also Villanen takes 2nd place.
So again, the door was open. Pico is up to
Pico is third.
So Sam Waddell loses 3 places there, and that's a classic move there. We're on board with Jakob Mazel. Here they come back round turn number 12. Villeviliainen and side by side with Pico. But look at the lead now that Munaretto has got. Now, Villeviliainen head down.
This is what Munaretto was hoping. A battle for the 2nd place to try to escape. And this is happening. Villanen now in the inside to take 2nd place. So Munaretto now has a little bit gap between him and the other competitors, and now he will try to push on the limit to try to open this gap and to don't be attacked at the end of the main straight with the slipstream.
But you've got Sam Waddell. He's slipping back
Pico's
there.
in second, Henry. Pico now is in second, and Pico has the speed to close the gap on Munaretto. Pico is very fast, and he said, "Okay, don't make a stupid move now. Let's go to keep him. Let's go to close the gap."
You can see them making the hand signals in the kart saying, so Villeviliainen now. Will Villeviliainen listen, or will Villeviliainen there? Because this Villeviliainen's got now in 4th place Zen de Rua closing in. Zen de Rua in kart 412. Then Waddell back to 5th. And then in 6th place you've got Mark Duholm, and the back of the league group with the black crash helmet, that's Kasper Mileski. Behind Mileski, Jakob Mazel up into 8th place. 9th for Eric Kuhn. Van der Keesch is 10th, followed by Fujiwara. Markussen back to 12th. And Waddell at the inside of de Rua, but de Rua holds him off. That's going to help Villeviliainen a little bit because Villeviliainen doesn't have to defend. The gap, 0.6 of a second between Munaretto and Pico at the start of this lap. Jakob Mazel, 59.376. He's the first guy. He's got clean track in front of him, Jakob Mazel. We've got a big gap, and then there's Mazel all on his own in 8th position with a big gap behind him. You can just see Mazel coming into your screen there. Now he is going to be targeting those drivers in front. Let's see if Munaretto can hold Pico off.
But Pico has closed the gap. The 2 fastest drivers at the moment are Xander Uwe and Peter Bezel. And I think Xander Uwe can make can be in the fight for the 3rd place, but not only for the 3rd place, but also for the win. Because Pico now is very close to Munaretto, and for sure they will fight for the lead, I think.
Well,
and I
10.
think we will have a battle between the 4 drivers. Pico in the inside, Munaretto left the door open, and Nicolas Pico now is on the lead to try to win 3 hits.
Well, Pico certainly got the pace to do it. Let's see as they come through turn number 5 on this, the penultimate lap. Pico, Munaretto, Villeviliainen, de Rua. Villeviliainen looking very aggressive there. Now, Luca Munaretto gets a good drive out of that corner. He doesn't drive just as wide. That means the kart is responding well under power.
Yeah, Luca Munaretto is very fast at the exit of turn 7, and he did 2 overtakes in the braking of turn 8. That's a very nice overtaking position for Murareto and also for Xander Ruve now in 4th place. So I think the action will be at the end of the straight, but also at turn 8, I think.
1 lap to go. The top 8, and you can see the drivers now ducking down. Pico, Munaretto, Ville Island,
They're moving the outside. They're moving the outside of Ville Island.
And will he make the move? Yes.
Yes.
Great move.
No. Wheel
to
wheel. Vilainen stays in the 3rd place at the moment.
Great driving there from both drivers. Ville Island didn't squeeze the Ruhr out. He gave him enough racing room and then tried to come back.
There we are. Turn 7, but Nicolas Pico has a little bit of gap. Now let's see the fight for 2nd and the 3rd place. Oh no, it's low, I think. Red flag.
Red flag. Now, why has the red flag come out? We don't know. We'll have a little look. We obviously haven't seen an incident or an accident, but something has happened. There is a driver out of his kart at turn number 5. Well, this is the last lap, and there's 2 drivers stopped at the exit of the 5th turn. Now, we'll see what happened there. But anyway, at the end of the last lap, Nicola Pico, Luca Munaretto. So we have a red flag. We're not quite sure why. There are 2 karts side by side. Both drivers, though, are standing up and at the side of the kart. Maybe that was a situation where the marshals couldn't move the kart, but we'll see there. So Pico at the end of lap number 9. So the order of the race will be at the end of the last completed lap. We're having a look around to see there's 3 drivers out of the kart, but all 3 so they're all standing up and out of the kart. So we've got, I think Juuso Pantilista is one of the drivers, and now there's other drivers there. The kart up on its side. It's a mystery. Well, we don't have an official reason yet, but at the end of lap number 9, Nicola Pico had the lead from Luca Munaretto. Ville Island was 3rd. Now Zenderua made the pass, but
I think the race classification, we have to come back to the previous lap, and I think Nicolas Pico has won this hit.
Yes,
and,
I think so.
Luca Munaretto is in 2nd, Ville Island in 3rd, and I think Xander Ruve, I don't remember if he was, he was in 4th.
Ruve's 4th, Waddell 5th, Bileski in 6th, Duholm 7th, Jakob Bazel in 8th, Nicola Pico there. Well, when he took the lead, 59.201, excellent lap there. Not quite as quick as Mila from the previous race, but behind there we're looking down at some of the drivers. Alejandro Lopez down in 26th, he had a problem. Jonathan Thomas was down there as well. But Fujiwara in 10th, Van der Keesch 11th, Reme 13th, Marcus in 14th, Merritt 15th, Belisario is 16th, Najim 17th, Betoon 18th, Kumaran, Seban and Benson Lin rounding out the top 20. But I say the reason for the race stoppage, we haven't got an official reason. There are 3 karts that are off circuit, but luckily, and this is the only thing, is the drivers are all up and about, which is good. Now the race studio live will be at 6:30 local time. Please join Jen Wade and guests for that at 6:30 local time. Filippo Laghi, I know that race was a little bit short. However, the DD2 class is shaping up to be absolutely superb. Yes.
Yeah, of course, because we have seen a lot of wheel to wheel and a lot of battle between the drivers. And I think there are some drivers a little bit faster than the other, but here in Sarno everything is possible because there is a very long straight, and when a driver follows another driver, also if he's a little bit slower, he can stay in the same race pace more or less. So I think tomorrow in the pre-final and also in the of course in the final of Saturday will be very important to do very fast the first laps, because we have seen that when the drivers takes a little bit of gap between the others, is difficult to follow, because the driver in the back loses the slipstream, and is difficult to close the gap.
Well, Filippo Laghi, your insight is absolutely incredible, but we do have an interview to go to. Jenny Wade is down in the pits to see who she's got to speak to at the end of this race.
Luca, now you've been our Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy champion this year, but this racing is really tough.
Yes, this racing on a different level. I mean, we've all got the equal equipment, and there I think we see where the true driver is, and the skills really come.
Okay, what about you, Nicholas? I know you led the race, but you've got a bumper penalty, but still a French champion. How's the racing?
But the racing is good, but I have the bumper at this race. It's shit because I have win all race, but now with 5 seconds of penalty, I don't say that.
However, the level, as Luca said, is really high here, so it's going to be close tomorrow for the pre-finals.
Yes, it's very difficult because a lot of drivers are very good, and after the difference it's very mini, and after maybe the race tomorrow.
Congratulations, was a good race. Also you, Luca, as well. I guess you're going to run away with the win then? Because
I'll take it, but obviously not the way I'd like to win, but a win is a win, I think.
Of course, you're wearing the colours of Italy, so home champion, but international trophy winner. We're going to wish you luck and have all the Italians cheering.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jen, and thank you to Luca and to Nicola. Again, two drivers that we'll undoubtedly will be seeing more of. Obviously, every driver is okay at the end of that race. There was a slight technical difficulty which brought about the red flag a lap early. But that is it for today's racing. It's not for today's live stream coverage because the Race Studio Live will go live at 16:30 local time. The sun sets on the busiest day of on-track action here at Sarno, the Circuito International Napoli. A big thank you again to Filippo Laghi and for Alex Goldschmidt for joining me in the commentary box. Filippo, a great day's racing now for you to go back and to get the drivers ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, will be important to relax a lot because today has been a very, very hard day, full of emotions and adrenaline. Tomorrow is also more important than today, so it's necessary to be ready at 100%. And maybe this night can rain a little bit. I hope not, but these things can mix again everything. And because the track, this track after the rain is a little bit slippery, and let's see if it will rain or not. I hope not, and let's see.
Well, at the moment, there's no rain, but the sun sets on day 2 of racing here at the 2019 Rotax Max Grand Finals. You have been watching the live stream courtesy of KART-DATA. The drivers in the driver's tent and the mechanics, they have a lot of work to do to prepare for tomorrow. Please stay tuned. Rotax Live Studio goes live at 18:30 local time, 6:30 local time, that's Central European time. Thank you very much for joining us. My name's Henry Baudet, and on behalf of Filippo Laghi, Alex Goldschmidt, and the rest of the Rotax team, thank you very much. Have a good evening. Join us in an hour.